Appreciate it, brother.
Let's get some good shit up.
Simone already booing the Pacers.
Hopefully,
Appreciate it, brother. Oh, that came through. All right, welcome everybody. We are back. Eastern Conference Finals about to tip off. Dexter, Henry, Brian Fonseca here. C in the middle is vacant right now, but our guest, Mill Media, she will be here soon with us, joining us for this watch party for Game 1 between the Knicks and Pacers.
yes.
Man, I don't know if any of us thought we would still be here. I don't mean alive. I just didn't know if we thought the Knicks would be playing this late. You know, it felt like it was a formality. It was going to be Cavs, Celtics in the conference finals. It's not. The Knicks are here. The city is buzzing after Game 6.
Yeah.
In fact, shout out to you, random person who ran up on me after Game 6 the other night. I think I was telling you about that.
Yeah.
Somebody ran up on me because it was so hyped.
Try not to run up on people.
Don't run up on people.
That late.
It was. I was on my guard. It was cool. It was cool.
12 in the afternoon and 12 in the morning. Two very
and the
different
fan
times.
was hyped, and he just wanted to show love and had a God game and all the stuff, and I appreciate that. But I was like, yo, running up on people. Shout out to everybody in the chat. See, my daughter Simone is here. Simone already early booing the Pacers, as a good Knicks fan should. There you go. Booing the Pacers there. Knicks versus Pacers. This is going to be a fun one.
Oh, yes.
We've got some fun guests lined up for this series, and hopefully beyond. We're trying to keep this going here. This should be a fun one. Your prediction was Knicks in 7.
That's still more of a lean. To me, it's just if the Knicks are healthy, I think they can do this. But that's where it's like it can be a concern because navigating it with round 3, heavy minutes, a team that has a lot of depth, a team that wants to run, and the Knicks are playing every other night now. The key is to be healthy, and the key is really to get an 8th rotation guy to step up. Like 8, preferably 9, and I think the 8th could be Precious Achiuwa. I think Campaign will get a look, but I think Precious has some viability in this series because of his switchability defensively.
I think he does too. I'm really intrigued to see who becomes that 8th guy for the Knicks as we are underway here.
Two things I think that are key in this series while we're getting started here, and Nembhard has a wide open 3 already.
Wow.
2 things that I think are key, one for each side. The Knicks' advantage, really more than anything else, is going to be rebounding. They're going to they could out-rebound the shit out of the Pacers. Like Miles Turner is a very good center. He's not an excellent rebounder. Towns should get a lot.
Pass.
That's a good cut.
Good cut.
That's another area where you can actually hurt the Pacers is those backdoor cuts because you can get a lot of layups against them.
Josh Hart with an assist already.
Josh Hart, yeah. Josh Hart rebound series. Mitchell Robinson, let's see how impactful he could be off the bench. He was very good last series after in the beginning it looked kind of shaky. And then for the Pacers, it's all about rotations. They can play 10, 11 deep. The Knicks are only going to go 7, 8 deep with confidence, maybe just 7. We'll see how it goes. So over a long series, that's going to benefit the Pacers. So if you're the Knicks, you want to get as many wins as early as possible.
I thought it was interesting that you saw the Pacers pick up 2 people on the ball to get the ball out of Brunson's hands on the first possession, full court, and then Josh Hart being that release guy. Him and Bridges are going to be so key with that. Here's Brunson cooking early. So some good shot making early in this one, 5-4. Pacers. Man, look, this is a series, man, I'm hyped for because as somebody who grew up a Knicks fan and hated the Pacers, it is good to see these teams playing in back-to-back years. Man, some of the shot making.
Switching there from the Knicks too. So OG was on Pascal Siakam, which is a matchup I expected. I think that's going to be one of the most interesting ones to watch.
I like OG on Pascal though. I like that matchup.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Nembhard gets to switch, so OG has to pick him up. The Pacers were killing the Cavs last series on switches.
Yep, they
so
did.
That's something to watch.
Cat shoots a three. Okay, the shot making. They need that. They need Cat to shoot these threes.
They need that shot. I think he and Miles Turner could kill each other with threes this series because each team needs their big to stretch the floor, and you're seeing them set up right here. Pascal Siakam, Josh Hart on them now, so the Knicks are switching this early in the game.
Yeah, they are. Here's Haliburton. Oof, man. If you like defense, although I think there's been some tough shots made here in this game so far, but this is what you usually see in game one, right, Brian? These teams like kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah.
This is kind of what you see. Brunson.
Well defended. Good rebound. See, again, rebounds. This is going to be key for the Knicks this series. Second chance opportunity.
Good patience by Bridges.
Faded away too much there.
Yeah, he just needs to go straight up.
The Pacers shoot so well. So they're going to be banking on, hey, the effective field goal percentage, the field goal percentage in general is going to be so good that they don't have to rebound like that.
That is one thing. But the one thing that's, if you look at this, and I was talking about this yesterday, I was on the putback with Ian Begley. They give up 16.2 second chance points per game. Good pass by Cat. Oh. There you go.
There's Josh Hart.
So they give up 16.2 second chance points per game. And then you talked about Mitchell Robinson and whether he could be a factor. Right now, when he's on the floor, the Knicks are getting 39% of their misses. Man, the Pacers are shooting the hell out of the ball, man.
See, that's the thing. They create great looks. And they're not like the Celtics where they're going to camp out from three at times. Like the Celtics, they're supposed to generate high-quality looks, and they weren't doing that a lot against the Knicks.
Good take. I'm fine with that by Cat. He overshot it a little bit.
Look at that. Look at how they run. Like, they generate good looks because of the speed, but it's also the ball movement. This is the best ball movement team that the Knicks are going to see. The best one. I
agree.
Like, that's the thing.
And they can get out. You saw they ran right off that miss. Everybody's looking to run, so the Knicks have to be aware of that.
Look at that. Going to Cat on Turner.
Second possession.
Notice that they're guarding him with Turner also. They're not putting like a small on him.
This is the first team in the postseason we've seen not do that to at least start the game.
Yeah.
Shout out to Nick Federico. Knicks and Pacers just like it should be. Orange and blue skies tonight. Knicks in 6. I like that prediction, Nick.
See, Turner will take that shot, that mid-range shot.
He's hit two.
They're not missing anything.
They haven't missed one shot. They haven't missed a single shot.
And by the way, the Knicks are shooting well too.
Right. The Knicks are 5 of 8. The Pacers are 8 of 8. I mean, the Pacers are going to obviously miss eventually, but I think the Knicks just have to stay with what they're doing in their offense and be fine.
Prayers to anyone who had the under. Knicks need to slow this down too, because the Pacers are obviously more comfortable at this pace.
In this pace.
I don't think the Knicks are doing anything wrong, by the way. It's just the Pacers are making good shots.
Good defense.
They gave him that.
See, I don't think if he swung down, I don't think he would have got it.
See, this is where.
Yeah, I know.
Cat, like.
I know.
That's the other thing they're gonna see. This is the best passer by far
in the league.
Well, at least in the playoffs that's left. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he shouldn't. He didn't need to swipe.
Yeah, that's he swiped down, hit his wrist.
That's what got him. He didn't need to swipe there.
Who are the best passers? Do you think? I would say Jokic. Tyrese might be second.
I think he's the best passing guard.
Yeah,
I like that. There you go, Cat.
If you had the over 1.5 threes for Cat,
you hit it already.
You already got it.
We'll talk about some of our props in a second because you and I had some fun ones today for people to follow with us. This game has no pun intended. This game has had a fantastic pace.
Yeah.
to it, I will say. Guys getting up shots.
Yeah.
Hart coming up with a big play there on defense. So 18-14 Knicks, 6:59 to go in the first quarter. Yeah, if you had that under, you're on pace to lose here. So good. Thanks for everybody checking in with us. If you're watching on YouTube, watching on Facebook, Twitter, wherever you're watching, we appreciate you. Our guest, Mill Media, is a little bit delayed. She will be with us soon. Trying to keep my eye on my phone, make sure she does not text me.
Blame the MTA.
At the floor. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can always blame the MTA. Listen, I even had a delay. I was coming back from Boston. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Come back from Boston last night and a little delay today on the Amtrak. That's why I tried to make sure I got here early so there would be – I knew something could go wrong. And here we go. Yo, you had some interesting props. You and I both like Josh Hart rebounding in this series. We took a Josh Hart double-double.
We both did.
And triple-double. Sprinkle something down on triple-double as well, too. I also have Mikal Bridges over 3.5 assists. 3.5 assists. I think he could be an important valve guy. Miles McBride over 1.5 assists. That's kind of a reach for me there, but let's have some fun with it. And McBride to make a 3. Mitchell Robinson to record 6+ rebounds as a parlay. So those are my bets for tonight.
I took Josh Hart over 8.5 rebounds. He has none so far, but it's very early. And Josh Hart, I mean, he could get multiple in a possession. He could get 6.25. So we're not fearing the worst there. Miles Turner, who's actually made multiple mid-range shots, took him over 1.5 threes. A little surprised he hasn't taken one yet, but that's something that's going to come and to stretch out Karl-Anthony Towns and even Mitchell Robinson when he's in the game. That's something that Indiana, I think, will look for. The Andrew Nembhard, who already has 4 points plus assists, need him to get 18. Also, you mentioned the Josh Hart double-double.
Got 2 assists, right?
We also sprinkled on the triple-double at plus 1,500. So we'll see. We both think.
Oh, Josh Hart is 3 assists. My bad.
3 assists already? Yeah. We both think Josh Hart's going to have an interesting series in terms of the categories, but I think he could be one of the most impactful Knicks this series.
I think so. I think he could be an X factor. I think the X factors for me here is like definitely Bridges to me is huge, but more so on defense. He scored a bucket already today. The Knicks haven't had the ball in his hands a lot yet. And then I think Mitchell Robinson, depending on how he's used, just because of how good of a rebounder he is, he can cause problems in series. And of note for people, the Pacers did not see Mitchell Robinson this season in any of the 3 matchups because the Knicks played the Pacers so early before he came back. Knicks won the regular season series 2-1. So they did not see that. They did not see him at all. So that's, they are familiar with him, but they haven't seen him with this iteration of the Knickerbockers. So
Just Fred says, yo, first time I've caught you guys for the live game. LFG. Thank you, Just Fred, for joining.
What's up, Fred? Thank you.
And Fred, let us know if you have any predictions for this series, as we were talking about.
Yeah, we got Knicks prediction. He said Knicks in 6, which is my prediction as well.
Yeah.
Let us know what your predictions are for this series. What do you think the Knicks have to do in order to win? How important do you think this game 1 is? I always think game 1s are important. You also probably shouldn't take too much from it. We've been saying that throughout the playoffs. But it is important, I think, for one team to set the tone. What I do like about this game so far, though, Brian, is the Pacers haven't missed a shot, but the Knicks have kind of weathered the storm, right? Like they're right in this game. They're only down 4. There's a world in which you miss some shots, you get rattled, the crowd's out of it, and you're not feeling good, but that's not the case here.
I feel like both teams are shooting above their heads to start, which
9 for 9 and a dunk there by Turner.
They're going to
generate pass by Haliburton.
They're hard to stop. They generate high quality looks. I know people just look at, the Knicks have more talent than their starting 5, but getting off, and here's the other thing, getting off to a hot start is important. It's important for the Knicks because once the Pacers run their bench out there, like they're not gonna drop off like significantly. Whereas with the Knicks, like their bench guys might not have it sometimes. So we'll see.
Nembhard, not shy to shoot those. Finally, a miss for the Pacers. Finally.
The crowd cheering. You hear that?
Yeah. 9 for 9. They hit the first 9 shots, man.
Almost 6 minutes without a miss, which is just ridiculous.
See, that could have been a foul.
I think this is going to be a good Brunson series. And
I agree.
This is about others because he fries Nembhard and he can score on Nesmith also. And those are going to be the 2 guys that are primarily getting him. But then Tyrese Haliburton, like this is what they do. As soon as you score and the crowd's celebrating, once the cheering is dying down, Indiana's already scored, like before it even happens. Like the pace is going to be an issue. And there's going to be a lot of pace puns from everybody in broadcast media.
We promise you we're not really trying to do that.
We're not trying to, but the Pacers do play at an excellent pace for them.
I do like some of what the Knicks have been doing here, getting it to Cat in the high post, letting him look and pass out of that. Cat's had a couple nice assists here. So this is a good coaching adjustment in the offense.
I think Bridges is getting some decent looks too.
Yeah. Anunoby fouled there late. Did not need to, I think. Just Fred said, would love any guidance regarding live bets, maybe after first quarter or at the half. Okay. Knicks look focused, although Cat got to tighten up on Miles. They have been playing in the drop coverage, the Knicks have. So you haven't seen them switch everything yet. Early on, they've been playing in top covers. 3s for me. What do they have at the top?
Pace, and also rebounding, which we talked about. I expect the pace is going to be controlled by the Pacers when they're hitting shots like this. Rebounding, it should be Knicks literally every game. The Knicks should not lose the rebounding battle in this series. And I already forgot the last. Pressure defense. Yeah, I think if you pressure the Pacers, they can just cut right behind you and burn you in that regard. So you got to be careful. And then with the Knicks will also get their backdoor cuts because the Pacers allow a good amount of layups and shots just in general and the paint.
I think Knicks will get that. I actually like how the Knicks have weathered this storm, if you want to call it, in the first quarter.
Early Mitch minutes.
Early Mitch, and going to Mitch early. I like that, giving Cat, who's played good. I think everybody in this team has played within themselves in the starters.
This is another thing they do.
I thought they might be able to sell.
Another thing they do is they try to
press.
They try to guard you. They slow you down. They try to wear you down, really.
I like that by Bridges. There you go, Mitch.
There it is.
There you go. You see what he can. But you know what? That's also possible by Mitch not selling. I know not Mitch not selling. Miles not selling. McBride. Bridges not settling.
A lot of
players I was thinking of in my head. Bridges not settling. Yeah, I got to get it together. Bridges not settling there. If that shot happens and it's open for him in the mid range, he's got to take that. Mm-hmm. And I like that he's taking that for sure.
Look at that. 11 for 38 in the playoffs, first 10 games, last 2, 7 for 8.
He's had some time
almost
off.
90%, but let's see.
No, he's had some time off. Can he continue the heater that he was on? Nope. I think Mitch also's got to get warmed up a little bit. Like back in the what I'm saying is back in the flow of shooting these free throws again is what I want to see from him. Because he was starting to have something going. I
guarantee you he practices them. It's just a matter of like just some centers, and with some guys, it's just whether it's hands or whatever. Like I don't know. Shaq has said like his hands were too big for the ball, but yet he would make them in the fourth quarter. So I don't know. But Mitch, there's no way he does not practice.
Yeah, he's practicing them. I think some of he's overthinking. He does have a line drive shot. He almost can't put
that doesn't help. Admittedly,
no. the lack of arc on the shot. Because that could have been cookies right there. I thought we'd see a lot of Bridges on Haliburton to start. We have seen that. Ooh, here's a Turner 3.
Ooh, there's one of them.
Damn.
That's what listen, he's going to try to do what Porzingis wasn't healthy enough to do in terms of the shooting from distance and pulling the Knicks bigs away.
Oh, that could be assist for McBride.
And that's the thing.
There you go. The Knicks cutting is there, and they have to stick with that. You're right, Brian. The cutting is going to be there. The lanes are there for them. The Knicks could have some very good-looking offensive games with their talent.
Because Miles Turner plays high.
Good closeout. That was an excellent closeout.
Bad shot also. Like, I don't know what the shot.
Come on, McBride. We need another assist. We also need a 3 from you.
He got 1 assist already, right?
On that last play.
I don't like this.
I like it for another assist. Maybe not.
He got deep enough into the paint, so I get it.
Another rebound from Mitchell Robinson. Sheesh.
It's crazy. It's crazy how he's the longest tenured Knick. I was thinking about this the other day.
Yeah. The only way I thought that he could not be playable in the series, Brian, is if they could, like, for some reason he came out and wasn't effective on the glass.
Or what we feared in Boston, which is like Boston could just shoot him out of the series.
Yeah.
Like, if there are no rebounds to get, then how are you going to play him?
Right. That's a good point.
But they kept missing.
And he just had a good closeout. I know he had the one where he gave up the 3, but he had a good closeout there.
So if Indy's gonna shoot a high percentage, like Mitch has to be able to stay on the floor because they just need someone else to soak up minutes as well. But Mitch had a very good series against Boston.
Just Fred says, "Holy cow, Batman reference." I like. Cat has doubled his assist total for the whole postseason in the first 10 minutes of the first quarter.
How many assists does he have?
He has.
Does he have 2 already?
2 or 3.
Oh, someone I know took under 1.5.
Oh man. Well, based on what they had seen for the whole postseason, I kind of understand why. He is 2.
I get it. Yeah, he already beat that.
They are really picking up full court. You got Obi Toppin on Josh Hart.
Yeah,
that's also an interesting matchup where can Hart beat him off the dribble?
Obi, who's had some good minutes in Indy, like he's going to be an interesting role player in this series as well.
Nice, Brunson. Ooh.
Front of the rim on some of these too, which my high school coach told me that was a good sign because it means you just need the rotation, but still want to make the shots. Yep, saw that coming. Didn't think he was gonna make it either. I still don't think Obi Toppin's shots are gonna go in, even when he shoots a high percentage. Except if he's in the corner sometimes. That corner
The
three.
corner three was always good for him. They're above the break threes. I don't trust him.
That was a nice pass. And Thomas Bryant just right there. Another guy who's giving them good minutes. They floated the Heat like a BS second round pick.
I always liked Thomas Bryant from when he was with the Wizards.
They had Wiseman and they had
what's the other kid? They both tore their Achilles.
Yeah, Wiseman.
I can't remember the other kid's name right now.
He's pretty good too. Was that Isaiah Jackson?
Yeah, Isaiah Jackson.
Is that who it was?
And he tore his Achilles. Yep.
Yeah, I think both of them had the same injury.
Both tore their Achilles.
So they had to get Thomas Bryant, and Thomas Bryant's been good for them.
He's good.
You know, Obi will make.
Zach Braziller, our colleague and sports reporter, says Knicks fans are booing Obi Toppin. Not really sure why. Neither am I. Did not know that. Why are y'all booing Obi Toppin?
Not because it's the playoffs. You know.
Yes.
I do hope people.
What happened to once a Knick, always a Knick?
Yeah, right.
We gone too far with that.
I do hope he's a little bit like I think for him, he was drafted. He was kind of developed, and then I think
he was part of a young core that the fans actually really liked.
Like if the Knicks are in the conference finals in 2040 and Obi Toppin is back and Emmanuel Quickley is back, I think those two are acceptable. And RJ Barrett's back.
Yeah, they played in a playoff game.
RJ Barrett would be the most acceptable.
He was those guys will get cheered.
Yeah,
I think so.
But like Bojan Bogdanovic, no. Like you,
no.
Not even over Alex.
I also feel like to come back. This is gonna go to my thing. I said to come back, you gotta see Quickly did to me. I know you have some. The first year of his season in the playoffs, he did pretty fine.
He was bad in that Heat series.
He was terrible in the Heat series.
Was he good in the Cleveland series? I don't think
he was decent. He was okay.
I don't think he was good that entire run.
Not really. RJ had played pretty good that entire run.
Juliana says, "Let's go Knicks."
Juliana
salutes Juliana as always. And I don't know what that is. I don't know if you want to read that one out loud.
I can. I assume by what you wrote, you are referring to one of the great rap storytelling songs of all time. I got a story to tell by the Notorious B.I.G. He said it came to me like a song I wrote. I don't know the rest. You felt like you were starting off that inspiration. I'm not sure what else you were doing there. You can explain that to us.
But thank you for your comment. We appreciate the contribution.
We appreciate the contribution.
As always. And if you missed it, we are waiting for a guest. She will be here.
She is delayed.
Presumably soon. But, delays. Y'all know it happens in this city.
It happens with the MTA.
MTA. Especially today. Today's a heavy traffic day. I saw a lot of Knicks jerseys and shirts on the way over here.
A lot.
I've seen a lot in general. I saw where was I this past weekend? That I saw a good amount. I was just out. You know what I mean? I was just out at like a party, like a birthday party, basically. And I saw like people wear it wasn't like people were dressed up or anything like that. It was just casual. And people had I saw like Brunson t-shirts. Like Knicks shirts in general. I saw a Ewing jersey. You know what I mean? Like the city doesn't get like this a lot. Like because the Knicks haven't been like this.
The Knicks are the team that really unifies the city. It is a Knicks city
because New York has one basketball team.
That is correct.
That's what it comes down to. Like
that is correct.
Like New York City has
men's
one basketball team.
Yeah. No matter how good the Nets is not the Nets. No matter how good the Nets are, it's never going to have the vibe of the Knicks. Just Fred said he'd love to see Action Brunson as a guest with us. So would I.
Well, facts, actually.
Oh God,
as two people who had listened to early Action Brunson.
You know what? We might have to reach out for that. Action Brunson sounds like it'd be a lot of fun.
He would kill in this format.
We have to get Action Brunson for a road game. Oh, good board, Mitch.
Because he might be at
these games.
Again, look.
Woo!
There you go.
That's a big see, and that's where Mitch's value is.
Creating those second chance looks, and Deuce already has a 3. And then here we go. They're gonna try to attack him with guards too. Oh, what a finish by Obi Toppin.
That's a great finish.
Not much Josh Hart could do there. Asher says she forgot about the haircut. You already know.
Oh, your haircut.
Yeah.
I know she's talking about somebody on the screen. Take that, Josh. There you go. I'm very impressed. The Knicks offense has been playing very well within themselves, and I like it. Don't get too aggressive, dudes.
That could, yep. That was almost a call there. It's like pressuring the Pacers like to keep making shots.
Good on-ball
They're
defense.
both pressuring the hell out of each other.
Make a tough shot or pass.
Oh wow. Thomas Bryant could hit those.
Can hit those. Yeah, he can.
Yeah. Not like at a high clip, but
Knicks crowd really into it too. Okay, Mikal, let's cook. Okay.
Fun start.
Okay, this is a fun quarter. I can't even front. Like, this is a fun quarter, man. Some good high-level execution basketball. TJ McConnell.
He got fouled.
Who caught him? Was that on Brunson?
He got pushed like off balance, I think. Might have been Brunson.
Yeah, it was on him.
Let's see. Replay here. Josh Hart, no hesitation. Obi wasn't quick getting out there. Josh Hart took advantage.
I like this by Mikal.
He's getting to this a lot.
Yeah, he's getting to that spot a lot, especially on the left side of the court. Just Fred, we appreciate you. If anybody else has any suggestions on who they think we should bring on for guests, we appreciate it. You know, we try. We've reached out to some people too. Some people we've tried for some heavy hitters. We're gonna keep trying. But you know, we'll grow as more people see it, more people like who comes through. We've had a lot of different people come through and sit in this chair, and it's been a lot of fun. And that's the way we're trying to keep it.
And I've legitimately liked all of them.
Yeah,
we've had people we know, people we go back
people
with,
we've met for the first time,
etc. Yeah,
so it's
all different types.
Dope. And I promise you,
people we work with or have worked with.
Yeah, if we get to the finals, I think you'll see some people back. That's all. So good pass. Woo! What a oop!
This could be a Mitch series. This really could be a Mitch series.
I haven't seen Mitch catch a oop like that maybe once in the playoffs. Once against Detroit.
Way too deep.
Oh, overshot it.
Unbelievable that he missed that.
Yeah.
On Brunson.
Thank you for the Josh Hart rebound.
Look at Mitch.
Backdoor cut. Saw it.
Yeah.
Yep. I saw that to Brunson all the way. Josh Hart. The Knicks are looking to cut backdoor as much as they can.
That's the thing about this pace. Like, you know, you got to be under control too. Look like Brunson. Did he fall? Like, he hurt his neck on the way down, his head?
His head might have hit the stanch. God, that's a great pass.
Perfect pass.
Can't get a better pass than that.
Over here, back door.
Brunson's already got 3 dimes.
There's the foul. And as always, the replay doesn't catch the actual injury. Here we go. Second time. And we're not going to see it either. Looks like his head might have.
I wonder also, it was just that, you know, have you ever been in the air and turned back quickly? I wonder if he like kind of pulled a muscle doing that. Like that might have been it, that he just turned back quickly.
Just Fred says, not that you guys aren't entertaining enough. We appreciate it.
Oh, no. I think we are entertaining.
No, we didn't take it the wrong way.
No, I didn't take it at all. Brian and I have done content together for a long time.
That's nasty. We just got Rick Brunson messing around with his gum on camera. Like having it hang out for a second. Like, we all do that. But, like, I don't know if we want to see that.
We don't want to see it.
Hunsacker XAAX says it doesn't matter who comes out of the East. OKC in 6.
Okay.
OKC is really good though.
Is that?
I see CC Sabathia.
Was that Jadakiss next time?
I don't know.
CC Sabathia was wearing a LOX hat. He's wearing a Locks hat. So I don't know if that was him.
That looks short. Yeah.
Oh no, Mitch. I was looking. Mitch goes down. I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, you just never know.
Oh man!
Look at how TJ he's gonna piss you guys off so much, Knicks fans.
they're like we know annoying. TJ McConnell.
But if he ever I told you, if he becomes a Knick in like 2 years,
people love him.
There's gonna be McConnell jerseys all throughout Suffolk County.
Good take.
Long Island.
Nah, they already got the Tyler Kolek jerseys. They're good.
DiVincenzo. He'll replace Tyler Kolek if Tyler Kolek doesn't pan out. But we'll see. Tyler Kolek, he's going to have to prove himself next year, but that's another conversation for another day.
Oh, cookies. Mitch with a steal.
Nice steal. And look, all that, and the Knicks might win this quarter.
Which I think is huge, considering that perfect start from the field for the Pacers. All the way, Josh. Oh, yeah. Love the take. Love the energy by the Knicks. The Knicks, you know, this is see, this is the Knicks grit you're talking about. They're likely going to win this quarter, but it's how they've weathered the storm, right? Like how they've just stuck with their offense. They didn't get away from anything. They didn't get rattled. That's what you like to see. Smart plays. Just they played a very smart quarter. I'm very impressed with how they've started.
Yeah, like they led a quarter playing at the Pacers' pace, which I think is big. Now, over the course of a game is where you have to, you have to sustain it, prove it, whatever, because the Pacers are just going to try to do this again. Let's see if the Knicks can get more control of the tempo. But their offense, we said it even when the Pacers were hitting all the shots. We're like, the Knicks offense actually looks good so far.
Yeah, I was very encouraged by how the offense looked.
And now the defense on both sides, honestly, has to be cleaned up. But
yeah, I think some of the defense can be better.
The Knicks have a reasonable ceiling they can get to defensively. The Pacers as well. Both their defenses were like neck and neck this year in terms of defensive efficiency, and the Pacers were getting really good toward the end of the year. So that's the difference between this year and last year. Is like the Pacers' defense is better than it used to be last year. Whereas the Knicks may have dropped off a bit, but the Knicks can make up for that with all the rebounds we've been talking about.
Yeah, Knicks finished 13th in defensive rating, Pacers 14th. So that's it. Juliana and Sam were asking why the empty chair tonight. Our guest is late. They will be here. So that's why the empty chair thus far. But they will be here. Although, I mean, Juliana or Sam, if y'all wanted to have offered and come through, we could have let y'all sit in the chair. You know what I mean? I would have had to torture maybe Juliana about Penn State for a little bit, but that's all it is. Just Fred said Knicks and OKC will advance due to super intense defense and that derails other teams. So Just Fred sees the Knicks OKC finals. That would be fun. I'm rooting for the Knicks Timberwolves finals. That's what I want to see.
Oh, I don't want to. I have no. I'd much as a basketball consumer, give me OKC versus. Yeah, I don't want to see Minnesota.
I want the storylines for Minnesota.
No, I get that, but
I want the storylines. But I think either way it will be fine. I think either way it will be fine. Look, Knicks win the quarter, 36-34. After one, look at some of these stats. Bridges 4-6, 8 points. 8 points for Cat. He also was 2 dimes. Jalen Brunson, a strong quarter. I like strong first quarters from Jalen Brunson. 9 points.
You do.
2 assists. I said 3 assists before. I was incorrect. Josh Hart, 6 points, 4 assists. So the triple-double watch is on again. The thing that he does not have is the rebounds.
He only has
only one rebound. But Josh Hart can also get like a 7-rebound quarter.
Mitch has 3 all offensive.
Insane. Mitchell Robinson, 3
in
rebounds.
5 minutes. Just, typical Mitchell Robinson, these playoffs.
Now, let me ask you this, Brian.
Yeah.
Because both bench players have played. Knicks have only played 7 players.
I'm glad you went here.
Both +5. So, and I do think the eye test tells you that McBride and Robinson played good.
However,
you knew there was a buck coming. Are we concerned that we haven't seen anybody else yet? Should we be worried that we haven't seen Precious, that we haven't seen Campaign?
Absolutely worth noting that the Pacers in that first quarter went 9 deep. Knicks went 7 deep. And this is going to be a trend that we see.
It's something to watch.
I think the Pacers will probably get to 10. They have consistently during the playoffs. The Knicks, they usually don't trust the 8th guy. The 8th guy has to really earn it, and justified with Tom Thibodeau. Absolutely justified. Because, Campaign has to give you something in order for him to play, as does Precious Achiuwa, who I think would be maybe better in this series than Campaign, unless Campaign could hit shots, which, is always a possibility with Campaign. You never know what you're going to get with Campaign. This is the test. The second quarter, okay, you hung with the Pacers and you outscored them in this first quarter. You weathered the fact that the Pacers shot 74% from the field and made it up with the rebounding, as we talked about. The Pacers don't have a single offensive rebound yet. But now with the Pacers' second unit, which is stronger than yours, can you run with them? Can you play with them? Not just Deuce and Mitchell Robinson. And if it's going to be staggering, a mixture of the Knicks starters in there too, are they going to start to wear down a little bit? Are they going to need a break because the Pacers are just going to run? So this is where the chess match will sort of play out a little bit more.
I think I know you had on your show, the build up. I know you had Gerard on with you, our friend Gerard Hector, who was with us last series.
Yes.
Game 1, did we have Gerard for game 1?
Game one,
we had Gerard. Game 1 or 2, I can't remember. But I know he said he thought the Knicks needs to find another rotation player. Dave Chappelle in the building. My favorite comedian of all time. Another one of my favorites, Larry David, in the building.
Benson was always there.
We will not be curbing our enthusiasm of this show. John Hamm in the building. Tracy
Morgan's
Morgan,
always there,
as
too.
usual.
I like the
Steve
shirt.
Serby, our colleague, interviewing him. Shout out to Serbs.
With the Josh Hart
I'm gonna
bloody
text
shirt.
Serby and find out if that's his weekly Q&A is with Tracy Morgan. I'm gonna text Serbs and find that out.
That would be nice.
Shout out to Serby. Our guest is here. She is coming in. Mel, what's good? How you doing? Good to see you again.
Nice to meet you, Will. Glad to have you.
Great to see you guys.
I will. Yes. Got to turn on your mic. Where's the little packet that it had here? Yeah, I'll turn it on for you.
As that's going on,
How you been?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I am
How
well.
are we doing?
We are up to. How are you feeling? It's okay that you were late, but I feel like you missed
I'm
something.
so
if you-
sorry.
No. You
My
don't have to
last
apologize.
shoot, it went overtime,
No,
and
it's
then
fine.
I was rushing to get here.
Well, we got to ask you since we started. Well, this is what you get to see. The Knicks are up 2. How are you feeling about this? And I'm very intrigued from your perspective because you are a young Knicks fan, which means you never seen them this far before.
I know this is like uncharted territory for me. We haven't been to this level before. I'm feeling like a little bit like on cloud 9 just because I don't want to get over ahead of myself and feel like, oh, we're going all the way now and we're going to definitely win the finals. But it's amazing getting to this point because of all the things we've been through in the early 2000s, 2010s, all the bad seasons. It's feels like it's paid off to get to where we are now. That's why it feels great. And, you know, we have to take it one game at a time. Let's go.
I don't know if you knew, but the Pacers have hit their first 9 shots. Pretty crazy. But the Knicks offense has looked really good. They've looked pretty good thus far. Because I do feel like it's a different perspective from the Knicks fans I was talking to who are a little younger, right? You talked about all the bad stuff you went through. Brian's a little younger than me, so Brian saw some of this as well too. And did you ever think about leaving?
Leaving the fan base?
Did you ever think like, yo, nah, this is too much. We can't do this.
No, you can't leave it once it's like in the family and in your like
we looked at
your
each other.
DNA. You can't leave it like
Yeah, we
that.
looked at each
I
other.
have left the team before.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you looking at me differently?
Not the Knicks. It wasn't
Not the Knicks. Not the Knicks.
He left the Jets, and I left the Jets.
You know
as well,
what?
So
I can understand it a little bit.
There we
As
go.
long as it's not the Knicks, okay?
No. The Knicks. Oh, good defense. The Knicks, in a way, for me, for sports, was my first sports love.
your favorite sport, also.
Yes.
So I think that matters.
Oh, they've been limiting the turnovers.
Fast break points are going to kill them.
So there are
we talked about that.
There are campaign minutes,
Yeah, see, I did see that.
and this is the roller coaster that they're gonna have to navigate through. I mean, so far we talked about the offensive rebounding. So here, your first quarter summary.
Thank you.
Was they were both making every shot possible to
Oh,
start the game.
both teams. Okay.
The Knicks were 5 of 8. Pacers were 9 of 9. Knicks made it up with offensive rebounding, kind of the trends that we expect.
was
Mitchell
that Mitch?
Yeah. Mitchell Robinson came in. He had 3 offensive rebounds in 5 minutes.
Of course.
Missed 2 free throws. You know, also part of the experience.
Okay, for now.
For now, yeah. Late game, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
They're both
I don't want to be in that situation where we have to depend on Mitchell Robinson to make free throws.
So
agree.
the Pacers are shooting 72% from the field. The
That's high.
Knicks shooting 63% from the field, also 63% from 3. They're 5 for 8. So this is going to be the key. Like we've been talking about it. The Pacers are going to try to control the pace. Again, with the puns, like we're sorry, but it's just going to be a thing all series. And with the Knicks, obviously, it's like, can you sustain that the Pacers have more depth, and can you balance out their balanced out offense with your offensive rebounding?
Right.
Which is like when the Pacers make these shots, like are the Knicks going to be able to get the offensive rebound to create the second chances? So far we're seeing this play out, and right now Mikal Bridges has 10, that on 8 shots as well. Like he's actually been very aggressive so far.
Yeah, yes.
Which a lot of Knicks fans are giving him shit for, but he's actually held his own so far. But then with the Pacers, Miles Turner, he's 5 for 5, and he's kind of shredding them right now from the mid range, and he made a 3. So there's a summary.
Thank you. That was a great summary
to catch Mel up because Mel needs to be caught up.
That was it. I like some things I heard though.
What was your like going into the series for you? What was your key? Like this has to, if the Knicks are going to win, this has got to happen. What was that for you?
I felt like it was limiting their fast break points. They're such a great team. Like, you got to give it to them. And they've really been flourishing in this playoffs offensively.
Yeah.
So I feel like limiting them in any aspect on offense, whether it's the 3-point shooting, it's the fast break points, try to do that as best as you can. It sounds like, I mean, they're not doing it, but they're also matching it. So that's the thing there. If we can match it, I mean, I'm happy with that. But at some point, the defense has to be there when you get a few key stops and then you take over the game. Because our 3-point shooting, I mean, that sounds a little abnormal. We don't always start off the game like that.
We don't do that.
We don't do that.
No. We have seen that throughout the playoffs. This is an abnormality.
They tend to wait
right
for the second half.
Exactly.
Like, all right, let's start making threes now.
Josh Hart has hit one. McBride has hit one. So that means those are
Josh Hart taking one is
yes, this is
development also. He was open, but like he wasn't open for that long. Like Obi Toppin was kind of like, I mean, you could shoot. All right, fine. I'll come out and guard you.
I do think Mill makes a good point, though. I do think you make a good point, though, Mill, right? Because it's like, if they're keeping up, it's fine. But at some point, the defense has to lock in.
Yeah.
You don't want to get in a track meet with these guys. That is not the game they're trying to play. So that's not what you want to see. But, okay, I mean, listen. If I told you this was a score at this point, I think you would have signed up for it.
I'm okay with this for now.
She's like, for now. I'm okay
Definitely. I mean, we're not down. I mean, well, we're down too, but like we're not down over 10. It's not a Boston game where we're going down 20. Okay, this feels a little bit better, but we're gonna take control of the game eventually.
There you go.
So we got some bench players playing. You said McBride.
Payne has got some
McBride and Mitchell Robinson have given them good minutes so far. Campaign,
we'll see.
He's just gotten in, but
we'll see.
Let's see if they can match the Pacers, obviously, because their bench is pretty great.
I'd like to see Tibbs try out Precious Achiuwa at some point because I think he could be useful in this series for a couple of different reasons.
And the Knicks have been looking to cut so much.
OG pulled up.
It's another turnover.
Shout out to everybody in the chat.
This question is right for me.
I saw that question.
This question is right for me.
Sam says she's ready to co-host. She has been invited. Sam, you know you're welcome anytime.
Brian asks, who would win in a fight? You already know that's a me question.
It's funny. It's Brian asking another Brian. Brian, who I know.
Brian with an I, though.
Yes.
You know, I'm Brian with a Y.
Who would win in a fight?
Because Puerto Rican.
We should Mill, you got to add. This is a good question. Brian is good at this stuff, but who would win in a fight? Tyrese Haliburton's dad or Spike Lee?
You said Tyrese Haliburton's dad?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You already saw Tyrese Haliburton's dad wanted to fight Giannis. You know what I mean? Like, he already wanted to fight Giannis.
Oh. You know,
John Haliburton.
I'm gonna give it to Spike.
There you go. You gotta go with the Brooklynite. You have to.
Spike's my guy, and he, we actually do see it. We see that energy every game. You know, he's not out there fighting, but he's antagonizing other players. He brings that energy every game. He's on the floor sometimes. He's like doing everything.
Yeah.
I want to say Tyrese Haliburton's dad's maybe like all talk. But we actually see Spike in action. We see him in action.
All right, so you're going with Spike. Who are you going with, Brian?
I can't find enough information because I need height, I need weight, I need reach. I need to know, like, if anyone has any sort of background in boxing, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, I need to know a little bit more. But Spike is from Brooklyn, so.
I'm going with Spike being from Brooklyn, and Spike hates the Pacers. I think that's all you need.
We can't go with anyone related to the Pacers right now.
That's what I'm saying. You can't do that. We can't do it.
See, this is the type of stint that gets Campaign 4 minutes, and we don't see him again until game 2.
It wasn't a bad shot by him. I can't kill him for that. But
I don't. You had time on the shot clock. He was deep in the corner. Ew.
Okay.
What was that?
All the way.
I would have rather Deuce took that shot. Oh my God.
That's it?
There it is.
Oh, the Campaign. Oh, see, he's feeling himself now.
See, this could be great or this could be dangerous.
It could be really good or really bad. I told you that Campaign 1-3 was tantalizing.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
The
he
defense.
Stops.
Yep.
Get those stops. Build that lead.
Ooh.
That's the Knicks ball.
Oh, I thought they called a jump ball for a second. Look at this. And TJ really tried to get that one.
Been waiting for him to go off again. Like
he needs a game. I think it's important in this series. He needs a kind of game. Maybe I saw game 1 against the Pistons.
So that he did the grenade celebration.
I saw that. Yes,
he did the grenade celebration.
I like it. Shoot! I want a cat to take that. And
Is that
one.
in?
Ooh,
Oh,
Could've
and he
been.
got hit.
I'm tired of everybody's going into the stanchion is worrying, get worried about
Yeah.
their necks.
Look at how quick. See,
Oh, wow.
crowds in the middle cheering. They're already taking a shot.
Let's go, Pin.
Oh, campaign.
How did
It's
TJ
on them.
McConnell box out OG Anunoby? I didn't see how he got
That
there.
guy's a dog.
Yes, he is.
Look at this. A lot of
That's what I
physicality
love
here.
to see. Like,
That's a
go
good
up
take.
against her.
Oh, I see why there was no foul.
Yeah.
Cat was doing a lot of the,
Oh, good cut. Oh, I missed
he had him too.
Bridges. Yeah.
That's a good shot.
Nice.
Oh.
Was that Mikal or Cat?
Who got that?
Mikal.
I thought
Okay.
it was Mikal.
Damn, good rebound.
Mikel's had a really good,
Yeah, he's had a really good
half.
game.
I
He's
was
getting
hoping
to
he
that
would.
fadeaway too. He's getting to that mid-range jumper, and then now just the energy. Again, this is where they can kill the Pacers is the rebounding. The Pacers are not going to out-rebound them.
Nah.
They shouldn't.
They shouldn't. They've been good. So, Mill, what's been going on with you? You've been you've had a lot going on. I've seen, you're one of my favorite young journalists, content creators.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
When did we first meet? We finally met. What was that, Liberty last year?
I
finally met you at the Liberty. We followed each other, and I finally met you at the Liberty last year. But I feel like now you've been doing a lot. You've been interviewing a whole bunch of people. You're hot out in these Knicks streets.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You don't have to be humble about it. Say yes, I am.
At the end of the day, I just consider myself a fan. I know people like to hype me up and everything, but I'm just a fan like everyone else that I interact with on Twitter, Instagram. We're all just fans at the end of the day. But I mean, life's been lifing. The Knicks being this far in the playoffs has my mood elevated up here.
That's good. You don't
no
want
matter
it
what
down here.
happens. Exactly.
That's good. That's good vibes.
And I mean, finals week. So
people should know this. Mill is still a student. So she's doing is this finals week right now?
Yeah.
Oh,
I took a final today.
I don't miss that.
I
do not miss that.
I would not want to be doing what you're doing. Like,
this is also late in the May.
I know.
Also, it is stressful having to watch these games and then worrying about study. Was this your last final?
No, I have one tomorrow.
Oh, no.
So, when the Knicks win, I'm going home, reviewing, studying. But
yo, we appreciate you for hanging out with us, even though you have a final tomorrow.
Of course. I
appreciate that.
I'm loving being here.
No, we appreciate you.
I got it. Don't worry.
If you do bad, then you're going to text me and be like, Dex, I shouldn't have came to that watch party.
No, these finals are light work. Okay.
All right, there we go. I like that.
So what were your first Knick teams? Because I imagine for a lot of Knick fans who are younger.
Yeah.
Because even of my generation, it's like the Knicks that I grew up watching were awful.
Who are yours?
This is why.
2000s? Or late 2000s?
No, it was mid 2000s. How old do you think I am?
That's a question that could always get
a lot of different.
I would say late 20s or early 30s.
Okay,
early 30s. She's right. She's right. She's accurate.
See, if I didn't get a haircut today, I would have gotten probably mid 30s. You know what I'm saying? 31. So we're talking about mid 2000s. So it's Othella Harrington, Shannon Anderson, Howard Isley, Stephon Marbury, but it didn't quite work out for them. And then the first Knick teams that I remember actually legitimately piqued my interest, I would say were in the early 2010s, but then that era faded away very quickly. So what was
that before Melo?
No, that was during. It was
okay.
It was so as he got there, I remember Raymond Felton, Amari Stoudemire, they were very fun to watch. And they traded Raymond Felton when he probably could have been an all-star that year, but they got Melo, so it was what it was. So for you, your first taste of Knick fandom, who was at the center of it?
I gotta say that Lynn's sanity brought my attention to the Knicks.
That's interesting.
So
that is an interesting introduction. It
is. Wow. And my Lynn shirt, it was like a jersey, right? So it's not the jersey, but it's you got the number, you got the name on the back.
T-shirt jersey, yeah.
T-shirt jersey. Yeah. That was probably if I recall correctly, my first piece of Knicks merchandise, my own.
Your Lynn Sanity shirt.
Sanity.
So those few years, 2011, 2012, and then 2013, I mean, Melo was just also a huge person who got me into the Knicks and got me into basketball in general. So I definitely fell in love with his game, his playing style. So those few years, I mean, I remember the 2013 team very
That was a fun
vividly.
year.
Yeah.
That is one of the most fun teams that they've ever had.
Yeah, it was.
I think really up until maybe like
Now.
Although we talked about this all regular season, a lot of people didn't find this team that fun.
Nice. Great defense. Come on, OG.
What
was that? What was that? What
was he that intimidated?
You can't alligator.
Or did he just lose the ball?
You can't alligator arm that. You can't.
But did he just lose the ball?
I think he felt like he felt the pressure.
I thought he just alligator armed that shot. So that's interesting. So this would explain.
Wait,
let's see this.
What? It was
did he
short.
hit his arm? No, did he hit his arm
hit?
on the? No, did he hit it on the backboard?
I gotta see that again. He looked like he just lost it.
He might have just lost it.
It kind of just looked like it went up short.
Yeah. I was like, oh, he's gonna dunk that.
What I was gonna say before that. Wow, Pacers are low-key missing free throws. Where are they at from the
I think they
free throw
missed
line
4
right now?
in this game.
2 for 6?
Yeah. Okay. That was right.
Are they usually that bad of a free throw shooting team?
No.
A very good free throw shooting team, actually. I think they're number 1 in the playoffs in free throw.
And no one in the NBA is 2 for 6, except certain players might go 2 for 6. Like, not Mitchell Robinson.
If Mitchell Robinson goes 2 for 6, that's a good day.
That's a good day. We're taking those too.
Yeah, we're taking those too. Like, I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I was gonna say this actually probably explains a lot, Dex, because so you grew up with the '90s Knicks,
yep,
and you grew up with the early 2010s Knicks, whereas I grew up around where the Nets were better than the Knicks, for example. And my older brother, was a Nets season ticket.
Okay, he's feeling it.
Okay,
he's feeling it.
He's gonna earn himself another stint now.
We said we needed a good game from him. 10-1 run for the Knicks the last 217.
They need all the bench minutes they can get, all the productive bench minutes they can get. There's a floater.
Wow,
Short.
That's a win. Because
they should have got that rebound.
Good defense by Cat.
I'm stunned that he didn't get called with a foul there, just because Cat tends to.
Another.
Oh, the roof would have came off the.
But that's a good look for him.
It was a good look for him.
He earned a heat check.
Obi misses. Oh,
did that make up for OG for you?
What is going on?
Don't do it,
Everyone's
campaign.
missing their dunks.
Oh,
that's good.
Oh, and one. And one.
He just hit James Johnson.
So that's a 4-point play?
I wouldn't hit James Johnson ever. I would not do that. He's not somebody you
Can I
want
say
to
this about James Johnson, though? Like,
oh, here we go.
No, I would like to see some film. You know, because I just want to know that there's proof.
Nope.
Because
there's some people when there's stories about them fighting and that they will mess people up.
We can't. No, we can't. Listen, we heard a lot about Kimbo Slice until we finally saw it. And that was back then. Now in 2025, everything is being recorded. And it's like, we should by now have some sort of film of James Johnson.
Training, at least?
I've seen Jay Crowder hit pads. Not bad form, by the way. I've seen Damian Lillard, hit the pads also. I've seen him do his combos. I've never seen James Johnson.
I like the myth or legend around James Johnson.
I just want to see it. I'm not doubting that he can kick everyone in the NBA's ass. I would just like to see. I just like to see this as somebody who watches sparring, who watches.
It is scary. I've seen the physique though, but I'm like,
I just
not that guarantees you can fight. To be fair, it doesn't guarantee
physique doesn't mean shit.
That's true. All right, how we feeling though? Knicks are up 8.
This is exactly what I wanted to see. Go on a nice run, especially the bench contribution right there. Oh, let's see this.
How
do you miss that? See, that's when you try to be fancy.
You saw his eyes.
He's like, how did I do that? And Cat.
How did he make this?
Because he's the best
big man
of all time.
That is crazy.
We need Cat to make more threes.
Yeah, I like him taking it.
He's shooting.
Shoot more threes.
He's taking 3 in this game, right?
He's made 3.
Okay, well, that's an improvement because
he's 3 for 3.
3 for 3, yeah.
He's had a fantastic first half.
I think he could take 3 every half, legitimately.
The Knicks also have 11 points off the bench in the first half. I don't think that has happened at all this playoffs.
In the first half alone, no.
Campaign, but 6. That's short.
You'll take that if you're the Knicks.
What a run right now.
You don't want Indy moving the ball a ton. You want them taking shots.
Oh, my God. Campaign.
You don't want that.
Back up.
Oh. That should have been a foul.
Tough rebound. Jeez.
That was a tough rebound.
I don't even know where he came from.
I think the Knicks are going to rue they had some chances to increase this lead, and they couldn't.
Cam knows.
You got a heat check right there.
Aaron Nesmith is super physical.
Did Cam Smith just run under? No, he didn't run under. He tried.
Speaking of physique, he's also built like a tight end. This dude.
Whew.
Maybe a wide receiver. Tight end, you probably got to be like 240. He ain't that.
Campaign might have earned himself. So how many minutes has he played? He's played
8.
7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. All that without Brunson. It just occurred to me.
That's a good sign for the Knicks that they did a lot of this without Brunson. Just Fred said Haliburton's dad has a mean left hook.
Oh, please send footage. If he does, then I'll change my answer.
Oh, man.
You know? If he sits on his punches, you know what I'm saying? This is sort of the other thing, too, to watch out for, because, like, we've talked a lot about the Knicks, just like, hey, the game will start in the second half. They come back a lot. The Pacers probably do it the second most.
They're a comeback team, too.
You know, in these playoffs, so that's the thing. Well, okay.
No lead is safe in the NBA, really.
No, seriously. Like, no lead, especially this short, so, like, you just have to keep up with the consistency. But I really like the way the Knicks have played offensively so far.
Oh, the Knicks have had a little too much turnovers for my liking.
Aside from that, I really like the way the Knicks have played offensively. So
I have
far.
2. Pacers have 4 turnovers. Knicks have also 4.
Made that, and he hesitated. See, look at how quick the offense was. You look down to check some stats. Aaron Nesmith just hits a 3 right away.
You got to get back quicker than that and set up.
Oh, Miss Cat.
Yeah.
Deuce missed him.
He's not going to get your assists. Does he have 2 already?
He has 1, I believe.
Okay, I like the aggression.
I like it too. But Bride's played good. Yeah, he's 1 assist. 4 points, 1 assist.
Look at that.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah.
Brunson,
the moment you're a step behind on this team, they'll take advantage.
Brunson contested better than I thought he did too. But Aaron Nesmith is like 6'6", so there's only so much Brunson can do there.
Yeah.
Let me make sure he's 6'6".
Is there a game, Bill, through this playoff run that has had you stressed out the most? Which game was the most stressful to watch?
All of them. All of them.
I think that's the right answer.
Well, except for
game 6.
The closeout game.
But were you stressed before that game?
No, because I knew
you felt like they were going to play good.
Yeah, I like tweeted it the morning of that game. I was like, I know we're going to actually take care of business tonight. Like, there's no way we let them do it again, and then we meet them in Boston for Game 7. Like, that's not happening.
I felt confident they would win.
Yeah.
I didn't think they'd win by 38, though. I'll be honest. I did not see that coming. But I did think they were going to win the game.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Good defense by Cat.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what you want. If you're the Knicks, you want Pascal just dancing with the ball. That limits their ball movement.
Okay.
I like that from Hart. I want him to take the 3. Look how the Pacers just push it off of him.
Yeah.
Crazy. No, good block, Bridges.
Nice.
Wow. The Knicks defense has been really good in this quarter.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's good. Oh, just short.
OG getting ready to check back in.
Yeah, I'm hoping this pace doesn't take a toll on them in the second half.
See, that's the thing to watch for. It's like, because Indy just does this, and it's like, all right, now the Knicks have to sustain this for a whole other half while playing a shorter rotation. But so far, I mean, you could ask for, I guess, a better start, but they've handled this really well, I think.
I mean,
Josh Hart makes that face multiple times every game, bro.
So, Deuce played 13 minutes. Some of that had to do with Brunson having 2 fouls, but I thought the 7 they got from Payne was huge. Payne took 6 shots.
Oh, Indy's actually 10 for 13 from 3. The Knicks were 2 for 6 earlier, so I read that wrong earlier. So my mistake. They're 4 for 8 now. The Knicks are, and Indy's 10 for 13 apparently. So there's that. But I felt like they missed more than 3 free throws in this game, but it's what it is. %58 effective field goal percentage.
Oh man, they can't give Brunson that look. That was a good look for Brunson. Couldn't hit that.
Why is Miles Turner running like that? Oh, I thought he was hurt. Wow.
They're being very physical with Brunson in the backcourt. They've been doing that from the jump. The first possession, they were face guarding him all the way. But it hasn't got the Knicks out of their offense though, which I've liked.
But this is
Just
what
gotta
they
move the
want to
ball
pressure.
around.
That's the other thing they want to do to wear you out. They want to pressure you the entire 94 feet up the court.
Oh, man.
Wow.
OG sometimes always has these like slips where I'm
Stumble
like,
moments.
yeah, I'm like, yo, how did you stumble there? Like,
He's a bit of a klutz. That was good defense by
it
Mikal.
was good defense.
I'll live with that.
Why didn't Tyrese grab the ref? They like grabbed each other. Did he hit him by accident and was apologizing? What happened there? He has to shoot.
Knicks ball.
Oh, yeah. That's our ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good hustle. Good box by OG. He's mad. He's mad at himself slipping on that turnover.
Everyone's going to
at
be
that.
mad all series, especially this guy. This guy right here.
Where are you on Tom Thibodeau, Mill? Like, are you do you think he saved his job? Or you still think this team, are you one of the people that thinks, yeah, that look away said a lot to me. So wait, you wanted Tom Thibodeau out of here before the playoffs?
That's not a no.
I don't know. I felt very conflicted because there was a huge push for it.
Yes, from some of the fan base there was.
I felt like we at least needed to see what was going to happen in the playoffs before I could make a final assumption like, hey, he's out. Regardless of what happens, if we even go to the finals, he's out. So I couldn't say that. And we beat Boston, which a lot of us thought were impossible. We beat Detroit. And now we're at a point where in the first ECF since 2000, I think that his job shouldn't be on the line.
I agree.
We're in a good position right now, and I don't think people should be thinking about that.
I agree. We should be thinking. I had to ask, but we should be thinking about.
Yeah.
Can this team get to the finals?
It's a very conflicting issue.
It is.
I understand some people's point of view. Like, there's definitely some things during the game that you want to be changed, whether it's adjustments, subs, just his coaching methods in general.
I think that's every coach now, though.
Yeah.
No, there's no
honestly,
perfect coach.
I don't know what the alternative for who Knicks fans would. The Knicks fans who would want him gone.
Wait, what?
Moving screen.
I mean, Reggie's right about that.
He has like 2 or 3 of those a game.
Always, and it's like, what are you doing?
Nice replay of the foul there. Thank you, TNT.
I don't know why we needed a cat looking at the camera. Away from the camera. That didn't do anything for us.
It's like yesterday. The audio for the Western Conference Final game was trash last night. ESPN
I heard that.
Kept having, I'm like, man, come on. And the crowd, you couldn't really hear them that well.
Don't give him that space.
See, and look at that. The Knicks had a 9-point lead. Now it's right back to 1.
Mill said it. No lead is safe. Honestly, 20-point leads, you're kind of like, yeah. I knew he was going to get one.
Yeah. Some people will call that foul bait, and I call that shot making. That's good.
Agreed.
That was good.
That's how you do it.
You're going to see a lot of that from me, Smith, in this series.
Look, and last year people were calling, Nembhard was like the Brunson stopper. I think Brunson is taking that a little bit personally.
I think that's unfair to Nembhard and Nesmith. Because,
I think so too.
I don't know why people will call them that. They're really good defenders, but there's just certain guys you're not going to stop.
Nah, you hope to contain it.
Geez.
Oh my God, he had all day to shoot that 3.
And Miles Turner,
wow, missed.
Miles Turner would have gotten that rebound.
I always think when you get these kind of breaks, you got to score on this.
Yeah.
Oh, Nesmith went down holding.
I like Cat resetting here.
Nesmith is in pain.
What's he doing here?
No foul?
Nesmith is not running up the court.
Okay.
Great job by Josh.
He took off from too far.
We got it right there.
Brunson.
I thought that was going up.
And 1.
That was close.
See if Nesmith comes out. He tweaked his knee, it looked like.
Knicks got to find I think if the Knicks find a way to close this quarter strong and go into the half up, it's going to bode well for them because, it felt very good for them to go into the end of the first quarter up, but they can win 2 quarters. It's going to give them a lot of confidence.
Definitely.
Cat's been good. Outside of the dumb fouls, he's been good. Are you bothered that Reggie Miller is on the call for these games? Is that because you did not get to like? Do you hate Reggie Miller because you didn't get to watch him in his heyday? Do you just still hate him because he played for the Pacers?
Yeah, I still have a little bit of hatred in there. I know I didn't get to watch it live, but I've seen that, that little choke
that was
all over.
I don't even like it. Yeah, that bothers me.
It
takes me back to a place.
Yeah, I think it's a little unfair that he's calling these games.
Yeah, you want him out. But see, this is the way I'm looking at it, Mel. If the Knicks send the Pacers home in the series and Reggie Miller is the one calling, this is the last TNT broadcast of them having the NBA. I'm here for it. Let's send Reggie Miller home and happy.
So a couple big things. Neesmith tweaked his knee. He's out right now, and Nembhard has 3 fouls, which means good things for Jalen Brunson in particular, because those are the 2 guys who are primarily going to guard him, as well as TJ McConnell. So
he went back to the locker room.
We didn't see
or
that.
He's just out
he's
on the bench.
No, he's on the bench.
Okay.
You see him on the bench? Yeah. I can't tell. I see Nembhard for sure, but Nembhard's just in foul trouble.
Wait, now I'm looking for him. Is that?
TJ McConnell's going to be very annoying now.
Yes, he is. This sucked for the Knicks because they should have got this rebound.
It's funny because Haliburton would prefer him to get others involved and not have to score. I think you're right. I think that was Jadakiss.
Yeah.
And Joe Budden's sitting right behind him and Fat Joe.
They've been at a lot of these games. All these celebs have. Have you been? No, you were at a game in the first round, right?
I went to the first game against Detroit.
Yeah, you were there. And did you go to any second round games?
No, I was just outside at the watch parties.
Oh, so you actually stayed in the watch party outside in the plaza?
Yeah, I went to, I think it was either 1 or 2 during the Boston series. I mean, it's probably really fun and good if you're in the front because you can see. If you're at the back,
I forget you were not. You're a little vertically challenged, right?
Yeah. Right. So it's hard to keep up just because it's not a good view if you're short. Then I headed over to the stairs so I could see a little bit. It's strange because I'm watching through the Penn Station little monument there.
They have there, right?
The location's interesting, but they've been fun. I mean, a lot of people show up.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people showed up.
I'm curious if they continue to do it because I know
they did. And I walked by tonight because now what they're doing tonight is right down the street at Radio City. They have a watch party inside there. So I walked by this. I literally came from Boston and I was walking by and there was nobody there. And I was like, oh, yeah, they're doing the watch party at Radio City. So
I wonder how that's going.
Now.
Yeah, I haven't looked at anything on Twitter to see yet. Oh, nice finish, Brunson. Good finish to close.
With Siakam on him, too. They threw length on him and it didn't work. He was too quick. Look at them slowing them down, too. They're going to put up a tough shot.
Whoa.
Wow, good close to the quarter for the Knicks.
Wow, nearly 70 points.
Damn, who would have thought that?
I didn't think we get this many points right away, but the first quarter, there was like
damn, that was a good crossover. That was a great crossover.
That's going on the highlight reel for him.
All right, Knicks fans, how we feeling? Up 69 and 62 at the half. I think you got to be very happy about this. If you are a Knicks fan, it's really good. You know what we do every time at halftime? We're going to step aside for a little bit, relax, stretch our legs. We come back. Mill will be joining us. We'll have more questions for her and see if the Knicks can get this Game 1 win. We'll be right back in the New York Out game live watch party for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. See y'all in a little bit. All right, we are back. New York Got Game, live Knicks watch party. Dexter, Henry, Brian Fonseca. A good friend, the homie Mill Media, is here. She got to see pretty much all the second quarter. Everybody is feeling pretty good about things, although Mill just told us she would rather have Mike Breen on the broadcast than have to see Reggie Miller.
Even though I love Kevin Harlan, but I know that's not a Kevin Harlan thing. That's more of a Reggie Miller thing.
Yeah. Mike Breen does it best.
Oh, he's uh-oh.
Waiting for the triple bang.
I thought
we all are.
There's like 7 different times I thought they were going to shoot in this possession.
God, I thought OG was going to shoot.
So we're off to a kind of somewhat chaotic start.
Oh, that's a foul.
That's a foul. And it's funny. I don't think they needed that level of help either.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to be that aggressive.
Like the Knicks were going to have to force a shot up. See his eye?
Yeah. He still got that mark on his eye. I think the Knicks get to the line, too, could be really key in this series. Like, if they can get to the line, I think could be really
When
cool.
is the last
Slowing
time
down
we've
the game.
seen this?
Mikal Bridges at the line?
Mikal Bridges shooting free throws.
Oh, wait. And he missed.
And he missed. Aaron Nesmith, by the way, who got hurt in the second quarter, is back in the game.
It's funny. I had meant to check to see if there was any update on that.
Yeah.
I didn't see.
So that's Pacers can't really afford to lose him.
He missed both. Okay.
You
can already.
What were those shots too? He looked funny doing
used to being there.
Not yet. Yeah, you're probably right about
His
that.
first free throw since the Pistons series. He didn't have a single free throw against the Celtics.
He had a free throw against really?
None.
You know, I want to say that's a problem.
No, because it is. Talk about that more. Why do you think it's a problem?
And I said I talked about that before the playoffs even started, that he was playing the most minutes in the league, and he probably still is. And he's not getting to the free throw line. You know, you'd figure that someone that's out there majority of the game would be getting to the free throw line at least a few times, you know, but he's not doing it. And I definitely thought it was a problem before the series started. Nice.
Good patience from OG. I agree with you, though. Like, it's a problem. He's way more comfortable pulling up.
I think he should especially try to do it if he's having an off game, like at least attempt that.
Yeah.
The problem is though, Mill, and Game 6, as Brian referenced, he went 2 for 2 in that game, right? The problem is
who went 2 for 2 in what game?
Bridges from the line when he was last at the free throw in the Game 6 against the Pistons. That was last.
The Pistons.
Yeah,
he went 2 for 2 from the line in that game.
He was 6 for 7 in that series. So 1 free throw a game, basically.
Knicks getting in and kicking. I do like that. What I was gonna say, the problem with Bridges is he's always shying away from contact.
Yeah.
So he's not seeking it when he goes to the basket. Even when he goes, it's very rare. It's rare than we at the free throw line is him going all the way and finishing on a layup. Like sometimes he gets there and he'll have the space. He'll still like fade back.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a little frustrating to me with him. But if he's being aggressive and cooking in the mid range, I'm like, that's great. But when he's fading away, which he did a lot early in the season, I don't want to kill him in this game because he's actually been really good and aggressive on offense.
But you want him to add that dimension.
Yes, you liked him to add that dimension to his game.
Definitely.
Oh, I like how
especially because when he was with the Nets and the Suns, like this wasn't like that big of an issue.
No.
The free throw rate is the worst it's been, lowest it's been.
Off his leg. They're saying he's telling
Josh, you got to get back against this team.
Yeah,
this is not a team you can be complaining to the refs.
You don't want to argue.
Yeah, you can't be doing that.
It went out like you got to keep going.
Nope, he tried to sell that.
He tried to,
Get it out. Oh, if Brunson could have secured that's off Brunson. I thought it was off Brunson's leg. Yeah, Pacers might have a point here. Yeah.
Are they going to challenge?
He's like, yo, chill. We're not doing that. He's like, yo, we're not challenging that.
I respect
it. No, save your challenge. Like,
yeah, Karl was like, man, just get down the court.
Yeah, I would never use it except for probably the fourth quarter or if you get a star in foul trouble, like in the second half.
Nesmith on tilt. He's flopping there.
Whoa.
That's a flop.
That one,
they're going to flop there.
But that one, they're going to give it to him because Brunson's shoulder just like caught him in the face. It looked like at least.
Come on.
I don't love that call either, but because he was teeing up for it, but like the way he put his shoulder into him, I felt like, yeah, they're going to call that.
Did his elbow even touch him?
I don't know.
Oh, this is before. Sorry.
A lot.
He was exaggerating
and
a lot.
They're holding hands and shit.
Yeah, this is the one you're talking about, Brian.
Yeah.
He didn't even touch him. He went to his chest. Ah, come on.
Are they reviewing it?
I think so. I think so. And then how is that not a foul there? Because that's not a basketball play.
Yeah, I feel like it's strange.
Do you think they overturned this one?
I don't really love this challenge by Tibbs. I probably would have.
That's the thing. Like, this is the type of call where it's like, all right, if you overturn it, how many fouls does Jalen Brunson even have?
2. Maybe that's why he wanted to do it.
I guess.
I don't love this challenge.
Yeah, this would be his 3rd, but like, I mean, it's not like it's not that big of a thing to me. I'd be like, look, whatever.
I kind of agree with you.
If I'm Tibbs, I'm like, look, it's a flop, but whatever, it's bullshit. But 3 fouls, he can continue to play. Like, I probably would hold it. But look, if they win the challenge, they win the challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely a believer in keeping your challenge.
I agree.
Until the 4th.
Fourth
And
quarter.
then-
I actually like what Rick Carlisle did there. He was like, "Nah, we're not gonna do this."
That's
Like,
what we should have done. Honestly.
yeah, I don't. This also doesn't feel like one is gonna really swing the momentum.
That's
like,
why I'm like, what's the
Yeah.
big?
kind of like it's not. You're doing fine. The Pacers haven't really come out and shot the ball that well, so that's crazy.
This is the worst commercial of the playoffs.
Is it?
This commercial sucks, bro. Like, I'm cool with Will Ferrell, but like I just hate singy-songy ass commercials when the person can't singy or songy.
Is he
Like, I
singing?
don't like that. Yeah, he's singing.
Oh.
He's singing in the commercial. No, get this Will Ferrell shit out of here, man.
So
No.
are you angry at singing commercials, Mil?
Mm,
Brian also hates
I
movies.
can see that perspective.
You remember the Thunder commercial last year with SGA?
Yes.
The What a Pro Wants?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember
That
that.
shit was the worst.
They overplayed that way too
That
much.
was-
Yeah. The one that they have now is a lot better, where they all wearing the
the
same
same blazer.
shit. And that, like, that's way much better commercial. I
That-
would even say it's a good commercial. This one,
Get it
like,
out of here.
not to get a stickler about commercials, because ultimately, who cares? We have a game to watch. But like the Will Ferrell commercial just pisses me off.
Well, okay. Brian also hates movies. So he's a movie.
That's
head.
that's not true. Mill, don't
Doesn't
look at
like
me like that.
He doesn't like
No
movies.
movies.
I'm telling you.
No,
Come
He's
on.
See, this is-
anti-movies.
This is the thing he says.
Is it like
because-
is it like your attention span can't?
No,
be that
don't
long?
listen to him. No.
No, actually, do listen to me. Listen to me.
No, it's just I haven't been to a theater in forever. So he's like, you hate movies.
Years?
Oh yeah, before COVID.
Whoa.
For
What's
sure
the last
before
movie?
COVID.
What's the last movie you went to see?
Watch It Be Sinners.
I don't know.
You didn't see Sinners?
No, I
Okay.
didn't. I don't know. Honestly, might
Oh.
be years for me too. But I still like movies. But I just watch them at home.
Yeah.
So,
Although I
yeah.
haven't seen one in a while at home, but yeah.
See, because he hates movies.
What's that? I did rewatch something a few years ago. I don't remember what it was.
Wait,
It's-
you were telling me a couple years ago that I needed to see Cocaine Bear. You didn't see that in the movies, or you saw that at home?
No, I didn't say you
Okay.
needed to see it. I
Alright.
said that I want to see it, but then the reviews came out and they were like, it's okay. So I was like, all right. Because silly shit like that, I was like, oh, but there is another movie coming out that looks interesting that I might see, but we'll see the reviews on it first.
Hold on, let's see what happened here. I don't like that call.
See, I don't think they overturned that.
Unsuccessful challenge.
There was a lot of
Look
contact.
at them talking to each other.
There's a lot of talking. Brunson's like, I'm gonna cook you. You about to get cooked.
I didn't think.
I don't like that challenge.
I don't. Yeah.
I still don't like. I said
Like,
it before.
In the spirit, I get it. Like, it was a flop, but there was also enough contact to where they're not going to overturn it. If that makes
Yeah.
sense. Like, both things could be true.
Mhm.
Yo, he's hitting that
He's been
shot.
comfortable in the mid range. Yeah, Cat's been dropping a lot on him.
See how he has his arms up?
He's
Yeah.
ready to cook.
He didn't want the
Yeah,
makeup.
He's
I
ready.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I think Brunson. That might have been the worst thing that they even made that call. I might light a fire on the Brunson now.
He's the guy I'm not worried about in this. in this
Siakam on
matchup.
Bridges. I don't like this matchup.
Yeah, I don't like that
Yeah.
either.
Mm.
Bridges is too small.
This is why they had OG on him earlier.
Hmm
OG could withstand the strength a little bit better. But then, like, I mean, Pascal's super crafty. Honestly, he doesn't get enough credit.
Crowd is all over Neesmith. Oh, I thought that pass.
I don't know how he
I
made
thought
that
he was.
pass.
I thought his pass was trying to get it to Bridges actually in the corner.
I think he was,
I think
and
he
then
wasn't.
he adjusted like at the very, very last second.
I thought it was going
Notice
to
that
be a
they're
turnover.
slowing the Pacers down a little bit too.
They have. That's
Yeah.
a good point, Brian. Yeah, they have. Good help by OG.
That was almost a
overhelp.
travel.
Yeah.
Why are the Knicks trying to run? Is my question.
You know something
Take him.
I didn't even talk
He's
about.
open.
Yeah, see, this is why.
Waited late.
And now you're playing their game.
That's exactly what they wanted.
Yep. Good
That
timeout.
pass is so ugly.
It was. Because you passed it on the way down
Yeah.
of the shooting motion.
No, I know. It's like, when you press A
Look at
when
that.
you're in the air.
Look.
He pressed
Oh, yeah.
he pressed
And
X
his
at the
legs
last
went around.
second.
Oh, that looked bad. All right, 3-point game here. So
Every play matters.
I agree. It's gonna get tighter
This
here.
entire series.
And it's gonna be the little things that really decide it.
Suni Lee is there at the game.
Oh.
That's a good sign. But wait, how many points does OG
I was
have right
gonna
now?
say, I was literally gonna look it up. Damn,
Maybe.
he has 5.
Okay.
Maybe the Suni Lee OG connection is not what we thought it was.
He's also a team worst -6. Plus minus is not everything.
What were you gonna say? Maybe what?
Sometimes there's so much pressure on him
He
whenever
tenses
these
up.
Celebrities
these
show
people
up. So we should keep Suni Lee away from the games, is what we're saying.
Yeah, because there was another time, I don't know if it was her or Anne Hathaway or someone else that showed up again, and he just didn't perform at all.
I think it was Anne Hathaway in the last series, and he didn't play good. I think it was a game 3, I think it might have been, and he didn't play good. Yeah.
You won't always play well in front of your crush.
We should make a list of the people who should be and should not be at the Knicks game. Like we talked about this before. You know how they say once a Knick, always a Knick?
Yeah.
I don't think all the Knicks should be allowed to come back. Like some Knicks shouldn't come back.
Yeah, like J.R. Smith came to one game.
I'm fine with J.R. Smith coming back.
Right, he came and then we lost. It was.
Also, if you lose, you don't get to come back.
There's this vibe that's like, if you came for the first time in a while, I don't like that energy.
Oh, right. So you haven't been around. See, I was saying that before about Tim Thomas. Tim Thomas I've seen Tim Thomas in multiple games this year. He's always around the team.
We were saying if certain people just show up.
Yeah.
Okay, I just thought of one because you were not a fan of his Knicks tenure. I don't know how you felt.
Who is it?
If Raymond Felton popped up at a game.
No. I want to be. Let me say something before people get on me. I was a fan of Raymond Felton's tenure with the Knicks. I loved his first couple of years in the Knicks. And then when Raymond Felton was out of shape, and I'm not going to slander Raymond Felton.
This is after 54 win.
After 54 win season. I'm not going to slander Raymond Felton. Raymond Felton, guest of the show, has been on the show before. We love you, Raymond, doing great stuff down in Dallas.
Could have legitimately been an all-star.
Yes, we thought he should have been an all-star. He stopped playing good towards the end of his tenure, and then he was what I call a drive to the airport candidate.
Okay.
You got to get somebody out of town. I was going to drive him to JFK, get him out of town. But I love Raymond Felton. No, Raymond Felton can come back, and I think he would get good cheers. But see, if Raymond Felton comes back, he's got to come and sit with Amare.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Group.
Yeah, he's got to be with the group. If he's with Amare, cool.
Yeah.
I mentioned Landry Fields because he just got fired by the Hawks. If he shows up, you said that's not acceptable?
No, we don't need Landry Fields.
How would the crowd react, you think? I'm actually asking you this. How do you think the crowd react, Mill, if Jeremy Lin showed up to the game?
Oh, I've been waiting for that. Okay.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen that.
Yeah, how's that not happened yet?
Although I don't know how his relationship is with the organization, but I know MSG had a Linsanity week not too long ago.
How has he not been back for a playoff game? That's really good. You said that was your introduction to fandom.
And I'm sure you're not alone.
I would love to see him back here. I know a lot of people feel otherwise because I actually tweeted a tweet and it was just like Knicks alumni I want to see at the game. And Jeremy Lin was one of them, but a lot of people had conflicting views. Like,
was it on Twitter?
He left us. Yeah.
Okay, so people are just always mad.
What? Because he went to the Rockets?
Yeah.
And because you know what Knicks fans hold against him too, because they're like, oh, why didn't he play in the playoffs even if he wasn't 100%? Remember that was the whole thing.
I forgot about that. Jeremy Lin gave this franchise moments when they weren't having moments.
He is part of a team that got to the playoffs.
Yeah,
I have no exciting. I mean,
going to the basket.
Okay.
Okay.
He did, but
he didn't fade away. He did a runner half the glass, but he did. Wow. Hey,
nice off the glass, nice touch.
Oh, good pass. No look.
Oh,
Big
Thought
miss.
that
I thought that was going into.
I mean, Cat gave him so much space, so I was expecting.
Still only
that.
has 1 3, Dex.
You know what I was gonna look at the someone shout out to Barbershop Talk podcast. I was on their podcast last
Stephen
week.
A could be a jinx too. Barbershop.
How about a Pablo Prigioni appearance?
Well, he's a
Oh.
coach.
He's a
but he
coach
can't.
for the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's busy.
Busy.
Yeah.
He's on Timberwolves.
He's a coach.
He can't be.
But I wouldn't be
us.
mad at Pablo Prigioni showing up.
I was gonna say Barbershop. Joe Budden is at the game, and they are winless with him in the playoffs when he's there.
no.
They're like 0-3, so they have to overcome that as well. Game 6, he had seats. He gave them to his dad, and they ended up winning.
That's
So-
in.
Woo!
I only know this because he
Nice.
said it on the show today.
Nice job. I was looking at the Josh Hart triple double watch, and it is very well alive.
Where we
8
at?
points, 9 boards.
9 boards.
Oh, 3 assists. Only 3
We got
assists.
the over on rebounds.
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
The double is
is still there.
is
You
looking
know what's
good.
funny? He had all 3 assists in the first quarter and nothing since.
Yeah, he got him quick too.
Yeah, he
It
got
was
him
like
quick.
in that run where no
Yeah.
one could miss in the first 5-6 minutes.
Probably because Payne was chucking up like 5 threes.
I think
in
he
the
had an
second
assist
quarter.
on. I think yeah, well, that's true. Took the ball out of his hands.
Ooh.
The cat was about to go crazy. if he
There's
didn't get
always
that
so
call.
much contact on his drives from both parties.
His drives like it's a little hard to watch.
That is Jada
It's-
Kiss, Fat Joe.
They
and
look
Cece's
clunky,
bad.
right?
They
make
look
you-
clunky, and I mean, if they go in, I'm happy, but it's a little tough to watch sometimes.
Cat's drives are like watching a quarterback who doesn't really scramble.
Yes.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
Look. But he got hit. He got hit right there. He got hit.
But
You know, it actually looked like he got hit more than he did.
but this is why sometimes he doesn't get the calls because at the very end,
He's extending.
and the refs are like, "Yo, like, what do you want us to do?" You know, and he flails around a lot, but he does get bumped. I mean, he's a hard guy not to hit if he's driving.
Yo,
Yeah.
So
you
big.
guys really got to be thinking about the Jeremy Lin. Like, how is he not?
I'm
come back?
surprised.
Well, like, does anyone remember the last time they've seen him like
Do anything.
around the Knicks or anything with the Knicks since he left?
No,
That's what
No,
I'm
just
saying.
that one MSG thing that I mentioned, but like.
but he wasn't. Did he
I don't
talk
know.
to him for
I
that?
wonder if they interviewed him for any of that. is
I
what
don't
would
know.
wanna
I didn't
see.
watch it. I don't know.
If they might have. They might have.
Okay, now Nick Federico's trolling in the chat. He said, "How about Andrea Brignani?" Goodbye.
Bye.
No, absolutely not.
Oh my god, the
Goodbye,
guy who
Nick.
thought he could fly. No, thank you. No, thank you.
He was supposed to be the continuation of the 54 win legacy.
Mm.
The second
Him and
option.
Melo. Yeah.
The second option.
I knew that was trade was going to work. From
Can
the
I look
beginning.
up that trade or do you not want to?
It's Marcus Camby and Steve Novak in a first-round pick, if I remember correctly.
Jesus, you really have that seared into your
Yeah,
memory.
it was traumatic. So I do have it seared into my memory. It was traumatic.
What's traumatic was watching him go up
Oh my god!
over two. What was it? Two
Oh,
or three
wow.
guys.
What a play by Obi Toppin.
Was.
And a
And
pass.
just ruining his
Oh,
good
season.
closeout.
Nice.
Got it right back. Wow.
Oh, just
Yo.
running rare people. That's a great finish.
It was very
That was a good
captivating 10
finish.
seconds of basketball.
That
for
was.
both
With some-
sides.
There were a lot of things you like. That's really good. That's really good. And somebody
Oh,
did something
he's
great.
taking it?
Here's a fadeaway. No.
Look how shocked you were, Mildy. He was going to the basket.
Nemhard on Cat. Is he going to drive
He's gonna pull up.
or hand it off? Yes, yeah, good look there. See, one of the things I said in my preview with
he's mad.
Gerard was they could throw Matherin on Brunson too because he has length and he's defending now. Not that he's going to stop him, but they're going to try and slow him down with length. So Brunson's going to see Matherin. He's going to see Neesmith and Nemhard obviously too. I think they
Good
don't want.
defense by Brunson.
That's
He didn't need to.
In his
landing
landing zone.
space.
He didn't need to do it too. That's the thing.
He's mad. From
That's
the previous
4 now,
play.
right?
Oh,
That's 4 now, and they can't challenge it.
It's funny because this would have been a more challenging play. Great
What a
closeout.
block. And
Great
then look at
recovery.
this. Look at this.
okay, but
finish.
that finish.
Yeah, that's tough. Because he had to contort his
Oh,
body
wow.
underneath.
Did you like Obi Toppin when he was with the
Oh
Knicks?
my god, one of my favorite Knicks when he was here. I had his jersey. Really sad to see him go. I wanted to see him get more minutes along with Randall. I didn't want to see him replace Randall, obviously, because
Well, you were part of the more minutes for. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember arguing that with Knicks fans.
It was hard to play them together.
It was hard to play
yeah,
together.
it was an issue.
I wish
Yeah.
Tibbs tried it more, but I understood why he couldn't.
There were
Um,
Knicks fans who wanted to trade Randall to make space for Obi Toppin. again.
See, that wasn't me.
That
That,
was a little
wasn't
too
me. Okay.
She was like, nah, it's too far.
There were people
Too
that wanted
far.
to automatically put him in the starting spot. That's not what
Yeah.
I wanted.
Yeah, no.
Just a few more minutes.
Looking at that play again,
Haliburton had stuck his leg out a little bit, which he is prone to do.
I have the Andrea Bargnani trade.
Why do we have to do that?
Because you missed a couple pieces.
There are more pieces in there.
We'll get to that at the next dead ball.
Oh God.
We'll get to that at the next dead ball.
And
Brunson. That's count?
He did the thing that people are gonna shit on him on Twitter for.
Well, so what?
Where he cocked his head back.
Haliburton.
I'm surprised they left him in too.
I'm not surprised at that actually.
Yeah, what am I saying? You're right.
That was embellishing the foul.
See, that's what I'm saying.
That sure was. That sure was.
Like this is.
If the refs are gonna blow their whistle.
Yo, Matthew was like, "What?"
I told you, man. Growing the hair was the best move for his career, because now he's never gotten to the free throw line this much. I tell you just whip that back. He's 25. Jesus, I think he's gonna have 30 a lot in these.
This is a great series for him,
but it can't just be just for him.
Look at Robinson.
I was just about to say we hadn't seen Mitch.
We're gonna see him close this out.
Listen to
Oh
the
my
crowd.
God, the quick feet! Look at that.
Good closeout. Oh my God, that's a great shot by Haliburton. I can't be mad. There's been some great shot making in this game.
Both teams.
That's what the Pacers do.
And now Brunson.
He's gonna cook Mathurin.
Miles met him at the level.
Pass.
Don't love that shot. But there's Mitch. You can hold the ball. You don't have to rush. Jeez.
Nice.
That's in.
Yeah. Brunson getting to his spots.
They don't want Haliburton to guard him.
Yeah.
No. Brunson that's why that Haliburton and Mathurin in pick and roll, he's gonna like to attack that. They're trying to get Mitch on him.
Surprised Miles didn't shoot that.
Oh no.
Bridges Miles was stealing Bridges. They didn't get it to him.
They should have got it to him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Way
What
too
was
far.
that?
Yeah. I was nervous about Turner.
I thought they were going to
Bridges.
find him.
Yeah, I thought they were going to try to find him.
Timeout.
Airballed over Robinson.
Yo, Mitch has 4 offensive rebounds?
I mean, that's regular for him in the playoffs.
I think they said he's averaging the most offensive rebounds per minute.
Yeah.
There was a report, something like that.
It might not. I'd be surprised if it's close.
Yeah, all four of his rebounds are offensive rebounds today.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That's what they needed from him in this series. That's what's gonna make him playable, is if he just keeps rebounding like crazy. So the Bargnani trade real quick.
Oh my God. We don't need this.
I was surprised when they did it too. It was Camby, Novak, Quentin Richardson was also part of that. Who you forget was on that 54-win team because they signed him right at the end of the season. A 2014 second-round pick who became Xavier Thames, so not consequential. A 2016 first-round pick who became Jakob Poeltl, who's a solid NBA center. And a 2017 second-round pick who became Jonah Bolden, who had a little bit of a moment. Who I believe, Australian national team.
I guess the trade isn't as bad as I might have felt, but it still was Andrea Bargnani.
No, the first round pick was the killer. I think that was my takeaway at the time. It was like, yo, you do all that, but without the first round pick, then whatever. The first round pick, which became a good player, like that's ultimately like.
All right, we ain't gonna talk about Andrea Bargnani is not coming back to the Garden. Okay, if not, me and Mill gonna have to go and drag him out ourselves. Like,
I bet you he had a lot of Knicks fans excited because, like, you know, the Italian Knicks fans who were
Dante DiVincenzo, he's not. I'll see. Just Fred said Knicks playing tough D. I think the Knicks defense has been really good since the first quarter.
Yeah.
But they haven't been able to get that, get it over 10.
Good screen by Mitchell Robinson.
Fade away. It's like tense moments for the Knicks because they just can't pull away in this game.
That's the thing. It's like you don't want this team to linger.
Oh,
but the Pacers would feel the same. It's like these are the two teams you don't want to linger.
A campaign gets second half minutes. Haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah. Watch that. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I knew they were going to give that to him. Thomas Bryant, man.
I want to see that replay.
Let's see.
Yeah, Mitch needs some defensive rebounds is what we need.
How many guys in this series have a title? PJ Tucker has one. Thomas Bryant has one.
Who did Thomas Bryant win a title with?
Denver.
Oh, yeah, that's
OG?
right.
He was a third string.
OG has
OG
one.
and Siakam.
Yep.
Probably should have mentioned those two first.
I think that's it. Does Campaign have one? No, finals.
Yeah.
No,
so.
finals. He was with the Suns.
Yep.
That's what it was. That might have been it. Yeah, Thomas Bryant, just verified. He has one. Third string center for the Nuggets that year. A lot of former Lakers in the series also.
Knicks need to close this. They've closed their quarter strong. They need to do this one again here.
Mm-hmm. Pacers felt like they haven't had the lead in a minute.
They're trying to get it to Cat.
On Nesmith.
Yeah. Need the doubles coming. You got to hit Deuce there.
They're not finding the open man fast enough.
Yeah. Oh, they got it. Bridges made the right play there, but Deuce was wide open before that.
Mm-hmm. Siakam's getting ready to check back in.
Good D. Nice rebounds.
Does Obi Toppin do the same exact things he did for us?
With Indy?
Yeah, with Indy.
Yeah, I think he might shoot more threes now. Because he's had
hang
some
out in the
games.
corner.
He did take it above the break three.
He cuts
earlier.
He cuts like a lot. Also.
That's good. Oh,
that looked really good too.
Oh, man, I thought that was down.
His shot looks real good today. Oh wow!
This guy, foot on the line.
He's not a knockdown 3-point shooter. He doesn't shoot a
That's not fair to Cat there. That's not fair to Cat. He came up in there over his back and went down. That's a bad call.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't know what Cat's supposed to do there. I really don't know. Now, Cat has that face like every other foul.
Every foul.
I really look at this. What's he supposed to do? Obi actually grabbed his hand. What's he supposed to do?
Probably actually box
out. That's fair. That's fair. That is fair. I can't argue that.
I think you slide over because that's the thing. He saw Obi. He saw him from behind, but then he just kind of stuck his arm out, and then that's what it was.
That's fair.
He boxes out, and then he gets it over the back.
He actually looked to put a body on him. He would have done better.
Yeah, that's just
too easy.
That's just pure hoops for Pascal.
One possession game.
He has 12. That's it. Campaign. All right, so the Knicks are 8 deep officially.
Yeah, and the Campaign's gotten second half minutes.
No
which we haven't
pressures.
seen in a while.
Cat is getting
this
bumped.
is a terrible possession.
Oh God.
He actually got by Matherin too.
Knicks ball. Is it? Yeah.
You know, I can tell Cat's very, very frustrated because he's getting bodied, bumped, but they're not saying anything.
He needs to sit.
Yeah, but he's got. You know what, Mill? You're right about that. We're seeing from him, but the Knicks have to start adjusting to, the refs are not calling stuff. You saw that in the Detroit series. They get down. You got to adjust to that,
Definitely. I mean, I think we've seen him have a problem with that, complaining to the refs a lot. I don't want to see that at all this series because this is a team that moves fast-paced. So if you're complaining, you're already behind. You're giving them the lead.
And that's how you respond. You go right there and you try to attack. I have to give a shout out to my producer, Nikolai, who actually has decided to not be an asshole today. And he gave me an update for a Mets score that was positive. The Mets won 5-1. Nice. Mets scored 5 runs. Are you a Mets fan or a Yankees fan?
I'm not too much into baseball? But okay. Mets.
Because you're from Queens.
Yes, exactly.
That means we're both
Mets fans. Exactly. Nice.
Good here.
Great.
Glad to snap the losing streak.
Yeah. There's a lot of people outside the studio here. A lot of Yankee energy here. Yeah. They're all lovely people sometimes. Although I was just in Boston and
did the Subway series divide everyone?
Here? No, I mean there wasn't too much trash talking. Extreme way. I was in Boston for the Mets Red Sox. I went to the game last night in Boston, and the Red Sox fans were booing Mets fans who were saying nothing. They were just obnoxious. But when I hit them with how those Celtics doing, they didn't like that.
Oh,
they did not like that. They did not like that at all.
Oh my God, that's perfect.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm not fighting anybody over those sports, but sometimes you gotta give a little jab where you can. Oh,
yeah.
dangerous pass. Good rebound, OG.
Indy's offense has been really unsteady without Haliburton.
Yeah, they have. But this is where you might see the Knicks try to, make a push here. I'm thinking about what you said about the pressure on OG Mill. 2 for 7, not having a great game here today.
I don't know what to say about that, honestly. Can't show out some nights for these people courtside and then not do it the other nights. So
looks like he's shooting free throws.
Yeah. Oh, we gotta make a list of who can be courtside, who can be at the games. We gotta have a good list for that. Oh, come on.
I wonder where we're at with the hamstring. Also,
Yeah,
we talked
with
about that
him.
last series.
I thought about that with him and
I
being
forgot
able to
about
get some.
that.
Yeah, because look,
It was like something that was mentioned and then under the rug.
Yeah, and then
DeLon Wright getting minutes.
He played well at Game
Wait.
6. This is a defensive sub
for campaign. They're like, campaign, you might mess it up.
I like listen, I like DeLon Wright. I've always, even from when he was like Washington, Atlanta, like I've seen him play well in the playoffs.
I like plays like this.
He can't hit a shot this season. That's why he's not playing. But I thought he was gonna actually get some minutes because of his defense.
So you saw him before Precious Chua. I mean, I guarantee you only play these 30 seconds. Maybe we don't see him again.
But I also think he's not going to play Precious unless like Cat is in foul trouble, probably.
Right.
And Cat's been good today, and Mitch has done what he has on the rebound, so he probably doesn't need to. Probably doesn't feel the need to play him.
Josh was late there. That was on Josh. But I think Josh is also looking at McBride. Like he thought he was going to switch.
Yeah.
And he didn't switch.
Oh, he got a lot further than I thought he would.
Ooh.
I thought that was
that was online. All right, Knicks up 3 after the end of 3.
It's a little too close for my
I knew you were going to say that. It's like stressful times here. Barbershop Sports Talk said it was a bad call. Cat only has 5 boards, says Just Fred. Yeah, Cal has 5 boards, but what are the Knicks doing rebounding rise, right?
Yeah, are they winning the
Pacers?
It's 29-28. That's it.
28. It feels like they're winning by more on the rebounding battle.
Because offensively,
ones,
it's only 8-7. Pacers have caught up a little bit.
Yeah. Barbershop Sports Talk says, as long as Pascal is having a good game, I'm cool with the struggle for OG in this game. Just Fresh a Cat better crash the boards when he comes back.
I get that.
Nice to see DeLon in there. Hope he gets some more playing time, but I doubt it. I doubt that too.
I like DeLon Wright, man. I saw him. I remember the Heat Hawks series where he basically just shut down or helped shut down Tyler Hero like that entire series.
I mean, maybe there's, we've seen Tibbs make some adjustments. Maybe there's a situation where it comes to the second half where he feels like he needs DeLon Wright. You're looking at me like that's not necessarily the best thing.
I don't think Tibbs does that.
No.
Like,
I'm asking for too much.
that is not the Tibbs we know.
Not,
he doesn't. He likes his rotations, and I don't see him just. I mean, I get that play because it was, for defense.
Makes sense.
I don't see him staying around for the fourth quarter because we got to lock in now. 12 minutes, and we're not going to have DeLon Wright out there.
Now they need to steal some of these minutes. Usually, you let Brunson sit at the top of the fourth quarter. Like, do you let DeLon Wright play another 2 minutes? You go to campaign.
No.
Campaign
For sure.
See.
There's something. I mean, like I like DeLon Wright as well. I feel like there was a few games towards the end of the season
he
where he got
good.
minutes. And
Milwaukee played really good.
He played really good. He came out here and he took advantage of the few minutes he was getting.
Yeah.
And I like what I saw. But right now, I don't know. I don't see it there.
I had a question for you in that you've done some good interviews now. Is there a Knick player or personality or somebody that you haven't interviewed that you'd like to interview? Is there like a top of the wish list? You have one. You're nodding your head already.
Yes,
Who's top of the list?
many.
There's a lot. I haven't interviewed everybody, but
There's
somebody's top
so
of the list.
many. I mean, probably at number 1 for players is probably Melo.
Yeah. He's kind of moved to the top of my list now. Although
Right?
we're trying to make that happen. It might happen too. Try to make that
Yes, go for it. I mean, I was talking about it earlier, just how when I started watching him, I fell in love with the Knicks, and then I fell in love with basketball and just the way he played. I mean, he was such a bucket.
We got to ask you the question then that we've asked almost everybody who sat here, because you brought that up. Do you think his jersey number should be retired? His jersey should be retired.
You know what? Yes. Purely out of my fandom for him, I will say yes.
Okay.
You know, I know a lot of people will say no, and I understand that
We've
point of
had
view.
more people say yes. We got a couple.
Yeah.
Who said no? Somebody said no up here. I can't remember who said. So one person. might have said
JJ,
no.
was it?
I think JJ, John Schwepsey said no, but it had to happen if they also retired Bernard King's number.
I think you're right.
I think that was his take.
We gotta know. Was Sean a no? Might have been Sean. I don't remember. I don't want to misrepresent anyone.
We've asked almost everybody when Mellows come up about it.
So you've gotten more yeses than
I think
no's?
we've got more
Got
yeses
more
than
yeses.
no.
Yeah.
Definitely more yeses than no.
I said yes.
I think that
And Dex said
I'm indifferent to it. Like
you'll
if
say
it hap-
yes after you get an interview with him.
Yeah, oh man, Knicks could get a rebound there.
That was
I'm fine with it. Also, if it didn't happen, I wouldn't be like devastated about it either. I think it will happen though. And I think it'll probably happen next season.
Yeah, I want to remember his playing time as a Knick in some way.
Yeah.
Because he really came here and
But nobody wanted to come here.
yeah, and he changed. I know we didn't have a lot of playoff success when he was here, but in a way he changed the culture here where he just brought a different level to Madison Square Garden every night that we hadn't seen. And watching him play, it was incredible. Even if there were games we lost, just watching him as a player, like that was a gift itself. And he's had a lot of success and achievements just being on the Knicks. I mean, what was it? What was the highest he averaged? 28, nearly 29 points one year, and was that the scoring title? Yeah, that was the scoring title.
28.7.
Most points in a game.
Knicks history.
That was such an incredible game. Wow.
Yeah, that it was funny.
54-win team. Honestly, they would have had more team success too if they had better management around him. That's the thing.
I think that's something that's get talked about enough.
Yeah.
Like he'll get criticized for only winning one playoff series, but I think if they had they were still the dysfunctional Knicks, at that point. Whereas if they had the management they had now, they probably would have built a winner around him where they would at least win some series and win some rounds.
Definitely.
And things like that.
There's a lot of what ifs around that too.
Yeah, there is. But I think you're right that, people should look at his era as one where he definitely wanted to be here. I thought he could lob it up to Mitch. Oh, good screen by
Nice.
Mitch.
Scoop layup.
Yeah, too big. But this is also interesting. I should have mentioned this. We talked about Brunson not playing at the start of this quarter, and he is playing at the start of this quarter. So, good rebound.
So curious if he's going to get a break this quarter, if he's playing the whole
pass.
thing. Oh,
that's a tough catch going in the corner.
If it wasn't high, probably dunks that.
Yeah,
but he had to jump up to make sure he secured it.
I like this Bridges.
He usually gets closer than that.
Yeah,
when he does a fadeaway.
But he's concerned about the length of Siakam there.
Yeah, no, I get it. Oh, okay, never mind.
Wait.
Oh my God, is that on Brunson?
You got to call that one earlier.
Oh,
is that 5?
No.
Yeah, it is. Oh man.
See, that's the gamble with leaving him in early.
Yeah.
See,
wait.
Little hands there, and then here's where they call it.
He didn't get his hand back in time.
Look at the
Brunson.
forearm.
Yeah, he got him.
See,
he couldn't get his hand back quickly enough.
That's
good
huge.
slow-mo by TNT to catch that. Now, Cat's checking in. This is a bit.
That's huge.
Cat, who's been good today, this is a big stretch for him.
Yeah, and he's got it. He's going to have to cook.
Deuce now as well.
McConnell's such a smart player for that.
Yeah.
To attack Brunson. Man.
I'm a little surprised. I get a little surprised when smaller guards try to block shots from other smaller guards, but I get it because it's so tempting. I'm a little surprised Brunson bid on that like that. I'm watching it again, but easier said.
It's respecting the craftiness of McConnell. He likes to, he's so good under the rim at head faking.
This is how a dude like that stays in the league and is productive for this long. Though,
yeah, and we are watching a double big lineup here. So
yeah, against Siakam and Thomas Bryant. So the Knicks are going to have a size advantage in a lot of their lineups, at least on the front court.
I think it's big minutes here for Deuce, big minutes here for Cat, big minutes for his whole team. Role players going to have to step up. Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
OG needed that.
in between the legs and then let it fly.
If you watch Matherin, he wasn't even set, so OG was smart to rise up there. Like Matherin was not on steady ground at all that entire
See,
possession.
that's the type of shot you do for Sunni.
Okay, Cat. Okay.
That's true.
You got more?
Post up on Matherin.
OG!
Wow.
Get big.
Wow, Sudi
Taking
League, I like
over.
that one.
All right. OG getting
See,
big.
see how he's not. He's just like
Yeah,
happy
no
feeling.
balance. Oh,
Like,
man. Got him. Woo.
This is huge.
That's huge. We were talking about OG needed to step up.
and he takes
Yeah.
Matherin here again.
Because, you know,
Matherin's not small.
That's a
Like,
strong move, man.
It had to be someone. Brunson's out of the game right now.
Somebody had to step up. Yeah, and they got it. That separation, if they can win these minutes without Brunson, because Haliburton's not in,
yeah.
this is going to be huge.
Yeah.
I, I
sure.
do wonder if it makes Indiana try to put Haliburton in earlier now than probably Carlisle wants to, because he might be waiting for like that 8-minute mark because they like playing their depth. But
Yeah.
now he might force your hand a little bit.
Yeah, he might.
These things are important because
That'll be interesting to see.
because this series is every other day now.
Yeah.
So like this is series that's gonna wear on everybody.
It's a good point.
That's why the depth is so important this series.
Josh Hart's the only starter not to be in double figures. He's got 8 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists. So we need 2 more points from Josh Hart, another rebound for a double-double. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. The Pacers, they're doing their thing where they're well balanced. 4 of their starters are in double figures. So it's good. How we feeling, Knicks fans? Barbershop Sports Talk Podcast says this is huge, 5 fouls. I have faith in the bench to hold it down. And he says OG.
OG's gonna hold it down.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to be, especially because it's fourth quarter. It doesn't even need to be the bench. It just has to be like whatever their staggered lineup.
Whoever
is.
the role players have to step up. The
Yeah.
secondary, tertiary players. I mean, Cat
And Cat, who's a
was
all-star.
good defensively there. So whatever he can give you defensively, along with Mitch, it's huge. Like that.
Yeah.
That stuff is huge.
Yeah.
Something you and I said we would talk about it more here. You were talking about before. I did not realize you went to high school for journalism. Like you're studying and getting your degree in journalism now. I know you've been pursuing that. This is something you want to do. What made you decide to say, okay? People ask me this question all the time, so I'm glad to ask it to other people. What made you say, okay, this is what I want to do? I want to get in the media. I want to get in sports journalism. What made you decide to do it?
Okay, well, I need to hear your answer after. Okay.
You want to hear my answer?
Yeah.
Why?
I want to know your story.
You don't want to know my story.
Of course I do.
It's fine.
Um,
But I'll share my answer.
Gotcha. Well, when I was in high school, they taught us some journalism courses there, and they had a lot of electives to do with that. They had newspaper, they had broadcast, a bunch of different things, but I never thought I could pursue it into a career. I honestly wasn't sure because it's high school. You're not really thinking that far ahead too much. And so I was just taking those courses, and I thought it was really interesting, but I didn't know how to turn journalism into something I liked. For some reason, I kind of put sports journalism to the side, and I never really thought of it as a career. So after high school, sometimes you need a little break to think about things and to realize things, and that's kind of when I started my own page. And when I created my own page, I'm like, this is something that I enjoy doing is sports media, sports content. I like curating content around the sports media, New York sports, and that's how I put 2 and 2 together. Like sports journalism, that's, I already went to high school for this. I should start pursuing it in college and go that route as well, because I'm already doing the social aspect of it online.
Right.
So now it's time to get my actual credentials and, to get everything I need to enter the professional world. But I mean, it's definitely been a journey of a long one, because I didn't realize that right away. And I think that's the story for most, is it takes time to figure out what you want. And, it never occurred to me during high school that I could pursue something like sports journalism as a career. It didn't really occur to me at all. I mean,
Same here.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like.
Right?
I think what I always say to because I said you wanted to hear from me. Come on, Deuce.
Yeah.
fouls.
Okay.
That's huge.
We'll
though.
take that. 3 free throws.
That's huge.
Where was the foul? Was it like a landing space foul?
I think he got hit on the arm. Actually,
Let's
I
see.
said Deuce needed to step up. Let's look at this again before I say about my part of the
I don't
journey.
like this angle.
Oh, you got him.
Oh,
with the
it was
body.
just straight up his body.
Yeah, you got him with the body.
Just kind of speared him.
I don't think that when I always say this, I say, "Oh, he could that could have been a foul."
Oh,
Yeah, should have been a foul.
Oh, that's why he was
He
mad
was
when he
mad.
got up.
Yeah, that should have been a foul. I think that what I always say to people
Wow.
is, "Damn, come on, dude, just need these free throws." I always knew
Too
that.
many missed free throws.
I always knew that I love sports. There's no doubt about that. So I grew up a diehard Knicks fan. Was getting the paper every day. I could tell you everything about the Knicks. I love sports, but I never saw it as a career in high school.
Yeah.
I never thought that could be the way. It wasn't until I got to college and I was actually studying personal training at Pitt. But I wasn't doing good in these science classes. And I was just like, yo, this isn't for me.
Man,
Yeah.
science is
And then I
ass
saw some
that
people on like the TV station at school. One of my mentors, Jamoke Davis, doing it. And that kind of got me in. I got involved with that club and creating content and reporting. And then I switched my major. And that was really it for me because then I was like, oh, I've seen other people doing it.
Yeah.
I could do it. And so I kind of went into it. But yeah, I'd be lying if I said
That's
in
dope.
high school I wanted to do it because I had no idea. And I don't think I really thought until college and I started working it that I could definitely do it. Oh, good defense.
Nice.
Yeah.
Big stuff right there.
They're in great position right now. The Knicks are to finish this.
Oh, that's a foul.
Oh,
Yeah, nice.
I like it. But see, they got to start respecting the shot. I like it. I like that he's
back to
taking.
back.
This is like the most.
fouls.
This is the most threes Catters I think taken in a game since like maybe
The
game
Pistons
4
series,
against
Yes,
probably.
Pistons.
it definitely feels like that.
I thought,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, look at this.
Oh,
that's good.
Oh,
That's
that was a block.
That was a legit
I thought
block.
he just missed the dunk. And
That
then
was
over
a legit
here.
block. Yo, how's Reggie?
Oh, I
how's Reggie
see.
feeling right now?
I see what happened there. Neesmith got screened and he was off balance and ran into Cat, so that's a foul on Neesmith.
They're playing very well whenever
Very well.
Brunson's off the court.
Which is crazy because Brunson has clearly been the best player in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It-
Haliburton, I don't think he's still.
Brunson's got 31 points in 28 minutes and 5 assists. Probably not going to be thrilled about his 4 turnovers, but you're right. These are big minutes. These are big minutes for Cat. And if the Knicks could somehow, I don't know when you bring Brunson back, maybe the 4-minute mark or so of this game.
Just
Yeah.
let him keep playing.
But if somehow they can push this lead, which is now 11.
Was that Steve Cohen?
Steve Cohen was at the last game. He was at game 6.
Okay, yeah, I thought I saw him in the front also. So did they have Henrik Lundqvist sitting next to Stephon Marbury? It's a hell of a duo.
That is.
I love that Marbury's at every single
You
game.
did something with Steph recently, right? Did you do something with Steph recently?
We did a little video together.
Yeah, I
I
think
had
I've
a
seen
little content series going where after every game I was down by the trains. Oh,
Oh,
that's
gee!
it.
Oh man, Mitchell said that.
Whoa.
What's the landing? The legs. Are you okay?
Oh. I feel
I
you.
bet
on
every time
that.
he goes
I
down, I'm
feel
like,
you.
yo, you okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think you should be doing that.
I like the effort, but I'm like, please land as best as you can. He took off mad far. Oh man.
Oh,
That's scary just watching it in
Yes.
replay.
yeah, and he's tall, like.
Whoa,
he's-
whoa, 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 whoa.
What touch?
Yo,
What?
How is your body that out of
What
control?
was
You have
that?
that good of touch.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like that's how good of a shooter he is. Like he was all out of control
Yeah.
and still was able to slow it down and have such great touch. Cat stepped up. The guys we said that need to step up have stepped up.
Yeah,
Look at this defense.
that's important too. OG's made a shot. Hart's, yeah.
Josh Hart.
I was about to give him a compliment. But the role players have played well. The Pacers have had their comebacks, but it doesn't feel like, at least as of right now, it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to do that the way that they're playing
Yeah.
right now. Haliburton's in now, so let's see what happens.
Good defense.
Nice.
Good
Wow,
defense by
Cat.
Cat, yeah.
Excellent defense. Don't foul here.
Careful. Oh,
Oh no, is he okay?
Yeah, he
Did a
always
split.
he spins all the time.
nice.
That's 10
That's-
rebounds for Hart.
Pascal Siakam has spinning syndrome.
Whoa! What a
Let's
take!
This is
Let's
look-
go!
This is
Look at PJ Tucker.
What a run.
this is tilting on over.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Cat.
Oh, JR
Look at
in the
J.R.
building.
Smith.
Okay.
Oh, is that Melo?
Melo's in the
Melo's
building.
there?
Melo, John
Starks
Starks.
in the building. Okay.
See, that's how you close the game.
Yes, that's how you close the game. That's
That's how
also
you
a
close the
good
game.
energy.
It's
of
getting to
Knicks.
it's been feeling that since like slightly before this run, and now with this run, it's like they're starting to really put this one away.
I feel like right now it's looking good for you. You're gonna be one of the people that sat in the seat and is 1-0.
Yay!
Not
let's
everybody
go,
can
let's
come
go.
up here and win.
Let's
I'm
go.
just saying some people have come up here.
So the
you know.
people that were here when they lost, you bringing them back up anytime?
Yeah, there's some people.
No, I'm thinking, I'm like, who was up? I gotta remember who was up here when they lost.
Mm.
Who took L's?
But look,
Al Cintron took an L.
yeah, but I don't think it matters just because, like, I mean,
The people who we like vibing with.
it's a one game sample size.
Yeah, it's not fair.
Yeah.
I just put pressure on people. Say like, look, don't walk out of here with an L. You know, it feels better if you walk out of here with a win.
It's a one game sample size.
Yeah, people can come back. You're always going to be welcome back.
Thank
People
you.
can come back. It's not their fault. Like Al Cintron was with us from the WFAN. He had a lot of great energy, even though they lost. He had great energy. So just pressure. You'd rather walk out of here being one of the people who were 1-0 than 0-1. That's all I'm saying. You'd much rather that. Somebody asked, Just Fred said, when was Knicks basketball so much fun to watch? Well, I would personally say it was fun in the 90s. The younger Knicks fans are like, now.
2013.
That was
2013.
Yeah.
the most fun year.
And honestly,
from the 2010s.
last season?
Last season was fun. Yeah,
Yeah.
last season was
a
fun
thrill.
because I was at every playoff home game. Last season was so much fun to see the Garden rocking like that. I feel like it's on another level this year, but it was so much fun last year.
Yeah.
Being outside the Garden before every game, last year was a fun ride.
Yeah.
Last year was just, like, as much as I've covered the team and just worked in sports journalism, that was one of the most fun things to do was like covering that last year. Yeah. It's when you're around a team or you're doing content around a team and there's good energy, it's fun. It makes you think a lot about this is why I love doing this. Like even us doing this, it's fun.
Definitely.
Because if this was just a team we thought, they could just get into the first round, it wouldn't be as fun. But like now it's fun.
It is.
Yeah.
Especially given like the expectation was, all right, beat the Pistons and then give the Celtics your best shot.
Yeah.
That's all I thought was going to happen.
And then it's like
too.
after game 2 against Boston, it's like, we might have to recalibrate
Now
our
it's like,
expectations.
Now where are you? Are you like, we can do this? Like we can win this all?
100%. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking we have to go all the way. You just took down the defending champs. You're going all the way. I won't accept anything less.
Okay? I like that.
I won't accept anything less at this point. I want to see us go all the way because at this point, I know we have the potential. I know we can do it. We have the ability to do it.
I think if the Knicks make the finals, I've thought about this already. That's the Radio City.
Radio City. Yeah.
It's packed in there.
Of course.
At least they get to sit down.
You know what? That's a really good place. I mean, the Knicks, the MSG also owns Radio City, so that helps. But it's a really dope place to.
You go look. If you ever go to Radio City, go in there with a Chase card. Trust me.
Oh,
you get discounts.
Yeah,
nice.
you get discounts there.
If you've never been, my first concert was at Radio City. You know what's funny? Person who performed at halftime, Mary J. That was my very first concert.
Oh wow.
She performed at halftime today?
Yeah, she did perform at halftime today.
Now that you're gonna get this one last Pacers run, they're gonna try to turn up the pace, move the ball, create good shots. So now it's like the Knicks can't afford to really relax here because the Pacers have had their comebacks. So against the Cavs too, not against chump teams.
You can't relax.
They stole that game against I think they have multiple comebacks where they were down 7 with 40 seconds to go, and they end up winning the game. Yeah, the Cavs and the Bucks. So.
7 minutes is a lot of time.
Yeah, so Knicks can't afford to just start messing around here. One thing that's interesting is we'll see how the shooting goes all series, but the Knicks have shot better from 3 by a good amount.
Yeah. That's tough. They couldn't secure that rebound. They got to watch little things like this down the stretch.
And Ben Shepherd.
Good close by OG.
Been...
But that was an excellent contest by OG.
It looked like it could have been a foul.
Yeah, I thought they were going to call it.
He
loves
sometimes trail threes. He loves the trail
sometimes, threes. Yeah, but he loves those.
We said
It's like a switch went
They're
on with this
going.
team. Barbershop
They're
Sports
going.
said from the Boston series to now.
Quick.
I was gonna
I
say,
thought that was
Wait.
going in.
man, and I was gonna say if that
I
went in, I
thought my
might have
eyes were
called a
deceiving
timeout.
me. It looked like it went in.
Yeah, you thought it went in. You got all silent.
I'm really surprised they're giving Ben Shepherd minutes now, but he is part of their 11-man rotation, essentially. The only guy they haven't played that they tend to play sometimes is Jarris Walker. So they went 10 deep today.
Yeah, I'm not sure Jarris Walker gets minutes in this series. That might be a little bit tough. Better look, Cat. Oh, Bodega Cat.
Let's go.
Man,
He's just-
He's in such a rhythm today.
this is a good series for him, too, like in terms of matchups.
I want to know how many. At the end of this game, I want to see how many threes that is because
I think
Seems
that's
like
his
he's
fourth.
taking
We'll
it.
check. We'll definitely
I
check.
think that's his fourth.
Fourth make, but
Yeah, he's
attempts
attempted
I
a
think he's
lot.
taken 7.
Yeah, to your
Mm.
point.
But I
yeah.
wanted him to take between 5 to 6 threes a game. So I like this. And they've been good ones.
Yeah.
Even the trail ones he's been taking, I've liked. The Knicks winning these winnings without Brunson is huge, man. Like, it's so huge.
yeah. I mean, even during the regular season, there were a lot of times where Brunson was out, we couldn't do anything, especially down the stretch
Made a
because
right pass there.
he's Mr. Clutch.
Good
Ooh,
patience, OG.
Look at Josh Hart.
wow.
Look at Josh Hart.
Ball. Man, I credit Towns. We talked about him sometimes not making the right pass. He made the right pass there. Love it. Josh Hart with the energy.
He didn't wait too long and dribble into the double team, which
Nope.
he does sometimes. Or wait for the double team to get to him before passing it.
Let's see what else you got, OG.
Ah,
I
that
knew
didn't
they were
get
going
on
to
that.
do that. A little embellishing, probably, but I knew they were.
OG's not even arguing
He was
that.
right in front of the ref, too. Oh, he pushed
Oh.
off.
Yeah,
He pushed off. That's the Jason Tatum.
yeah.
Get well soon. But you
Just
know.
Fred said, glad Cat has started taking threes again. Yeah, we're glad about that too. And Cat's calling for the push off. Now,
I think if you're the Knicks, you're okay with them taking twos.
yeah, Haliburton, very quiet second half for him. He hasn't done much.
He's good in the third quarter.
He did have a couple shots there.
Yeah. But this quarter, he hasn't done much yet. And they're just trying to screen for OG, but OG didn't take it.
Nice, Deuce. Oh.
See, I
5
think,
on them hard.
I think if he actually used that, because it looked like Mitch was telling OG to come around so he could screen for him, because if he did, when Deuce dribbled, he could have hit him for that open three in the corner that OG likes to get.
Yeah. Ooh. Last 5 minutes,
And
he's
here's
in.
Brunson. Here's the closer. From Jada Kiss. Deuce gave them some.
Yeah, and Mitch.
Good,
Both
Mitch.
were fantastic.
They need that from them every game to win this series. Every single game. Because they're going to carry that bench unit.
This might be the next best bench performance of the playoffs, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe outside of game 4, I would also add. There you go, Mikal.
Like both of them
Game
put
4
together.
against Boston. Yeah.
And Payne
Campaign,
also,
because
yeah.
you got some stuff you got 6 points from Campaign.
Yeah, all Payne's done.
Oh, that could be an offensive foul there.
All Payne's done otherwise is just make all those shots in game 1 against the Pistons.
Yeah.
That's what even getting 2 threes from him is huge today. It's huge. And
Yeah.
I'll see what he did in terms of turnovers, but he didn't mess things up. But Nick still 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Still got a little bit of work to do.
It's all him.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought he was going to
geez,
I thought
dunk.
he was gonna
Yeah.
bang that.
Oh my God. No, he's just gonna shoot 3.
Didn't need to.
Good
Good
rebound.
rebound.
Get it out. Get it out.
Oh, oh.
Oh! What a
He's acrobatic
reverse!
too. Okay.
Thomas Bryant got elbowed there? What happened?
Oh, man, that was a
Look at
crazy
that.
reverse by Cat.
And no one was blocking that.
Let's see. Assist.
That guy just flopped.
Can't see from that angle.
I mean, oh, true. But
You know how I feel. Hold on.
Did he really get hit?
Oh, come
He
on.
flopped.
Come
He
on.
flopped.
he was acting.
Oh.
Good job by the refs not calling that.
Yeah, because it was Tyrese.
Yeah.
It wasn't even Cat. It was Tyrese that like stuck his finger out. Thomas,
Look
come
at
on,
that.
That's a
bro.
crazy finish
You're-
by. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a crazy finish by
Thomas
Cat, man.
Bryant, you're an NBA champion. Come on, bro. Like, what are you doing?
He was the third string center on the Denver Nuggets.
No,
Which
he
means-
played some minutes that year, though.
and
You know,
uh-huh.
some relief minutes for.
Tyrese not hitting his shots.
What a. This is, come on, bro. Oh, there was a little bit of elbow there. Okay,
Yeah, take that back.
but like not.
I think he sold it a little bit.
I gotta see it again because you know how I feel about NBA players just hitting deck right away. Like none of y'all could survive a shot to the face. Like none of y'all.
Mm.
You know, like everyone has to fall. All you guys are like 6'9", 230, and like one shot to the face knocks you down every time. Shit is annoying.
Do you watch soccer?
I'm a big soccer fan.
He's a big soccer fan.
Big Liverpool fan. But yeah, I know where you're going with this. Your point is there's a whole bunch of flop in the soccer.
Right?
And you are right.
Yeah.
You are right.
Again, as someone who watches boxing basically every weekend, it just annoys the shit out of me that I see dudes get punched in the face 100 times. Women too, 100 times every fight, and it's like they're just standing there. Heavyweights too. You know what I'm saying?
Look, you a soccer fan?
No,
You're
not really. But I know I've seen it. I know what
In
happens.
soccer, I've been a big proponent that there's a lot of times where dudes flop and they just lay on the ground. And you know, soccer, the time runs.
Yeah.
You do get the extra stoppage time that'll come at the end. But to get it out the game, there's too much flopping. I think you got to give people yellow cards for it or red cards.
Yeah.
People want floppers to get techs here.
We do have flopping technicals
They used to
in
call
basketball. They called it 2 years ago when they first implemented it, but it's kind of like
they called it just
discarded.
against the Knicks, and then they stopped doing it.
Yeah, I'm for it, but I think you have to try to de-incentivize it in any kind of way. Soccer, I don't know why I would just start giving yellow cards for it because you get 2 yellow cards, you got to miss the next game or whatever competition you're playing. So I'm for it. Chat seems like they're feeling good. Hart is a dog. Hart's been great. Hart's a bucket away from a double-double.
Nice.
For us.
He still doesn't have it? I thought he had it already. Oh, God.
No, he's got the 10 rebounds.
I don't know if he'll get it.
Great.
Yeah, he's a plus 13. Cat's been fantastic, 30 and 10. He's been fantastic. Cat's taken 6 threes, 4 of 6.
Wow.
So
that's what was missing in the first 2 series. I mean, I know we obviously still won those series, but we've been waiting for Cat to shoot some threes and make them.
Yeah. And look, it's been good. I think the story of this game has to. The Knicks got 17 points off the bench. Everybody was in the positive except for DeLon Wright, who played 30 seconds.
Yeah,
too. Not his fault.
It's a hell of a 30 seconds for DeLon Wright. To you. But to your point, Dex, I think.
And Jalen Brunson was in foul trouble, so that's another thing.
Yeah, and I think that's so those are sort of the main takeaways, and obviously we'll recap this post game, both with Brian Lewis and then just us for a little bit after. But the bench sustaining itself, actually giving you enough to win, because that's going to be super important in this series. They did enough on the boards. We talked about that. In terms of the rebounding edge, they're +6. Offensive rebounds are exactly the same, 11 and 11, but +6 in rebounding. I think that's going to be essential for them, is the rebounds and being able to live with the depth, and then winning those non-Jalen Brunson minutes in the fourth quarter. Like those are low key the 3 keys right there.
Yeah.
I think.
I would add a fourth to me in that they survived that crazy start by the Pacers where they went 9 for 9 to start this game. The Knicks never looked, deterred by that. They still were playing good basketball, so running their offense. Thought it was good. That's off.
Yeah, OB off the dribble, not what you want.
Cat
and it's out on
it.
Oh, I thought it was out on Pacers.
That's definitely true because you can easily fall behind in that first quarter, go down by 10 or even more.
Yeah.
And then you're playing catch up the rest of the game.
Shoot, we've seen it, right?
We've seen it,
We've seen it. And that showed me a team that's like grown and had some confidence because they were able to weather that storm. And listen, the Pacers were hitting some crazy shots. Not like the Knicks defense was terrible.
Smith.
But
why is Ben Shepherd playing? Not for nothing, but I mean, I guess he's guarding Brunson, but
yeah, maybe I don't know.
As someone who had
played about 6 minutes straight,
just for completely selfish reasons, but as someone who had Miles Turner over 1.5 threes, and he's had 1 for 3 quarters now, I would like to see Miles Turner back in the game here. Like, I don't get this lineup.
Oh yeah, that's it. Oh,
yeah.
Too much room for him.
That's probably
too much room.
The dagger. Brunson, you guys say
Ooh.
foul trouble? Nah, he's made the most of his minutes tonight.
Oh my goodness. Yo, but he was doing that against Cleveland too, where it was like, bro, another one.
I just want Josh Hart to get another layup.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, double.
I feel like this game is still kind of in reach, and I don't
I hear
like that.
Yeah,
I hear you. You know what Knicks
They
fans
just
gonna
made
think
two
about 8
threes.
points in 9 seconds.
or just the Pacers this postseason.
I don't like that shot on that possession.
I don't think this Pacers lineup is the lineup that's going to make the comeback, though.
No. Oh,
Oh,
God.
Maybe I'll shut up.
yeah. You gotta be careful with this team. They can score points in bunches. We've seen this happen to Cleveland too. I don't want the Knicks to get too ISO heavy with Jalen Brunson here. This concerns
They
me.
fall into this trap
Yeah.
too often, and they're doing it now at the time where they should.
No, this is not a good possession.
Oh, Hart, I wanted you to.
Yeah,
say
right.
that.
Uh-oh. This can get to 6 or 5,
This
and
is
then
what
all
we
of a
said.
sudden,
You said it with the 2:30 mark that this was still a game. It's still close. Haliburton wants to shoot this.
Stay with
McHale.
him.
oh, he got by McHale.
He definitely is gonna shoot. Oh wow, he took.
Oh.
Look at Cat.
Okay.
Oh, he
No.
fouled him. You know what it was? That it's too early, but in terms of opening this up, quote unquote, like the Knicks had 3 straight offensive possessions.
Yep.
To it, basically after Brunson step back 3, and then it was just Brunson
Yeah.
ISO.
I spoke
Brunson
too early.
ISO.
I said that was a
They're just
dagger.
making everything on this end. They had like what 3 threes just now?
Yeah.
2 or 3.
2 threes, and
Siakam made something.
and now you stop the clock and give them a chance to take points off of it.
I wonder if they're gonna. No, okay, they're not gonna make a sub. It looks like.
This next possession is going to be very important for the Knicks.
Yeah, I agree.
And they need. I would try to be generating movement. Don't just put it in Brunson's hands and
Agreed.
get out the way. Like get McHale a touch, get Josh a touch.
Find the best shot. Doesn't have to be from
Mhm.
Brunson's hands.
I agree.
Okay.
Josh Hart, another rebound.
Josh Hart.
I would like for Josh Hart to score here for selfish reasons.
Yes, same one. So would I. Oh my God!
Okay.
Wow.
What a
Well,
finish.
Well,
Jesus.
they did ISO Brunson, and it wasn't easy, but clutch player of the year.
They still got to play defense. Got to
Yeah.
guard the 3-point line.
There's a walk-in 3.
Oh my God! I
Bro.
just said it.
They turned the sliders up to 99 on 3s at the end of games. It's the craziest thing.
what is this?
They're making them work too.
Oh my God.
And these aren't even all the Pacers starters.
Oh, good offense. Good offense
They
there by the
move the ball
Knicks.
around.
Yeah.
They got a good
But
shot. But
can we
now,
not give them another 3? No.
Oh,
No!
This is crazy.
Yo. they are making
No.
them work.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
You gotta give this Pacers team credit. They keep fighting to the end, man.
Like,
And I kept saying,
Wow.
I came in front. They said guard the 3-point line. He was like 4 feet behind it.
and this is not their starting lineup.
Jeez.
This
Yeah.
is not their entire starting lineup. Miles Turner's not in the game. I don't think Andrew Nemhard's in the game either. Yeah,
No, Nemhard's been in the game for a while.
It's Obi
actually.
Toppin and Ben Shepherd.
Shepherd. Yeah.
Miles Turner hasn't been in. Andrew Nemhard hasn't been in, and I would argue that's their 3rd and 4th best players.
Man.
Basically,
Yeah.
Neesmith is hitting all the 3s. Like this is why depth matters. See, if you didn't get what you got from Deuce and Mitchell Robinson,
Oh, you'd be in trouble. You'd be in trouble in this game. The fact you get 17 points off the bench.
and Campaign gave
Campaign
you a
at
little
6
bit of
points.
a spark.
See, that's why I don't want to get worried about the next game, but I'm thinking, do we get the same bench production?
Right. See, this is why
And
I
if
feel
we
like,
don't, then what happens?
yeah, that's a key. And you're both your all-stars played extremely well today.
Yeah.
You,
You
37
can't really
for
ask
Brunson right
for
now, 32 for Cat.
And you
better
got
game.
the Pacers shooting 29% from 3 deep into the game. Now they're at 38. But like they were shooting poorly for a lot
Yeah.
of the game after that fiery first quarter.
Now, some of that is on the Knicks defense because I thought in the second quarter on they did a good job of contesting the 3-point line until now. I think some of that has been good for them. But if you're the Knicks, you got to think. I think what's going to happen, to your point, Mill.
Yeah.
If you don't get that kind of bench production, you need a bigger game. Although these guys have been fine,
OG or
Yeah.
Mikal have to get because one of these games Brunson's gonna not have it or Cat's not gonna have it, and that's where
Definitely.
one of those guys have stepped up. I think Bridges had a really good game today, not a great game.
He had a good start, right?
It's a good start.
Yeah.
I'd probably give him his game was like a B today. I think it was good, and OG's come on better in the second half, which I've liked.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
They're gonna challenge that.
Oh.
Because
no.
they have one left.
This is why coaches keep their challenges. Let's see.
Yep. Let's see. Ooh.
OG's got to catch that.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh,
His hand is on...
was he trying to shoot it and did he get fouled right there on the shot?
But like, is there a foul there? Unless they call the offhand, but the offhand, he's not like a lot of contact. Well, he pulls the jersey.
That's
he didn't push, but he pulled.
Yeah, and he had it, but then he went into his arm. He
Yeah.
got some of the ball. I don't know. It's funny. I don't know if they're going to look at that or the pull on the jersey.
And is there enough there to overturn it?
I'm not sure.
This is huge.
Yeah. See, this is why you got to put teams away. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
what
can't-
just
especially
happened?
This team.
With the amount of threes we just saw, got chucked up.
I agree. And I'll tell you
I don't
what,
like
even
that.
if the Knicks win this game, and I'm not saying they won this game yet.
Yeah.
Tibbs is for sure going to be like, I don't like this last 230. We got to clean this up. And they're going to have to clean that up because this is a team that fights to the end. We saw what they did to Cleveland. You got to clean that up.
it can explode at any time.
Wait, so the TNT crew is in MSG?
Yeah, they're out there up at the
Oh,
Chase
that's
Bridge.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think
they're going to do the whole series.
They'll
Have
be there the whole series.
they weren't there like the last round, right?
No,
weren't
they
up
only do
there?
this in the conference finals for either ESPN or TNT.
Yeah.
In the conference finals, they always
That's
send
true.
the
Yeah.
studio crew to the actual site of the
Wow.
games.
Yeah. ESPN has the West.
I know when they go to Indiana because
See,
I
he
saw
has
them do-
all ball there, but the offhand has the jersey.
and that's
then
where
he low key almost kicks him in the nuts on the bottom of the play.
that's where I think Siakam's going to lose because his hand is on the jersey.
But also look at his right foot, boing, like
He did on.
yeah, it would be their ball if they get this overturned. I don't
That
know.
would be-
Like I don't.
This is looking like a collapse.
If they're only looking at the ball, then they're gonna call that a block or whatever.
So the contact after doesn't
There's
matter.
like 3 possible fouls on that play, but are any of them egregious enough to like keep it where it
Yeah.
is?
You know how it's not good, and it's exactly what we're seeing and talking about too, because it's taking so long. You know,
True.
and they're having a discussion after they've watched all the video. Reggie's like, "Where's the defense for the Pacers?" Yes, this is a long look. And you said, look, Rick Carlisle's agitated by this, and I would be too.
They had rhythm going. So this is
Yeah,
a little bit.
When you try to come back, you hate this.
Yeah.
Zach Zarva, Brooklyn native.
That's right.
Pacers fans were not happy that he's the referee for this first game.
I think the fans are looking like who's reffing the games before. It's
Yeah.
too much.
It's a big thing now.
Yeah, it is.
It would be so annoying if I'm not going to say anything. Let's just watch.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody watching.
They need to make a decision now.
I think when it takes this long, I think it's more likely to not get overturned.
Just Fresh's contact on shooting arm long because they may have too many fouls to choose from. I got you with typos, bro. All good. No, it happens. You're typing too fast. Could be on your phone.
Wow.
Oh my
See,
god.
that's what I was thinking they might call because
incidental contact.
all the
after.
other stuff happens after he touches the ball. The grabbing the jersey, the kick that was like
This is
after.
big.
Like he hits the ball before any of that happens.
This could be a big turnover, guys.
So
I don't like it.
we're still
I don't like it.
and some of you may have had Knicks -4.5. So we are especially in perilous territory
Very
for
perilous
those of
territory.
you on either side of that coin.
You get your stop, game over. Okay, get your stop.
Yeah, literally, you might just need one stop. And Rick Carlisle riding with this lineup that got him close.
I mean, why not?
I would.
That's a little bit of a surprising call, but that's why you hold your challenge. That's literally why. Look at that.
What's going on here?
I know.
They're talking about who should have been on the floor. Mitchell Robinson, who was on the floor at the time.
Mitchell Robinson got a playoff beard situation going also. It's going to go under discussed. Cat's off for this possession, which I think is smart. I don't think we need to see this play again.
Towns was out there.
So, okay.
So Mitch is in. Deuce is in. Mikhail is in.
Oh, no. Oh my God.
Yo!
No,
Aaron
Josh slipped.
Neesmith.
Josh
hit
slipped.
3 big
He's
threes.
4, I think. Yo, he's incredible this quarter. What? Are you
16 and 4.
kidding me?
Yo, and
What kind of superpowers does he have right now?
99 sliders.
Oh,
Yo,
he
the
slipped.
Josh Hart
Slipped.
slip. He wasn't even in balance. He was fading to the right side.
But I gotta, Mel, I know you didn't want to say this, but I gotta credit you. At 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, you was like, "This game is not over."
Yeah,
You did say that.
I appreciate
It's
that.
never
16
over
to 4 rounds.
until the buzzer sounds.
Yeah.
Yo,
We've seen it happen. Our own teams. We've come back.
And it wasn't looking like they were going to mount a comeback because the way the Pacers were just kind of on offense, and then all of a sudden they just start bombing away from three.
so now this is a very important inbound because you have to get the ball to a good free throw shooter. The Knicks do have a bunch. Look at this Knicks fan. He is going through it all. That man is losing hair as we speak.
I'm
He's
low key.
going through
I'm
it.
low key loving just the okay, now we're getting a crazy finish. Also, like I need to see how this goes.
I don't see this is the tense energy, and it's the Pacers,
But
and you got
you
Reggie
saw how
Miller on the call.
Fast.
It's a
He
16
came
to 4
around.
run.
That
Mhm.
Josh, like, as he's going there, he slipped. That's just
Obi set a decent
them.
screen too. Obi Toppin did as well. This is so crazy. And you don't want to be in a spot where you played that well, you cough it up at the end, and now you're down 1-0 at home.
Brunson inbounding.
I don't
Interesting.
even want to think about that.
He might.
Cat.
He's gonna get it back. They're gonna try to get it back to him.
Get it in.
Oh boy, that was really well defended.
Oh my God, that was so scary. Why does he keep
Nemhard's in the
slipping?
game now.
Yeah.
It
They're
looked
gonna
like he got fouled.
They're gonna foul. They got to foul. Yeah. Nemhard almost got that. Wow.
Yeah.
But you know what? Brunson put it only where he could because the time was going. They don't have a timeout. Ooh.
It looked like he slipped again. Hold on.
Oh, he
Oh,
did. Good call, Mill.
what's going on
Oh,
there?
what's going on?
I think that they were holding each other.
Oh,
His arm got caught.
Yeah.
Come on, Cat. Big free throws.
Which happens in tight games in these late possessions. Like guys are just
yeah.
Right. Here's a big one.
Best possible
They get a
person to be there.
two-possession game. Yeah.
If Aaron Neesmith hits another 3 on the way back down, he's 33 and 10. Jesus. Oh, didn't someone need him to get 10 rebounds in the chat?
I forgot who it was that asked this.
I think so. I think he got. Yeah, he. Well, not. I think he got the 10 rebounds.
Is DeLon Wright in for, or is it McBride in for Brunson here?
McBride. Yeah. This is crazy. This game is also low-key taking forever.
It is. Indiana has
Yeah,
a
the
timeout to
challenge.
But
advance.
we're having a great time. But low-key, like damn, it's almost 11 and we haven't started post-game.
Oh, wait, foul. No.
Do you foul out?
Yes,
Yes,
Mel,
yes,
you're
foul,
going foul.
foul.
When are you doing it?
Here's the thing. They're gonna at their speed.
They're just gonna, they're so fast.
They're
That's what I'm
gonna-
saying.
No, but I'm saying at their speed, like they might. This is why he calls a timeout. Maybe you just send someone flying off a screen right away just to shoot it. I don't think they want to do it that quickly, but
What percent free throw shooter is he? They just said it was like 92
in the
in the
playoffs.
playoffs.
in the playoffs.
And in the regular season is probably in the 80s, if I had to guess.
You got to make
Yo,
those
you
free
literally
throws.
gasped. Aaron Nesmith is 8 of 9 for 3. That is crazy.
Oh wow!
That is crazy.
This is
What?
insane. This is one of the toughest games to watch, I think, for fans. That when you feel like you're close to putting it away, and you're right there, and you don't get it done.
They do this. Like the Pacers, they have like the Knicks. They have these comebacks.
It's nice when the Knicks do it. It doesn't feel good when it's being done to you. I'll tell you that much.
I'm trying to think of what went wrong in those last 2 minutes.
Aaron Nesmith.
Yeah, it just feels like that. It just feels like he came alive and was making so many threes that it
we
caught
also have
up.
to say the Knicks. You said it too.
Yeah.
The Knicks had some bad possessions.
Yeah,
Brian, I think you were talking about that too. They
But,
had
like,
some possessions.
all
really
his
bad.
threes
It was only like 2 or
caught
3.
them up.
But then Aaron Nesmith only hit 2 or 3 3-pointers. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
Like,
this sport is the fucking greatest.
oh, they like to run this. Look at this. They have this
What
like
is-
sort of
what is going
quarterback
on here?
formation, like sweep
Yeah.
formation. They've run this
Okay.
And
before.
Miles Turner's in now.
It's gonna be quick.
See, I've seen them do this before.
Whoa. Okay, so
They fouled
they
him on the
fouled.
ground. Yeah.
I've seen them run that before. I've seen the Pacers do this before.
Oh, I thought he was limping. He was just
No.
kicking the ball,
Kicking the
soccer
ball.
style.
Just Fred said, I took props to shoot game-winning
Let's see.
basket. I got Brunson, Haliburton,
Thank goodness he did that quick. Oh,
They want to just keep going to Nesmith.
That was a good play run.
I would
to
too.
try to get
He's
it.
like
Yeah.
on fire.
So
Yeah. But you know what it was? They got on the ball too. They wanted him to get deeper.
Yeah, do you
No,
miss the second?
no,
Or it's too early
no,
for that.
no,
I think
no.
it's too early for that.
No, they have plenty of time. Make the second, and then they're gonna foul.
I'm gonna tell you what you got to watch out
Some
for if
Knicks.
they do try.
Especially because the Knicks have no
Yeah,
timeouts. You
There's a
have to
possibility.
just make the second one.
Yeah.
Almost stepped out. They got fouled before that. I've never seen those New Balances before in my life. Not for nothing.
I like those.
19
colors.
points in this fourth quarter. Wow.
The Aaron Nesmith game.
Who would have thought?
You know, it's crazy. Mitch is still in here.
Oh boy.
Which
Get it
is-
in.
which
Please
is
get
not-
it in.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, whoa.
Oh,
Whoa. That
Whoa.
was dangerous.
woo!
How did no pacer get that?
They're not they're not letting go of the
Clyde.
rope, but they are holding on to that. Like,
Look at this pass.
I'm surprised they actually let like Brunson free there.
Brunson had,
But they wanted to trap in the corner. That makes sense.
it was a
actually.
great trap by the Pacers.
Yeah, because look at the pass that he threw.
All right, Clyde put
The
that
best
good-
2-point guards
put-
in Knicks history.
That is right.
Yep.
Put that good juju on. So now in the penalty, they have to inbound again.
I'm glad Walt Frazier is.
Oh no, sorry.
I'm
they are.
glad.
I saw Bridges. I thought Bridges was over there about to inbound. No, they are on the penalty.
I'm glad Clyde is around to see this.
Yes.
Think about it. When he was playing, the Pacers weren't even in the NBA yet. They were in the ABA.
Yep.
Which is crazy.
Wow.
Come on, OG.
Winning titles too.
Yeah, I was looking up the Pacers, like how many championships they had, and
It's
You
all
know,
ABA stuff.
it was
Three.
it was like
3 in ABA.
Yeah, but it
it was
matters.
right around the same time the Knicks were winning,
Yeah.
like their championship.
Oh my God.
Pacers have no timeouts. Yeah, they have no timeouts.
Oh.
I just sat on. Ugh.
Are you kidding?
This is how this stuff happens. Missed free throws.
You have to make your
bad
free
possessions,
throws.
turnovers. All these things have to accumulate into a comeback.
Asher commented stress.
Oh my God.
Just that's it, literally.
This. Okay.
Do you go for 3 now?
Oh, on the road, I'm loving it. I'm going for 3.
no.
If I'm the opposition. Haliburton wants to. Look, he goes back.
No. Oh.
Woo! Oh my God!
Oh my God!
No.
He made the choking sign.
No.
Was that a 2 or a 3?
There's no way that went in.
Was that a 2
There's
or a 3?
no way that went. That looked like a 3. He went back out. He pulled it back out.
They put 2 on the board. I thought that was a 3.
Wait. Did he just end
Was
the
he
game or
behind
what?
the line?
Oh my
Show the
God.
replay.
That bounced
Foot's on the
up.
line. Foot's on the line. See?
Wait.
See, look. The
Wait.
foot's on the line. I can see it from here.
Yeah,
Foot was on the
that's
line.
a 2. Oh my goodness.
dude.
And he did the choke sign.
They
He's
did.
been-
They
that
did.
is-
They did choke it, but that was a 2. So they gotta still play. Oh my
Oh my
goodness.
He's so
God.
cringe for that.
Only,
Oh my
To do that right
goodness.
away.
only this series, only these two teams, only. I mean, you couldn't play better defense with Mr. Robinson.
Oh my
And
god.
here's the thing. I'll give Haliburton a ton of credit. I said, if I'm the road team, I'm going for the 3 here. I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to send this team home. But let me tell you what. This man just went and did this song to you with Reggie Miller in the building at home. You got to kill him now. You got to kill him now in overtime. You have to make it burn for them.
First of all, I think it's
Also, we had a bet before at least one game to go to overtime plus 190 in this series.
There you
nice.
go.
Nice. I think he's corny because, like,
Tell us why.
No, I get it.
why are you doing that? As soon as you hit the shot, you didn't win the game. Okay, you didn't win it. He thought he won it. He thought he won it. Well, your foot was on the line. Your big toe was on the line. You didn't win it. That's just corny to like immediately go up to the choke thing. That's not your thing. I know they choked, but it's Reggie's. Do something else, okay? Just
Preach.
Just
Preach. I have
celebrate like a
nothing to add
regular
to that.
player.
Tell him.
Do you
Bill.
got a celebration like this? No, I didn't think so. Okay.
I think you're right, Mil. Also,
I'm coping.
That took a lot out of me.
Yeah. I can't believe that went in because when it bounced,
When it bounced, I thought it was out.
No, when it bounced,
chair moved back and
I was really scared because
when
it went
bounced
straight up.
and I was like, and then when it dropped in, I'm like, that would have been one of the crazy. You know what I have to say? Let's just keep. You know what? I'm trying to keep positive vibes.
This is what happens when we talk too fast because you told me I was 1-0 here.
That was my fault now?
Yeah, because we talked too quick.
But to be fair, and I did say that Brunson 3 was a dagger, and then you said there was still time left in the game, and they came back. What I will say is this could have been a lot worse. We could be sitting here talking about how we have to wait for Brian Lewis to come on and talk about the fact that
how they stole game 1 from us.
Oh my God. The Knicks, but I always say comebacks are not by just one thing. It's always a multitude of things. You don't hit your free throws.
That was
make
a huge
turnovers.
Part. This game is over if they hit their free throws.
Cat
missed one, OG missed one.
And one bad turnover with the pass to OG.
Yeah.
Those are the things that generally happen. You gotta do the little things to win games. The Knicks can do little things to win games. But it's a 2-pointer. They have an opportunity to rebound, and they have to do it now. Because I'll tell you what, if I was playing on the Knicks, if the Knicks somehow win this game, I would walk up to Haliburton.
He better not.
Yeah.
They better not lose.
They won't
now.
do that though. Our Knicks players aren't like that. They don't do corny stuff like
Maybe
that.
Just Fred said, I'm beginning to understand why folks don't like Haliburton so much.
Exactly.
Look at this
Henry
bounce.
Lesko said we got to hit our freaking free throws.
It was straight up.
Like,
and then of course we have Reggie Miller calling
it's the Reggie
game.
Juju in the building that we don't need.
This is insane. This is
the
insane.
The Knicks got to fight here. The Knicks got to fight here.
Wait. So
Ashley
Brunson still has 5
Brunson
fouls.
still has 5 fouls. Yep. Brunson still has 5 fouls.
Brunson has 5. Oh man, they might 17-6 run in the last 2 minutes.
And this is right when Mill said this is not over. She said it right after that Brunson basket.
That was exhausting. What? And here's the thing. Because the fourth quarter was so ISO heavy, you go into overtime with no rhythm.
Yeah.
No rhythm offensive.
And the Pacers
have
all the momentum.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. And now Miles Turner's back. And there's a 3. Nope. Not gonna get this.
So he's been knocking these down. Oh, that's big.
Cat, big rebound.
We need to set up a good shot.
That could have been. That could have been
Come
something.
on.
Mismatch.
Cat, come on.
Here's the help.
Good cut, OG.
Oh wow.
No.
Knicks ball.
That's on Miles. If you're the
Josh
Pacers,
taking the
Josh had no
first 2 shots.
choice. Josh has got the grenade twice on his possessions. He didn't really turn as much as I initially thought.
he wasn't set until the last second.
What is this?
Okay.
Okay.
Sometimes it's just a
Chris
simple
B in the
shot
chat
like that.
said, "That's what y'all get for throwing trash on a fan. New York is trash." Okay, Chris.
We did not throw trash on a fan, but okay.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
We didn't do
I
that.
don't think that should have happened.
Yeah. I feel like that those actions were trash, but that doesn't
Yeah.
reflect all Knicks
And
fans.
New York does have a lot of trash in it. Honestly,
Yeah.
we got to get rid of these rats in the city. I'll be honest with you.
Good trap by the Pacers here.
Eric Adams said he was going to do it, but he lied.
The pass. There you
Yes.
go.
Ball
There's,
movement.
Good play,
there's the
Josh.
offense.
All right.
Quick
Look at
passes
that.
like
So
that.
This is why you can't do those camera cuts. This happens all season.
Not with the Pacers.
Yeah, you can't do
I
that.
hear you.
This
Oh, good. There you go.
Nice.
Gotta get some turnovers.
Brunson. Oh, good block.
Oh,
Did he land on Brunson's ankle?
I'm scared.
Yeah,
I don't
this
see him
guy.
yet. I
I
don't
knew
see
he was
him.
going to shoot that. We haven't seen him in a while. I guess Brunson's okay.
They
I don't know.
That might have been
Is that
three.
him still over there? No.
Yeah, he's up.
Yeah.
Brunson's up. They showed him, but
What's
It's
the
a-
delay?
they said they want to see if that was a 3. Reggie
Got
Miller
it.
said.
Everyone looks like they're in pain now. Okay.
Did it hit the backboard or not?
Oh, Brunson on his layup. You where it was a block.
Oh, that play. Let's see.
It did hit the backboard.
Wow, bang bang play. From that angle, it definitely looks like it hit the board first. That's a 3.
That could be a back. Could be. It sucks because Knicks should have had another 2 points. They should be up.
That should have been goaltending. Yeah, technically. Okay. Well, you better make that not matter.
Oh no.
Just out of control dribbling into a double team. See, there's Miles and
I don't like this.
Neesmith just fights over the screen.
People on Twitter that shout out to Tyrese said the karma has to be on our side for Haliburton doing the choke early. I hear you.
Maybe.
Aussie
I
Knicks
mean-
fan said, I'm done.
Way too early to bring that out.
Maybe, but you also blew the lead. Like, that was the thing. Like, you got to hold the lead. I don't know what to think. Well, this is also the basketball guys being like, well, Mill missed the first quarter.
So we are giving her free
We got to
basketball.
give her extra basketball.
I don't like that.
Oh.
If it was like lights out shooting Knicks right now, okay, I'll take that. But
Oh boy, that's the lead. First
But
lead
that's
that
a
they've
smart-
had in a long time.
First lead in a long time. First lead since 45-44.
Wow.
Thank you,
second quarter.
TNT, for being on top of that. That's why you're the best. Obi with the
What?
steal.
Turnovers again.
he
Neesmith,
okay.
and that's probably
good defense.
Oh wow, okay. I thought they were gonna call that for sure because it was Cat.
I don't.
It'd be very
Knicks fans
aggressive for
want-
Brunson. And one.
That in?
Oh.
No.
These are stressful minutes, man.
It's like every time Brunson pops his head back, you hear the Knicks fans like foul. You hear them in the crowd like they
Yeah.
want it every time.
they're being very aggressive with Brunson because I think they're also trying to bait him into getting that 6th foul on
Oh,
offense,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
They're trying to bait him into that.
See
And,
that?
and then you saw Nemhard on the other end go right at Brunson.
that
So,
was a fight. The entire possession, they're just
that was
both
hand
like,
fighting the whole way.
yeah. Free throws. Mill said it.
I
Let's
think
see.
Nemhard also has 5 fouls. But I mean,
But he's not taking threes
Yeah.
anymore.
Nemhard has, yeah, he does have 5 fouls. You're right. So does Neesmith. I remember I knew Neesmith did.
he does?
Yeah,
Oh.
man, the Knicks have been a little sloppy with the ball here. They got jerked. They should have had 2 points in this quarter. They really should be up 3.
Yeah. But we'll get
I
that
can't believe Tyrese's foot was on the line.
I can't believe that shot went in.
I still can't
Forget
get
the
over
foot
that.
on the line.
It reminded me of Kevin Durant.
I know. A shot bouncing up
Good
like that and
closeout,
going in
Cat.
is crazy.
Knicks ball. What?
Hart, I think, touched it. Let's see.
I thought it was Siakam's hand on it
Let's
last.
see. So there's
Oh.
But
Yeah.
that's a hard last.
yeah. Siakam had 2 hands on it, but it looked like Hart swiped it away.
They want to get Cat. Man.
No.
Oh boy,
you got
too
the
much
open lane.
space.
Oh, that's a
Way
great
too
finish.
much space.
Lane
He
was
went
all
to the
open for
rim.
him.
He went to the rim too. Didn't even shoot a floater. You hear the crowd?
Yeah, nervous energy.
You were gonna
in the
say-
Garden crowd. Nervous energy.
Oh wow.
First foul in the last 2 minutes.
They have another challenge, right?
Yeah, they're not
'Cause
going to
they- 'cause
challenge this,
they-
though.
No, not that, but in general, it's important to know.
Oh, yeah. Crazy finish.
He thought that was an M1. Let's see this. Oh, the feet.
Yeah.
That's funny because that actually should have been on Neesmith because of the feet.
Whew. Man.
This is.
And it's already down to nearly a minute.
I know.
Overtime
that went
goes by
fast.
quick.
This is by far, easily, of all the games we've done, the most stressful watch party. By far.
Really?
We had an overtime before. We had one in the regular season.
we had an overtime.
the first regular season, the only regular season one we did Knicks Celtics.
Yeah, right. Did we?
That
yeah,
may have
nothing
been
in the
it.
playoffs, right? Outside of Game 6 against Detroit, but this just feels.
But we
different.
had all nail biters. But
Yeah,
this
we had
is
some
a,
nail biters, but this.
I think this
This
is the
is
first
scary.
overtime
This
game.
is scary. I think it's because of what's on the
They
line.
didn't have
and the lead
overtime
that
against
they
the
scored.
Pistons either. They didn't?
Yeah, no.
Oh,
I feel like there was one overtime game. I can't remember. It's all blurring together.
yeah.
It's all stressful.
No.
Way too open.
Oh, you know what the other?
Oh, wow, Obi.
Obi. Game 1 Celtics.
Why
was
aren't
the
we
other
boxing
overtime one.
out?
Oh, okay.
Mitch was right under there.
Yeah, no one boxing out at all.
Nobody.
Mitch has to get those.
Cat's not in.
No. Interesting.
40 seconds.
Very interesting.
Is ISO Brunson
good
gonna work?
move.
Yeah, that's all
right.
slice and dice.
What a move.
Okay, now this is where you get the value of now having Mitch back in on defense. Can the Knicks get a stop here?
Bridges, stay in front.
Yeah, Bridges is low key. Like,
Yeah.
He's been getting beat.
yeah.
Oh my God, how did that
No.
happen?
What was
Hart.
Josh doing?
Yeah, I need a replay of that.
Man.
And they did that like before the shot clock reset.
Yeah.
So, wow. Wow.
Okay, wait. Now it's time to win the game.
Oh my goodness. What a series this is gonna be.
This is just game one,
Jesus
and
Christ.
it's already
We gotta do
crazy.
this every other night. This is crazy.
I feel bad for you guys.
No, don't.
Just
Like,
to have your reaction on camera too. That's
honestly, I'm
crazy.
I love that we're doing these. I'm grateful that we're doing these. Because me and Dex will probably be doing this anyway.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I just got a text from one of our producers that said, Dex, I can't be doing this. Like, he knows this is not good for his health. He's like, I can't be doing
Can
this.
we just have like one stress-free game?
You got it in Game 6 against the Celtics.
that was it.
You got it.
Something
was
other than
it.
that.
Like this.
That's literally been it in the
This-
entire playoffs.
This and look, I know a lot's been made of the series and how this feels like the 90s. This does feel like the 90s. He's back and
Yeah.
forth with the Pacers.
Yeah.
I remember watching this as a kid.
Comebacks
And it would be stressful like this
at the Garden too.
at the
Because
Garden.
it felt like a lot of the more stressful games were at the Garden.
Oh my
in
god.
my youth watching rooting for the Knicks, I would be standing up right now, probably pacing in this corner. You know what I mean? Like
Oh my
this is what
goodness.
this is a lot, man. This is a lot.
This is okay. Last possession. Well,
Now who
That-
knows?
we don't know, but
Got my pacemaker out here, barbershop sports talk.
what?
He said you guys pacemaker out here.
Oh, I
Stay
hear
healthy, people. Stay
Guys,
healthy.
who's taking
you.
who's taking the
drink
shot?
water, drink tea if you got it. That could
Okay.
have been a foul. Obi on him. There's a size advantage. I can't breathe.
Oh,
Oh,
whoa.
oh,
Oh
they could.
no. No, don't
You're
challenge.
not letting them inbound.
Are they gonna challenge?
I think
Let's
they
see.
did. Why else would they stop? Right?
Oh, that's out on Brunson.
No.
Hit his right hand.
Why?
Look. Tip. Yeah. They're gonna get the ball. I don't think it's that close.
tip? Does it change direction again?
Yeah, it does. It looks like it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's out of his right hand.
We couldn't even get off a shot. We couldn't even get off a
This
shot.
feels like game 1 in 95. I
think Brunson knows. See, again, they like Rick Carlisle killed his challenges today, especially if they actually get this one.
Which is funny because the Knicks have been great on challenging calls all season long.
Yeah, Tibbs
is great.
Doesn't he have one of the best
records in the league if it wasn't on challenges?
Yeah.
But he challenged a play that we all thought was not.
I would think Carlisle. I wonder if Carlisle's up there. I'd be surprised if he's not.
Now, I will say I liked what the Knicks were trying to do in running this action and not going right to Brunson and clearing out and trying to make the defense work.
I think the play was fine. Hart just made a good play. Yeah.
Man, shut up. not Brian. That's Reggie.
No, I know. No. Yeah. See. Yeah, it clearly hits his fingers. Wow.
See, it was a good play on Hart.
It looked hard, but it's crazy.
It still blows in the Knicks. It still blows. The Knicks should be up 1. I still will go back to that goaltend. That still blows.
I was hoping we'd get it back some way, basketball gods, but
the way that they've played,
Knicks only have 1 timeout. Too.
I feel like even with that, you got to earn the victory, and like they've been unsteady in this overtime period. Got the ball right back. Look at this. Look at how easy that is.
Are you kidding?
How do you get a dunk out of the inbound like this?
And of course, Obi Toppin.
Of course, yeah.
How are you not ready to foul?
How does that happen? What is it? See, Dex, this is the thing. Like, you're right. And that could have been a foul, too. You're right about the block that should have been goaltending. But, like, you're not executing.
He got fouled.
He got fouled, too. You're not executing in overtime. On these defense, they have so many defensive lapses in this period. Like, Indiana's been focused since they've been trailing. When Mill was like, yo, this ain't over yet.
2:30.
From what I've seen, from that point, 2:30 on to now, is that they've been a step behind. They're a step slow.
Yeah.
And a lot of the possessions are like that, where they're getting beat either by Haliburton, whoever is winning the ball, they're getting beat.
Great point.
And just like that, they weren't ready.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's fatigue. I don't know if that's miscommunication.
That's going to get a lot of the talk, depending on how this game finishes. Is it fatigue? When you looked at the end of this game, the Pacers were playing a lot of their bench players. Ben Shepherd was playing big minutes in there. The Knicks have only gone 7 deep. We haven't seen some of these bench players in a while.
Ben Shepherd, and I'm forgetting who the other one was. That was it. Oh, Obi, actually. Obi Toppin also, because they closed without Miles Turner and they closed without Andrew Nembhard, and then Andrew Nembhard makes the big play to force this possession and gets the assist, by the way, to Obi Toppin, who could have gotten an and one. Like,
yeah,
you got it. It's not over yet.
It's not. Okay.
It's not over yet.
The Knicks also, like, you don't want to squander a good bench player.
You're going for 2, you're going for 3 here.
2 at first because you have 15 seconds. You have time. But if you have an open 3, take the open 3.
But
if you have a driving lane, take it.
I think 3. Depends. Yeah, it depends.
You might have to take the 3 if he's going to. Yeah.
That was way off. Wait. It's not over. It's not over. No.
Oh.
He was open for that.
Next ball.
It's over.
Wait, he didn't get knocked out his hand?
It's over.
I think
they don't even have time. It doesn't even matter.
0. No.
This is crazy.
Cat was open.
Good defense there. Defense. And then Cat got a
little bit. He got a little bit of space.
Decent look. It wasn't like it's with this amount of time, it's tough to get a better look.
Are they looking at the clock or they took a timeout?
Probably the clock. It looks like it might have been a timeout, actually. Yo, Aaron Nesmith in the fourth quarter. Like, see, I'm telling you.
Did this plug into something?
Wait, yes. Okay. That's what that was for.
Yeah, the Pacers just do this. Okay, so we're at See, the Knicks were out shooting them from 3, and it flipped once Aaron Nesmith got hot. The Knicks are 32% from 3 right now. And they were over 50% from the field. They were generating good looks. Indy's 51% from the field. So them shooting above expectation in terms of effective field goal percentage, even that continues. They made 40% of their threes after being at 29 late into the fourth. And then free throws, the Knicks missed 12. They were 28 of 40.
There you go.
40 free throws. They missed 12 of them. Pacers were 21 of 28,
That's
75%.
the game right there.
And the Knicks won the rebounding battle.
Yeah.
And the Knicks got the bench performance that you would have
There's
needed.
another easy stat that we've forgotten. There are 2 things I talk about all the time in these games that matter to win games and close them at: turnovers and free throws. The Knicks have 15 turnovers, the Pacers at 7. The Knicks missed 12 free throws. That is the ball game, folks.
Yep.
And they missed the free throws at a stretch. If they probably hit the free throw that Cat missed, the free throw that OG missed, they hit 2, they go 2 for 2, they don't miss those 2 free throws, they probably win this game.
Yeah.
They probably win this game. The turnovers was close, and then it just ballooned. They've had 2 bad turnovers in the fourth quarter. They had 2 bad turnovers towards the end of the regulation, and the Knicks lose 138 to 135 in what will be remembered as one of the roughest game one. I mean, I don't know if it's rougher than the 8 points in 9 seconds, but it is. It's pretty rough. This is pretty rough because you were up.
It felt like that though. It felt like all of their
the
points.
modern version of that. Yeah.
It's like the
so
modern
quick.
version of that. It came so quick.
Yeah.
But it's, as I keep saying, a lot of things have to happen for these comebacks. Even when the Knicks came back 20 against the Celtics twice, a lot of things got to go right. The Celtics were turning the ball over. The Celtics weren't hitting free throws. These are generally how these comebacks happen in basketball. It's generally, and the Knicks, they got. I really think it's no further than that. The missed free throws, because even if Nesmith hits these threes, the missed free throws. I'll also add they had 3 terrible possessions in a row after they went up.
Yeah.
What was that? 12 or 14? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Brunson made a 3, and then they went.
That was with 238, and then they had 3 bad possessions in a row. A lot of stagnant offense, and they look like a team who has been good on this side. The Knicks have been good. They've closed games well. They've been clutch. But you know what we haven't seen? We haven't seen them have to be clutch when they're ahead. We've seen them been clutch when they got to come back. Now it's when they're ahead, and it's a little different thing. And now this is going to be a moment of seeing Haliburton with the choke sign in a game 1, like Reggie had in the game 1.
I was going to say that was a game 1 also.
Game 1
literally
in 1995.
Yeah.
And I will not talk about how that series ended for the Knicks. I'm not going to talk about that.
Was that the Eastern Conference Finals also?
Semifinals.
Oh, yeah, because Orlando ended up getting to the finals that year. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was a very painful moment for me. But this is the tough one. This is probably one of the toughest ones we've done. Sorry, Bill. We thought you were going to go 1-0.
It's okay.
I mean,
I kind of feel like it's my fault, so I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. No. It's not your fault. Did you turn the ball over? Did you miss free throws?
Right.
There we go.
I wouldn't have missed my free throws.
There you go. I
wouldn't have, but
I like that. You did not do that.
The Knicks that we saw in overtime just looked like a different team. Not even overtime only, but late in that fourth quarter as well. They just looked like a different team from what we saw. Which you called out.
They played so good for the most of the second half into the you got to play full 48.
They built up their lead in the fourth. They built 16? It back up.
And did a lot of it without Brunson, which was wildly impressive.
They were up 16?
Yeah, you had the concern about winning this game. We'll talk to Brian Lewis when he joins us about this. You said, what happens if you don't get
Reggie?
Oh my God.
What a troll!
Is he smirking?
Yes,
that shouldn't be allowed.
Oh, man.
Honestly, I wish Mike Breen worked for TNT so it could be both of them together. That would have been awesome. But
that would be fun.
But Kevin Harlan is my favorite play-by-play guy in the business, so I'm not mad at it. I think Kevin Harlan's the best, and Mike Breen also is the best. So, but Mike Breen and Reggie Miller would have been.
I want to know what Clyde's saying right now.
That's unbelievable. And again, as I mentioned, there were a couple superstition things, right? Where we were like, oh, they don't win when this happens. They don't win when this happens. What was the list
was it
before the game? I don't remember, but there were a couple different things. I know they again. They're like they're like 0-4 when Joe Budden's there.
When he's there. That's what you said.
And then the playoffs, they still haven't won a game when he's there. 0-3 or 0-4.
That's crazy.
Sorry, Joe.
Don't let him back there. I'm sorry.
Oh,
please.
It's gonna be interesting to hear their Saturday pod. But
and So you guys saw J.R. Smith there again, right?
J.R. Smith was there.
He's 0-2. 0-2,
Yes.
He's
right?
0-2.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Jadakiss, was he there before? He had to have been.
I didn't remember seeing him at a game. I don't remember.
I don't want to
seeing
start
that
calling
game.
out everyone's
He was actually there
records.
game 1 against the Pistons. He performed at halftime.
That is correct.
So I mean,
I think they were 3-6 with Zach Zarba before the
So,
so
are we like now? You say before the halftime, we gotta get Mary J. Blige up out of here. Mary J. Blige can't be in any more Knicks games. Knicks fans, let me know how you feel. Where do you rank this in terms of Knicks gut wrenching playoff losses?
that hurts. And
definitely, I would want to know. What
I
you
feel
think.
like knowing the history between the Knicks and the Pacers, that is
Yeah.
such a wild start to this series. Another series that will go down in history.
Let me ask you this before we get Brian Lewis on, Bill. Do you?
Yeah.
Where's your confidence level now relative to before this collapse just happened in terms of just the Knicks winning the series? One thing is, yes, they gave this up. They are very good on the road. So but is your mind even like functional enough to just even think about that right now?
My confidence level is a little low right now. I'm not gonna lie. Just
From 1 to 10.
Confidence going to the next game, I would still put it at a 7. Okay.
And that's from a 9, 10, 8?
Yeah, that's from like a 10 and beyond because I was just telling you guys I think they're going to the finals. I think they're going all the way.
Yeah,
So you're still there.
So it's still there. It's just a little low right now. We saw Detroit take 1 from us at home as well.
2, actually.
Two, right,
yeah.
right. But
And Boston took 1 as well.
All right, we're just to let everybody know, if you're joining us, I'm gonna have you put in your earpiece, Mill, to join us. If you're joining us now, the Knicks fall in overtime, 138-135. Knicks had a huge lead in this one. They blow it. The game goes to overtime on a insane shot by Tyrese Haliburton. Just insane shot that the Knicks were probably lucky it was a 2 and not a 3. They fall in this one. The Knicks had looked good for most of this game. They do not get the win. They had a strong game from Jalen Brunson in this one with 43 points.
He and Cat combined for 78.
And they lost the game, which is going to really bother the Knicks and their fans. They got some decent production off the bench, 17 points off the bench. But we're going to talk a lot about this in this disappointing loss for the Knicks in game 1 of this Eastern Conference Final Series. And joining us as he does for most of these playoff games is the great Brian Lewis of the New York Post Sports, joining us right now. Brian, how are you doing, sir? Please tell me you're doing better than the Knicks and anybody that watched that game at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, I'm doing better than the Knicks. How you guys, man?
We're good. We're doing okay. I feel like I can't believe what I just saw.
I can't believe what I just saw.
I thought of the same thing, Brian. I thought of the same thing.
Brian, I'll start with this, right? Because, and I was saying this to Brian here and our friend Mill, who's here as well, too.
Hey, Mel.
Anytime you see these comebacks, Brian, it's never about one thing. It's never, you can look at this and say Aaron Nesmith hit shots and went crazy. Haliburton hits that shot. But what do you think put the Knicks in the position where they're up double digits with 2:38 to go? Everything looks like it's going to be a wrap. And then I'm not going to put my hands on my neck, but they choked this lead away. What went wrong for the Knickerbockers in this game?
I mean, well, a number of things. Yes, as you point out, listen, win by the huge comeback, lose by the huge comeback. Turnabout is fair play. That is what they did against Boston. Listen, they're not built, for one, not to be winning on the offensive glass. That is something that they expect to do every night. But I don't know if they ended up getting beat or ended up tying on the offensive glass.
13-11, they had the advantage at that.
Okay. But, I mean, this is a team that was last in second chance points all year and last in second chance points in the playoffs, right? I'm saying the Pacers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sometimes it's not necessarily about the advantage that you have, the disadvantage that you have, but when you have a huge advantage, you have to take it. You have to end up making that pay off for you. They did not. Secondly, I hated the pace I mean, I'm sure it was entertaining to watch if you're a fan without, with no skin in the game. But I hated the pace from the Knicks' perspective. Listen, you guys are probably a little young to be remembering Julio Cesar Chavez, but think Mayweather, think Miguel Cotto. Like, this is a team that fight. The Pacers are basically a team that wants to win on body blows and wear you out. They're playing in the first quarter to wear you out for the fourth quarter. They're playing tonight to wear them down for game 7, right? I hated the fact that the Knicks were playing this entire game at their pace. Now, I thought, okay, the Knicks can get away with it and win game 1 because I thought they very much had to win game 1. Mm-hmm. But I figured that's going to end up paying dividends for the Pacers in game 6 and 7. Turns out I was wrong. They didn't even get today. They didn't even get game. But the pace disturbed me even from the beginning of the game. And I do think that ended up rearing its head by the end of the game, by the end of regulation and in the fourth quarter, by the end of regulation and then in overtime.
But let me ask you this, Brian, to follow on that, because you talked about this with us before the series when we talked on Friday night. How much of that, too, is the fact of you were concerned a lot about the depth of the Pacers, the fact that they can go 10 deep. We saw them play 10 players today. Tibbs did go 8 deep. We saw some campaign minutes, which I liked.
If you were going to ask me what did I like, I like the fact that Tibbs. I mean, listen, Tibbs is a good coach. He knows. He sees this. He realizes that there is no way I'm going. Now, granted, you could sit there and be greedy and say, "Well, I'm going to win in 5," but there's no way that they can win in 7 games not using that bench. And frankly, when he went to the bench, in the second quarter, he stole minutes. He stole minutes with Cat off the floor, stole minutes with Brunson off the floor. I don't know what Deuce finished. I mean, when I looked, he was like plus 21. I don't know what he finished at.
12.
He finished at plus 12?
Yeah.
In how many minutes?
25.
You would have signed for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think you would have signed for the entire bench performance today, which
yes.
Mill, our friend here, had said. Let's give her credit. She said with 2:38 left in the game, when Brunson hit that 3, she said, "Hey, this is not over yet."
Yes,
she was right. But
they started spiraling.
She also.
Am I the reason?
No. She put the X. You put the X.
No. She not put the X. No. But what she also did is she said, "Hey, Dex, well, what if they got this good production off the bench here today? They got 17 points off the bench, which is we have not seen a lot of playoff games where the Knicks have got 17 points off the bench and 6 coming from campaign.
Yeah.
Yes.
And campaign had good minutes. Let's give campaign.
Well, it's a game
credit.
1. Campaign shows up in game 1s, right?
Yep.
This is true.
Very true.
Is it more disappointing, Brian, that they didn't win a game where you have your stars combined for 70 or 78 points and
78,
and you got good production off the bench, and you lose this game in which this team that plays 10 deep looks like they just had more than you at the end? Is that very disappointing? The other thing I'd like to ask you, that is one part. And then also, how much of this in the Knicks losing this game, maybe about what you talked about before, but they didn't hit their free throws. They missed 12 in this game, and they had 15 turnovers. They didn't take care of the ball as well, too. How much of it does it come down to those little things?
It very much comes down to those little things. And, we discussed it. Listen, you have to hit free throws against this. First, you have to get to the line just to keep them from running.
But they did. They got there 40 times.
Then when you get there, though, you can't just give the points away. You have to hit those free throws. So, yes, that's a factor. I'm very disturbed that they lost. This was, listen, I picked Indiana in 7, right? But I figured this was a game that the Knicks would win.
Mm-hmm.
I figured Indiana would get stronger as the series went on. I presumed incorrectly that the Knicks would, especially with the rest that they got. It's not like this started on Monday. It's not like it started on Tuesday. They were fresh. Yep. So this was a game, listen, you're never going to say in the bag because that's disrespectful, but I figured this was one that they not only had to win, but one that they would win. So yes, if you ask me, am I disturbed throwing this one away, absolutely. However it happened. Now, to do it up 14 with 2:40 left, that's just salt in the wound, right? But yes, I'm very disturbed that you lose this game. However it happened.
Yeah.
I do have one more quote take for Brian.
Yeah.
You just talked about how they lost the game up 14, 2:38 to go, whatever. You and I are both old enough here to remember this because we saw this.
Reggie.
What's the worst game one loss to the Pacers? This or game one in 95 against the Pacers with the 8 points in 9 seconds? What's worse?
That's worse.
I agree.
Listen, we've seen games where we've seen the Knicks come from behind, down 20.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen them now lose up 14, 2.5 left. That mess that we saw, that never happens. I never saw that before or since.
That's fair. That's fair, Brian. And I don't know if it's
some historic foolishness that you're bringing up there.
This is true. I don't know if it's colored by the fact we also know how that series ended for the Knicks. It did not end well.
Yeah, it was a tone setter for sure.
But I think you're right that it was more ridiculous in what happened. Go ahead, Brian.
Brian, let me toss this at you. So we mentioned Towns and Brunson combined for 78 points. That's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks win the rebounding battle 46-39, just in general. And I think that's something that you can count on for the rest of the series, but I just wanted to throw that out you. You get what became a strong offensive showing after a slow start for OG Anunoby, and also a strong offensive showing for Mikal Bridges in totality, even though kind of faded away at the end. But like, you got those things and you got the good bench production. But which of these are going to be harder to replicate, you think, for game 2? Because it feels like on the surface with all those things, they had the formula to win this game. Aaron Nesmith goes crazy, and the Knicks sort of just break down in the final couple minutes of regulation and overtime. So of everything they got, what's going to be the hardest to replicate, you think, in game 2?
You're saying between the 70 some odd,
the combined points from the two stars, the supporting cast being productive, and also just the rebounding advantage.
Listen, they should out-rebound this team.
I think so.
On the reg. They frankly should. I mean, I don't want to say take it as a given. You have to go out and earn those rebounds. But that's the way this team is built. So I expect them to out-rebound. I do not expect those guys to go out and score 78 points. They're clearly capable of doing that, but
correct. Yeah.
That's asking a lot. The rebounding I expect, and I think at this point Tibbs frankly realizes I can't just play 7, right?
You can't.
And these guys are good. Listen, Mitch is a good player. Deuce is a decent player. If you give them opportunities, I think those guys can produce. Will it necessarily match exactly tonight's production? Probably not. But I do expect that they will get opportunities because he'll have no choice but to give them opportunities. And they can produce. I think asking 78 points, that might be a bit much. But they were both great offensively. Now Jalen, listen, let's be honest. I mean, they were elephant hunting all night.
Mm-hmm.
They were picking out Jalen every single play, which again, that's what you should do. Until he proves that he can stand up against those, you should do that. Do I expect him to score 43? No. But he's so good and he's so clutch. And you also have to remember there's extra minutes in this game. Do I expect him to probably score 30 some odd he'll go through this series and average 30.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, can he at least put up some resistance on the other end? Some, just a little.
So minutes wise, not to get all minutes policey here, but this is something that we have to monitor because the Knicks went 8 deep to Tibbs' credit, and he did play campaign like a legitimate 10 minutes. The Pacers were 9 deep, and then Ben Shepherd was getting fourth quarter minutes, just closing minutes out of nowhere. If you look at the starting 5, everyone was 38 minutes plus. And you had Mikal Bridges gets to 46, OG to 42, Josh Hart to 44. For the Pacers, you had 3 guys at 38 plus. Siakam gets 42, Haliburton 42, Nesmith 38, Turner in the low 30s, Nembhard 35. And obviously their bench was distributed pretty evenly in the teens and one guy in the 20s. So moving forward now, you have a series, obviously, where the games are every other night. Are you more concerned now that they didn't get this one, that moving forward, it's like, oh, they're going to have to continue to overcompensate their lack of depth, and now you're in a window where you have to win 4 out of 6 to get this series because you blew this one?
Yes, very much so. Very much so. I mean, the seeds for any Knick fourth quarter fatigue in games 6 and 7 are planted in the way this team is going to run and play and press them in games 1, 2, and 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way the Pacers are going to try to win.
That's what they do. Yeah.
That's what Cleveland had to deal with and could not. That is what the Knicks are now going to have to try to deal with. And you know it's coming, right? Your scouts, they do all the work. They come back. They tell you this is what's coming. They show you the cut-ups. It's different when you're having to play it and deal with it for 48 minutes or 53 minutes. It's an entirely different thing. So, yes, to answer your question briefly, it's concerning.
Very concerning. Mel, you got any questions for Brian?
Those last 2 minutes and 30 seconds, how do you stop light up shooting like that? How do you slow down the game and just stop that? Because, you know, Dexter pointed out that it's a lot of the little things that went into this loss, the free throws, the turnovers. But a big part of it was their shooting at the end, making those threes that brought them back in this game. How exactly were they supposed to defend that, supposed to stop that? I mean, Nesmith came out of nowhere and just started lighting it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I mean, in some cases, yes, it is a make or miss league, right? So you just have to be in the right spots and contest. And to be fair, in several of those opportunities, they were in the right spots. Now, what I tell you, though, is not just necessarily in those, 239, but when you have an inbound, now I'm talking overtime, when you have an inbounds and you know where they're inbounding and you don't defend the inbound at all.
That's another thing.
Yep, good point, Brian.
Yeah.
Like that's correctable. And that's something that's not acceptable. I get it. You know, Nesmith in some of those opportunities, there's even a hand in his face. He makes it fine. You have to tip your cap and say, all right, good shot. Good on you. But, you know, some of the plays that we saw down the stretch in overtime, that's inexcusable. That's, I think, probably what I don't want to speak for Tibbs, but I think that's maybe where you're a little bit more perturbed and somebody might get cussed in film room. And I like Mitch, but that wasn't a good look.
Tibbs, I did see a comment. Tibbs did say on that play they were supposed to foul, which made sense. They should have fouled. How they didn't foul, I can't explain it. That's what I didn't. The reaction we probably cut. Our producers probably cut up the clip. None of us could understand what
their
happened
execution
here.
just down the stretch was just
Terrible.
bad. Like it started in that run in the fourth quarter that the Pacers went on, because the Pacers went on that run because in part the Knicks weren't executed. But then in overtime, Mills said it when we were live, like they looked a step slow the entire time in overtime. The Knicks did.
Agreed.
Let me ask you. Go ahead, Brian.
No, sorry. Go ahead, Dutch.
No, I was going to say, because I think there's a couple ways you can look at this game, right? Of course, there's going to be the Knicks choke this away, and I don't think you can hide from that. You can run from the smoke on this. They choked, and maybe things looked bad once Haliburton put his hands around his neck, and it was a game one, and none of it felt good, and
Almost
all that,
a three,
all that stuff, right? There's a way they could have lost this in regulation. The other side of looking at this is there are things that we can clean up. We were up 14 with 2:38 to go in a game one in our building.
We proved for 46 minutes we were the better team, but it's not a 46-minute game. It was 45 minutes and 30 seconds. We're the better team. What do you think the adjustments the Knicks have to make in game 2 to even this series at 1?
Well, I mean, they're going to have to find ways to give Brunson a little bit more help defensively. Because, again, there were gaping problems when they're hunting on him in pick and roll situations. I mean, I can't quibble with too much of what they did in the first half. But their ball security in the second half, now I'd have to look and see what the turnovers were first half versus second half. Let's see, what did
I think it was 6-9. I think 6 in the first half, 9 in the second half.
It ended up being 15-7 Knicks, which is not a category you want to lead in, obviously, especially against this team.
But ball security absolutely was an issue. No doubt about it.
Pacers only had 7 turnovers the entire game, which is crazy. Wow. And Brunson, by the way, by himself had 7 turnovers.
The Pacers had – well, I mean, but again, this is what I'm saying. The Pacers threw by and large – I mean, there may have been – and I'm not talking switches. But, I mean, primary 3 different defenders. I mean, you have Naismith and Hart and then TJ on him. There may have even been – and I'm not even talking on switches. They're going to run bodies at him. And they're going to eventually wear him down. And he is going to turn the ball over. If you're asking him to do that much heavy lifting, unfortunately, it's going to happen. But, yeah, so second half, the Pacers had 1 turnover. The Knicks had 6.
There you go.
Jesus. To your point, they tried Mathurin for a couple possessions. They tried Siakam for a brief period in terms of guarding Brunson.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to try – I said this. They're going to try to throw length on him. It's not going to be TJ McConnell for the majority of the time.
I thought Siakam would be on him more than he was.
Yeah, well, he crossed Siakam and scored on him, and then Rick Carlisle was like, all right, no more of that.
No, I get it, but that's fine. You can go back.
But he may go back to it. He may go back to it.
All different looks. They're going to throw him this look, that look, this look, and just throw bodies at him.
But that's why it's important for the Knicks to move the ball, because if you're going to isolate Brunson a lot and they're going to wear him down and be physical with him, which you know they're going to do, which they will be, and they're going to go as far as they're allowed to go, then, you need ball movement and you need your role players to step up. And you got that today and still lost.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's it. And look, I've seen this in the chat already, and I knew this was going to come. This was so predictable. You should know this too, Brian. Tibbs got out-coached. The Knicks did not lose this game because of coaching. I think it's a bit ridiculous to say that. Players have agency. Players have to execute. We just talked about the players not fouling when it's supposed to. We talked about the turnovers. Tibbs can't do that. Tibbs can't take care of the ball, right? Tibbs not out here shooting free throws. Tibbs didn't miss 12 free throws. Tibbs didn't turn over the ball 15 times. The notion that Tibbs got out-coached here and to not look at the little things that lost the Knicks the game is ridiculous. It's absolutely, positively ridiculous. Did Tibbs make adjustments? Sure. But I don't think Tibbs was the reason they lost the game.
I would not say Tibbs is the reason they lost. I would not agree with that. I think from talking to me that I have the utmost respect for Carlisle. I think he's a great coach.
Yeah. You said, to be clear, just for folks who didn't watch this, Brian said before this series, he thought the Pacers had the advantage in coaching, and you thought Carlisle was a better coach. And then you said that Tibbs was a bad coach. You just said you thought Carlisle was a better coach.
I think Tibbs is a good coach. I want to be clear.
We all do.
I want to be very clear. I think Tibbs is a good coach, maybe a very good coach. I think Carlisle's a great coach. I think
that's fair.
I think he's great. So no, I mean, I guess people are going to quibble and say, "Oh, you should have held your challenge later." I guess maybe that would have been useful. But I'm not going to say
that's still not 12 missed free throws and 15 turnovers.
But that's not the reason you lost.
Right. Which is my point.
If you're going to have turnovers, particularly long ball turnovers, Well, forget it. You can't defend a live ball turnover anyway. That's a dunk. Or Obi missed a dunk, but whatever.
That's true.
I mean, you can't defend with a live ball turnover. But I mean, if you're going to turn the ball over, this team's going to run. This team's going to run on misses, much less turnovers. You will have to get back against this team. It just is what it is. Guys are going to have to run, and they're going to have to get back. Guys are going to have to take care of the ball.
Right.
You can't run out on the court and take care of the ball for you.
Right. That's not coaching. That's my point. It's not. It's a lazy argument to say the Knicks lost the game. That coaching. Oh, what adjustments did he make in the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds? The players didn't execute in the last 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
Correct.
That is it. It is nothing more. It is nothing less than that. Because had they gone and coasted to a win and won by 10 or 12 or whatever it had been, then you'd been like, oh, Tibbs is the best coach. But because the players didn't execute in the last 2 minutes and 38 seconds, now we're putting this on Tibbs. I just think the notion of that is ridiculous. And if you're going to ignore 15 turnovers, if you're going to ignore 12 missed free throws, anybody who says that, I'm like, you're not watching the game. You're not watching basketball. You're not understanding. As I said, when leads are blown, you can't have it one way, like you said, Brian. You can't have comebacks from 20 when it's the Knicks, and they do all the little things right to win. And then when they don't do it and they lose, then you just put it on the coach. Absolutely ridiculous.
Agreed.
But I just don't think it is. Now, you said, and last thing we'll wrap is, you said that one of the adjustments you said is they have to get Brunson more help defensively. What would you like to see them do in terms of that? Is it the scheme, right? Is it maybe going more to this? Because they played a lot more drop in this game than they did we saw against Boston. Is it going back to the switch everything scheme that we saw against Boston? Is it something else? What do you say in terms of how they adjust and get Brunson some help on defense?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with them. I mean, I get why you would go to drop, but here's the thing, man. With drop, I mean, Haliburton's going to make the right play when you're in the drop. He just is.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's such a good
He just flat will. You waiting for him to mess up, he's not going to help you out with that. So, yeah, I would like to allow a little more switching and see if it can work. I don't consider that like a panic move. I consider that the nature of the playoffs. I'm going to try something. Game 1. Then I'm going to come back in game 2, and I'm going to make an adjustment and try something else. You're going to adjust to my adjustment. That's just the way the playoffs are.
Yeah.
Right. That's
right.
Yeah.
That's just the postseason.
The only thing I would say to that, Brian, is the Cavs tried that, and they got killed on switches by the Pacers in the last series.
They did.
So maybe the Knicks, at least on the wings defensively, have better personnel equipped for it, is what you would hope. But I think the Pacers, like, they won't be made uncomfortable, I don't think, in terms of their offensive process if they're hit with, the Knicks switching everything on a consistent basis.
I think the Knicks, now I could be proven wrong, I think the Knicks wing defenders are better.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, I could be proven wrong.
No, you're right, because DeAndre Hunter, Max Strus are not OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges defensive.
Right.
But, it's also like Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Brunson, like that's part of it. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
The Cavs.
I'm not saying that I think the Knicks defense is better at the point of attack. I'm not saying that Brunson's better defender. I'm saying they're wing defenders.
The wings, The thing that Cleveland had that was to their, and it didn't even work. But the thing they had to their advantage was they had the double bigs, and they had 2 bigs that are good defensively. Whereas with Towns, I mean, you want him in every action possible if you're the Pacers from an offensive standpoint. So
yes,
we'll see.
We'll see what they do. It's going to be a long couple of days for the Knicks fans. They can't wait for game 2. We'll see if they can make some adjustments. Brian, we appreciate you joining us as always for the post game. And some people are going to say, you're defending Tom Thibodeau. They're going to say doing things. One thing you can't say, Brian, I can't even get you to say this. You can't say Knicks in 4. We can't say that anymore. I tried to get you to say Knicks in 4 the other day.
I just don't want the Knicks to go. Knicks will not go down in 4.
I don't see that happening. Do you think the Knicks will win game 2?
Yes, I do.
There you go. All right.
I do.
Listen,
but then again, I thought they were going to win this game. I felt confident. I felt confident they were going to win tonight. I did not feel confident they were going to win the series, but I felt confident that they were going to win tonight. And frankly, I thought they might win both of these games here at home.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought they'd win the first two here. They did not, but it's simple. They did not execute. It's really not that deep, man. They didn't execute, but we'll see. Brian, we'll see you after game 2 on Friday night.
All right, man.
All right, thank you. That is the great Brian Lewis, sports reporter here for the New York Post, joining us as always on the post game.
We don't need that anymore.
Mel, has your are you still salty? Has the vibes come down? It's a rough night for the Knicks fans. I get it.
You know, like I told you before, my confidence level is a little bit low, but we have to make the proper adjustments. And I hopefully don't see us having another game where we miss 12 free throws.
Yeah, you got to. Look, I knew it was coming with the fans. I knew it was coming.
To be fair, what I'll say is this. I don't think Tibbs lost in the game, but I thought Rick Carlisle made some really good decisions down the stretch, which that helped out become the difference. Like, I was like, all right, where's Miles Turner? Where's Andrew Nembhard? Didn't go to them. He rode with a lineup that was ultimately getting them that lead at the end, or got them to tie the game at the end. Not the lead, almost got them the lead. Stuck with Ben Shepherd, who didn't play before this. Stuck with him. Stuck with Aaron Nesmith, was just going nuts on top of that. And then 2 masterful challenges. Like, in terms of little,
masterful,
in terms of little, but he saved it for I'm talking about more so because of the timing.
Okay,
saving it for the perfect times. Like, this is why, like, we would have.
I'm saying we all ripped the Tibbs challenge. We did not like the challenge. We said it in the moment.
No, but if we're talking about little things that add up, and again, I don't think Tibbs lost them the game.
No, I think the notion of that is ridiculous.
But we all are in agreement. I think that Carlisle is a better coach. I think Carlisle in the NBA right now is probably top 2.
I agree with all that.
You know,
I agree with all that. I don't think Tibbs. I think the notion that Tibbs lost in the game or got out coached is absolutely ridiculous. Because if you got out coached, you can't just sit here and say the first 46 minutes and 22 seconds didn't matter and he didn't coach good to get him to, and then all of a sudden the last 2:38 didn't happen. Like that. That to me tells me you don't watch basketball. That is not how basketball works. That doesn't happen because you're not bringing anything on the players. You're not bringing up the missed free throws. You're not bringing up the fact that they had all the turnovers.
I think those things,
and you just run into the coach.
I think those things lost them the game first and foremost. Like the turnover, because you give up the lead.
Yeah,
you do that by turning the ball over, and we said it. Like, Jalen Brunson makes that 3, and then it's like, all right, you have this big lead. Why is Jalen Brunson isolating 2 or 3 straight possessions, which got their offense out of rhythm? Not Jalen Brunson's fault, but like, that's just what they did offensively. Like, nobody else was moving without the ball, none of these things. And then the Pacers are going back on the floor, and it's like, Aaron Nesmith, where is he? Here, make this 3. And then the Pacers just got into that zone. Like, they were controlling the pace at the end of the game, where they would run up and down the floor. It's like, wait, the Knicks are caught slipping on this end, or they didn't make a shot? We're running. That's what every single time. And then in overtime, it felt like the Knicks, like, they never had their rhythm at all.
Yeah.
You know? And that they lost their rhythm. They being the players. There's no timeout that was going to just automatically change that. It doesn't work that way. What I understand is we have to understand, because we watched this whole playoffs. There's a lot of people out there, we talked about this earlier, who wanted Tibbs gone. They don't like Tibbs. So anything that goes wrong to the Knicks, they're gonna blame it on Tibbs.
Why is Size 9 mad at us?
They're mad because there's one. Who's the guy in here? I think it was John who said, "Oh,
where was the who was
it's typical. It's typical that the media is defending Tibbs. Nobody in the media, people in the media, we've criticized Tibbs for stuff, right? People criticize Tibbs. The fact that we're
all season for minutes for the lack of a rotation.
Yeah, I've been critical of that. I've been critical of that. So these
are selective arguments that don't directly
apply. But if you're going to
sit
here and say that they were out coached in this game and that's why they lost the game, yes, I'm going to call you out and say you don't know basketball because you didn't even bring up the things that matter to win a basketball game: free throws, taking care of the ball. And all you want to do is I get it. Just say you don't like Tibbs. I'd rather you just type in the chat, I am a Tom Thibodeau hater, and I can't reasonably be objective. Just say it. It's cool. But I'm here. Thibodeau's to be criticized. I've had things to criticize Tibbs about.
Yeah,
but
he also just led a team that beat the Celtics.
And all of a sudden he doesn't know how to coach.
Before the series,
that's
And
ridiculous.
before the series, the conversations we were having if they don't look competitive against the Celtics, he can get fired.
Which I was the person
And
saying
they
that.
won the series, and it's like, not that it's house money.
But you know what happened? 5 days have passed since that series, and all of a sudden Tom Thibodeau forgot how to coach, or maybe some people out there think Rick Carlisle's a better coach than Tom Thibodeau.
Yes.
And that doesn't mean I'm saying Tom Thibodeau's a bad coach. I think Rick Carlisle's a better coach. I think Rick Carlisle stuck with his players. Hey, you know when Tom Thibodeau stuck with his players when they were bench players? Oh, game 4 against the Celtics when he did that. Also, it's points in game 6. Sometimes you're going to push buttons and they work. Sometimes they don't work, right?
Yeah.
But this is on the players. And I guarantee you, I haven't watched all the post-game comments. I guarantee you, Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson, the players in there are saying, this is on us. They're not going to be pointing the finger at Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
They know it's their job to go out.
But yeah.
They could.
No,
but, I mean, that'd be stupid. They know it's their job to go execute.
But ultimately they fell flat. Like, Mill, you saw it. Like, they fell flat in the end. Mikal kind of disappears at different points.
That's something you especially notice is that, I mean, OG started to get hot a little bit, and then it was just gone. And then Bridges wasn't really a factor at all. And that's in that fourth quarter. You guys said he had a great start.
Yeah, he did.
What happened? You know, you can't just disappear.
Yeah.
You know, I know they want to run ISO ball with Brunson, and we like that a lot because he's Mr. Clutch. He's the clutch player of the year. But again, it's important to keep players like Bridges and OG involved for situations where they need to make shots down the stretch. But they're not, because that's just not the offense that's being run at the end there. It's Brunson all the way. But I would like to see them also getting involved down the stretch there.
I would like to see that because we've seen that throughout the playoffs and some of the wins that we saw from Knicks. We saw the guys get involved.
We've seen OG hit some clutch shots.
Absolutely. Now, I think
Bridges,
to that point, though, sometimes I think there's this notion that, and I always say this, and I'm not trying to be demeaning to anybody, this is not NBA 2K, guys. This isn't you controlling and get to run a play. Players have to read. They have to react to things. They're given instructions from coaches, but they are not robots. They have agency. Look, all the Knicks, I guarantee they all have talked. I've been in the locker room. Mm-hmm. They've all talked all season long. We got to move the ball. We got to do things in these late game situations.
They stop moving the ball, and then what happens?
Sometimes they stop moving the ball. Is that coaching? No, that's not coaching.
But I think we're talking too much about like the coaching aspect of it. Bottom line was,
I agree. It's they didn't execute. They didn't execute.
Yeah,
they didn't execute in the last 2-3 minutes of the game. They were out of rhythm. The players know how to win games. You know how? Because we've seen them be in rhythm and come back.
Yeah,
we've seen them do it. The players dropped the ball today. They didn't do it. They didn't do the little things to win a basketball games. And they ended up losing in overtime.
Yeah, I didn't have a big issue with their rotations. I mean, Aaron Nesmith just went crazy like toward the end, and the Knicks were struggling to defend him, like regardless of who was out there. You know what I mean? Like the Pacers outplayed you down the stretch at the most important times. You damn near lost in regulation because Tyrese Haliburton's foot was on the line. Right. They had a chance again in overtime to win this game, and they didn't.
They did have a chance.
I like bringing up. I love you bringing up that point. They had a chance to do it. And they didn't do it. Now look, they got jerked on the goaltending call. We talked about that.
Didn't end up mattering that much.
Honestly, no. But they didn't execute things like Brian mentioned, not fouling there. And listen, a lot was put on JB. They're throwing a lot of defenders. We'll see if the Knicks can make adjustments here in game 2. This is what the playoffs is about. I'm with Brian on this. This is what the playoffs are about. You have to make adjustments.
And the main thing for me is just the depth, because again, the longer this goes, this will benefit the team with more depth.
I agree.
I agree. This is why it was very important for the Knicks to win this first game in particular, especially because I'm going to look this up. I haven't been able to check it yet, but I don't get.
I will say I agree with John on his point there about not isolating. If the Knicks are up 14, that Mill you were saying about getting other balls involved. John, I do agree with you on that.
I agree.
And that's on players.
We can have civil disagreements.
Yeah, it's not. And John, everybody out there, I'm not saying, I may have a little harsh saying you don't know basketball. I apologize for that. But I know you guys are smart and very passionate and watch these games.
Not all. Most.
Most. I'm John. I'm sure you watch this game is very passionate. So I apologize if you thought you don't know basketball. But I think we have to always
I'm
look at the
sticking
little
to Knicks
things.
and 6. I still like you.
That's fine. I love you. I love you too, John. I'm sticking with Knicks and 6 too. I'm with you. I'm not losing the faith. I think they can come back and back. Listen, there's a way, and Mill, I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Yes, please.
There is a way, and I think sometimes we got to do this after these kind of losses. This is a gut-wrenching loss.
It
I'm
is.
making no bones about this, guys. This is one of the ones that stabs you in the gut.
Yep.
You're feeling it.
Mhm.
And I feel bad you got to take that final tomorrow.
It's
Oh,
okay.
that's right.
But there's a way in which sometimes losses like this, you could turn it into a strength. And I think how the Knicks bounce back from this is going to be very telling. What do you want to see in game 2?
I feel like they did a lot of things right this game. And it was up until that point, I hate to keep mentioning it, up until that, well, besides the missed free throws and the turnovers, but they started off this game really well. And I want to see them start off game 2 the same way. Making shots, get hot from 3. I mean, we don't see that team do that often, so I don't know if I can count on it.
Yeah.
But get guys involved early on. Like we said, it's important to have these guys involved because you can't always depend on Brunson to put up 40 plus. You can't depend on Cat and Brunson to combine for that much every game. We said it before, like we need to get Mikal, we need to get OG involved, even Josh. It's important to get them in rhythm as well so that they can hit shots down the stretch if they need to. And I want to see a good start as well. And then down the stretch, I want them to just, well, if they have a lead, don't make the same mistakes where you're turning over the ball. Have a secondary ball handler help you on that, Brunson, because there were 2 key turnovers he had. Was it overtime? I think it was either overtime or the fourth quarter, either one.
During that run, basically.
Yeah, 2 turnovers back to back where he just couldn't control the ball. And I feel like he needs help on that end where someone else needs to get that. But there was a lot of things I liked that I saw from this game, especially the bench production, which I'm hoping we get back again. You can't always count on it, but hey, give the bench some more run next game as well. Give Campaign some minutes, see what he can do. Deuce, you can count on him being that defensive menace. As in terms of offense, sometimes his shot's not there. He was missing a lot towards the end. But Mitch, again, you can count on him to be out there to have that presence. So I really want to see that bench step up as well because we're seeing the Pacers bench step up. So we need to match that. It's going to be a really important game, I would say, because you don't want to go down.
Oh no, it's a must win.
0-2.
I look at it as a must win.
Yeah, I agree. Again, you can't let the series linger for too long because, I mean, just because you get a game 7 on your home court, theoretically, it doesn't, like, the Pacers can obviously win anywhere. They've proven that. Well, I want to ask you a question about, like, the rotation. So are you good with the minutes distribution that we talked about, or because you said you might want to see the bench a little bit more, but if they're not giving you the same production, if they're not replicating it, like what's the move? Do you try out Precious Achiuwa? Do you try out somebody else, or do you just play the starters more and treat it as like a game 7 because you have to win this game and just worry about game 3 when game 3 comes?
Right. Do you mind going down the rundown for the bench again?
Yeah. So for people watching, so Mikal Bridges played 46, and this is again including overtime. So this is out of 53 minutes, not out of 48 minutes. But Mikal Bridges played 46 minutes. He led the game. Josh Hart had 44. So typical that those two would lead the way. As we know, OG Anunoby 42. Karl-Anthony Towns just short of 40, had 39. Jalen Brunson 38. Now it's a different 39 and 38 because of overtime, but still. And also
foul trouble for Jalen Brunson too.
And Karl-Anthony Towns at 4 also. Now for the bench, we're not going to count DeLon Wright's 30-second cameo. Deuce McBride had 25 minutes. He was a plus 12. Mitchell Robinson 21, Campaign 10. Do you like that distribution there? Or do you feel like they need to open this up even more? Do they need to play Precious Achiuwa as part of the rotation or just keep it the way it is?
I also want to add, because I saw John in the chat said, I want to see the team make free throws. Yes, and I'd love to see DeLon Wright over Campaign. I found that interesting because we talked about DeLon Wright earlier in this. Is he somebody you like to see add in rotation? Precious Achiuwa. I just thought John mentioning that was really interesting. Since we talked about DeLon Wright during this game, do you want to see the rotation? I go back to Brian's question, but Brian asked a good question. What do you want to see him do the rotation?
I feel like the distribution of bench minutes we got tonight, I was okay with that. I think we got a good amount from everyone. I mean, Campaign, we haven't seen a lot this playoffs at all. So, I mean, to see him get 10, that's even something. And the fact that he produced during those minutes, I think that's a good sign. Do you bump that up more? Maybe by like a minute or 2, but
depends on how he's playing, right?
That too. It's all situational, you know. If Payne or, I mean, I don't know about Precious. I'm not sure of trying him out yet. You see, if it's a situation where none of the bench guys are producing, I don't think that Tibbs goes to Precious. I think he just puts back the starters in and he goes with them. It's not like Precious is, oh, hey, like we need something and he's our go-to. It's not going to be that way at all. It's going to be forcing the starters to create something. But I think I liked the bench minutes tonight. From what we saw, I think they could produce more.
Mhm.
I think, what did Deuce shot tonight? I felt like he missed a lot.
2 for 7. I mean, that doesn't really capture like how effective he ultimately was.
I
And
thought
he
he was
wa-
really good on
he
defense.
was 4
Yeah.
for 5 from free throw. Yeah, and he hit his free throws. He was 80%, but 2 also, yes. Like defensively, he was a live body and probably better than that, honestly.
I feel like we could be getting more from Deuce, honestly.
Sorry, I was laughing at this comment.
It's okay.
That was up on the screen. As a Cavs fan, the Pacers are for sure using voodoo, but I'm also kind of rooting for them now. Wow. Okay.
Wow,
That's interesting.
that's strange.
Interesting.
I
Rooting
think
for
no, but
division
I
rival.
think if you're a Cavs fan, there's something to be said for like you want the team that beat your team to go all the way, even though they're in your same. The only thing I would ask is like you don't consider them a rival.
They're doing a division.
You
Yeah,
know?
I know divisions don't
Well,
really matter anymore, but
Evan might not care about divisions.
maybe he
which,
doesn't.
I mean,
I
a lot of
understand
people
that.
don't.
A lot of people don't. anymore.
Just real quick on DeLon Wright. So because like that's an interesting comment John made because we talked about it. I really like DeLon Wright, and I think in a playoff setting, like there's a world where if Campaign just doesn't have it, and you'll know right away if Campaign doesn't have it, then I think like DeLon Wright is interesting from a defensive standpoint. Like, can DeLon Wright come in and try to slow down the Indiana Pacers? Like, it sounds like a stupid discussion. I'm going to acknowledge it. Like, oh, we're talking about DeLon Wright, but no, seriously, from an
I don't
adjustment.
think it's no.
No,
I don't think
because
it's a
you'll
stupid
probably get
discussion.
people like really
No,
DeLon Wright, but I think from a defensive standpoint, like again, I saw this dude when he was with the Atlanta Hawks, shut down Tyler Hero in the playoff series, be effective at times, even last year against the Celtics when he was part of the Heat. After that, and obviously he had some years. I mean, this was early on in his career, but he was on the Raptors team. We talked about guys who won a ring. I don't think he was on that Raptors squad.
I don't think he was on that Raptors squad.
But he was in that iteration before when like DeMar DeRozan was still there. Like he is in the league because he is a defender, and for a guard, he's long. Like he has a good wingspan.
Here's why
and I think he can work in spurts. Like I think he's worth trying out on the backcourt.
The reason I don't think it's a stupid discussion, and the reason I think we brought up in the game, we're like, oh, we're talking about DeLon Wright for 30 seconds. And the reason John brought it up, and John, you could comment in chat if this is what you're saying, because I don't think that this is wrong. Particularly in this against this team, in this matchup, in a team that's going 10 deep, right, guys? Maybe if you don't see Campaign having it, like the way Brian says, maybe it's like, all right, let's get DeLon Wright for, I'm putting air quotes in, a change of pace, right?
Because
somebody to change something up against his team. Now, if you want to tell me you want to see these kind of adjustments from Tom Thibodeau, I hear you, and I'm with you on this. These are the kind of in-game adjustments where throwing somebody off for something second, maybe not in crunch time, but maybe it happens in the first half. Maybe it's in the third quarter. Maybe this is something that you can see to do that. I think particularly in this series, because of the depth that this team has, you might have to try to steal minutes from guys here and there if you can, and it could be valuable for this Knicks team. If somebody Campaign doesn't have it and can give them a spark.
But this is why for role players, you have to look at this way. Like I said early on, or even before when we were previewing Knicks Celtics, which is why I didn't understand Size 9's comments about all the Mitchell Robinson praise. Because I was saying, like, look, this is not going to be a Mitchell Robinson series if the Celtics can hit their threes like the way that they have.
Yeah, we talked about that.
And they didn't.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they didn't. And it became a Mitchell Robinson series because he could stay on the floor ultimately, get the rebounds, and be a deterrent on defense. And you could live with what he gave you at the free throw line because they were doing so many other things well. Now you have to look at role players like, this is a series for you. This might not be a series for you. This is a series for you. This might not be a series for you. And with Campaign, it's like you bring him in the game for offense. You want him ultimately to try to keep pace with the Pacers. No pun intended. Forgive me. I'm sorry. But with DeLon Wright, you want him to muck up that pace. You want him to try to slow them down. So I think from a schematic standpoint, like it just makes more sense unless Campaign has it. Like to Mill's point, if Campaign just has it, you ride with Campaign until he doesn't. That's the Campaign experience. And not to say DeLon Wright's going to be like your defensive stopper, but he is in the league to defend. I think he'd be worth a look, especially when you need to expand your rotations against a team who has a lot of depth, which is going to be to their advantage this entire series.
No, I think it's fair points. That's why I like that John brought it up. John just made another comment. He said, I want to see Wright on the floor when McConnell is on the court to slow him down. Knicks had no answer for him. Now,
McConnell's gonna push.
yeah, but I like what John
Yeah.
is saying here because this is a change of pace sort of thing.
See, John knows basketball.
John, John, I apologize to you. You know some basketball. I don't agree with you that Tim's got out coached, but I do think he knows some basketball. John's got his thinking cap on. But I do, in all seriousness, I do agree with John here because maybe that's sort of the time he's talking about in a very specific situation. You agree or disagree?
I feel like it's hard to assess our bench because we haven't had a large sample size of seeing them in this playoff so far. I mean, we've seen Robinson. He's obviously been a very important part of that Celtics series and just everything else that he's brought. But DeLon Wright, like we saw 30 seconds, and it's hard to know if he can make a bigger impact with those 30 seconds. I mean, obviously you've watched him before, earlier in his career, and
he's a good role player, backup guard.
I don't know if I can depend on that to say if he gets more minutes, he can actually change the pace and he can actually contribute and help. And I want to believe it. I want to, but I would have maybe. I think you mentioned earlier, like maybe it's not a big like, oh, he gets 10 minutes, but maybe it's just a few more minutes. Like we can see a little bit. We can see a little bit to see if it's making an impact.
Here's the other thing, real quick.
Yes.
To your point, what's going to happen is because he's been struggling with his shooting this year and last year was better. He's out there to slow things down defensively and to ultimately like be there for defense. The problem you'll have on the other end is where Karl is going to be like, leave him open, okay? Make him make a shot. And DeLon Wright is not a terrible shooter, but this season he's had a terrible year shooting the basketball. And for his career, he's 35% on limited volume, so he's not a shooter. Like he can make some shots. He had a 17-point game in the playoffs last year when he was in the Heat's rotation against the Celtics, but he's not somebody who it's kind of like a worse version of Josh Hart from a standpoint of like, hey, you're content with like them shooting if you're the Pacers.
Yeah,
so
and that's a problem.
Yeah, if he's going to get a 6 to 8 minute to 10 minute shift, you have to be able to make an open shot also. I think that's part of it. So it would be a defensive move, and I think it could work, but he has to make a shot.
I think John came in here and said he played well during the regular season when JB was out from injury. You referenced that before, and I think he did give some good minutes. Mill, I don't think that I take your point any less in that you're questioning, hey, can we count on him now in this time? Maybe that's a criticism you want to say of Tibbs, that he should have gone deeper early in the playoffs so you could have seen more of these guys to instill confidence in them to come in these situations, and that I agree with and understand. But I also will say this is now the Eastern Conference Finals. And sometimes if you see something against a team that's a little more depth, you have to try something, because I really do agree with Brian Lewis in that the depth could be an impact here on this team, and it could affect you later in the series more than it even does now. So can you steal some minutes? And maybe it's something as simple as what John said, which is like, hey, McConnell's a change of pace guy. He gives him spunk. He gives him fight. He's that little irritant that you can't stand with the ball.
Very good passer.
Very good passer. And he's got a good feel for the game.
High IQ.
High IQ. Yep.
Yeah. And I will take another point that Brian just said. Does this happen if you look at campaign and you feel like the campaign experience is going a little crazy, which we've seen that happen sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, after he made a few threes, or how many did he?
He had 2 threes.
He hit 2, but then he chucked up a bunch more, and that kind of ended the campaign experience.
That's and sometimes the campaign experience ends like that, and you take it. Right, and like I don't know. I'm not coaching, and I don't have as talented as these coaches are. I have the feel all the time to be like, all right, when do I stop the campaign experience? When do I start the DeLon Wright experience? But maybe if campaign is helping you, this is what it comes out. I always say this is basketball. Basketball is about winning possessions.
Yeah.
And either the players will help you win possessions on the offensive side or defensive side of the ball. Maybe DeLon Wright helps you win some possessions on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe he gives you a little offense. I don't know. But do I think it's not worth trying in a game 2? I don't think it's that crazy.
Yeah.
Also, because even if you play a 9th person, maybe that just gives somebody else a little bit extra rest. Yeah. Or maybe it's giving Deuce some more minutes, which I saw somebody else say. It might have been John. Somebody else said that in the chat. Maybe he's giving Deuce some more minutes, who I thought played reasonably well. Deuce has played good since the end of the Pistons series.
Yeah, and the pressure, that's the thing. The pressure is on the Knicks to not be in foul trouble, because you don't want to be forced. You want to do these things before you're forced to do it. That's the other part of it.
That is a good point.
Real quick, Tyrese Haliburton. This is a quote from the choke sign celebration because he was asked about it, of course, in the press conference or post game media availability. If I would have known it was a 2, he says, I wouldn't have done it. I might have wasted it. If I do it again, people might say I'm aura farming. That is some new school ass shit. Like aura farming.
Are these players locked in? Like we got players talking about aura farming in the locker room. What is going on?
I mean,
look, let me put it like this. I don't want to kill him because he clearly had been waiting to use that. Okay,
and he won and had 30.
He brought out the shirt last year in Game 7. Now look
after the game.
After the Game 7, which I thought was corny. You wear it before the game and you wear it after. That's a different thing. You wore it after the game. I thought it was lame.
I also want to put out there on record. I think Tyrese Haliburton is a great player.
Oh, I think Tyrese Haliburton is a great player.
Yeah, I don't.
But if you're a Knicks fan and you don't like him, especially today,
a lot of people don't.
Oh, I'm with you. Like now, here's the thing: fans got to be on top of this guy every time he has the ball, and the Knicks gotta
doesn't bother him.
The Knicks got no because. But this is what you want out of these NBA villains. You want this, but the Knicks
to lean into the.
I like it's great for the sport. I love it. It's great for the sport.
Listen, Tyrese Haliburton, shout out to our producer Nico, is a wrestling fan, so he's going to lean into. As is Jalen Brunson. Listen, they had the confrontation on SmackDown. You know, I had to bring this up today at some point. Tyrese Haliburton leans into he understands what being a heel is.
Okay, here's the thing: if you're a heel and you lean into that, it's cool. But sometimes you got to beat the heel's ass.
No, it's true.
And
heels don't always
win. The Knicks have to come back and not like the sight of his face on Friday night and respond. That's
Let that fuel them. Let
it fuel them. Sometimes things like this can spark
the same way that they saw Trae Young roll some fake dice on their court.
Which didn't bother me as much as it bothered some other people. But I actually be more bothered by this than I would Trae Young rolling the dice. One, because the stakes in the game.
And the thing is also he did it and still won in overtime.
See, now I said this before all the time. It would have been funny if he did it and lost. Now, if he did it and he lost, nobody will remember the choke sign.
They would. The streets would remember.
Oh no,
Twitter would.
They remember like that, but it wouldn't be as iconic. The reason Reggie Miller 8 points in 9 seconds and the choke sign is iconic. Another part of it is they went on to win the series. They won the game and then they went on to win the series. If the Knicks come back
and had a 3-1 lead in that series, too.
The Knicks. Granted, the Knicks had 2 very clutch games in that series, Games 5 and Game 6. Big game for Patrick Ewing with a game winner. John Starks was huge in Game 6.
And Game 7, they lost by just 2
points, and they should have won a Patrick Ewing finger roll, which I cried after that game. But that we'll not talk about that. Yeah. The Knicks, if they win the series, nobody's going to remember that play. If I was the Knicks, I want to make it irrelevant. They win the series, nobody's going to remember the play.
They'll remember from the standpoint of dunking on him, basically.
What do you say?
They'll remember if the Knicks win this series. They'll remember from the standpoint of haha, you did the choke sign.
Knicks fans are going to have the Photoshop, not even the Photoshop, just going to have the screenshots ready. If the Knicks win the series, they're just going to have him doing this. They're going to have the screenshots ready. It's going to be out there ready, and
they'll do it back to him if they win the series.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You'll see them in the streets when
they're
doing their
little. We'll do it in the video.
You might have to.
I'm plotting.
But they have to win in order for that to happen. So we'll see. We got a long way to go. Because a lot of people, including us, think this and have thought this would go 6-7. Did you have a prediction before this?
Yeah, we didn't ask you that.
I was thinking Knicks in 5, but
I like it. So you said Knicks going to win 4 straight.
I respect greatly that you even admitted that after this.
Yeah.
Because now they would have to win 4 straight.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're a good road team. Often. They're a good road team. Okay, you win next home game. You go on the road and
take back home court advantage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not impossible.
Of course, it's not impossible.
The chances are definitely lower now, but
I respect that you admitted that.
I'll take anything as long as it leads to the finals. Okay, Knicks in 5, Knicks in 6, Knicks in. I don't want Knicks in 7, but
you'll take it if they.
I'll take it if it needs to get to that.
To wrap up with John. John had a couple other comments that I think are worth getting to. We need to get OG going early. He says in Game 2 when OG scores more than 20 points, Knicks.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Those corner threes, they need to generate that for him. We know JB and Kat can score against the Pacers. Both are true. By the way, I've been watching since the Knicks since the Mason Oakley Ewing days, and a delusional Giants fan who thinks the Giants are going back to the playoffs.
Wait, John. This year, you think the Giants are going back to the playoffs this year? I just want to know. I just want to be clear on that.
What I'll say to that is like, it sounds crazy, but it's the NFL. Like
I understand.
Shit
that.
happens.
John, you've been watching the Knicks as long as me.
Raphael says the Haliburton. Could I say that? Took over MSG tonight. You guys did great tonight with post game talk. Probably the only Knicks people live discussing the game. Thank you, Raphael, for checking in. We're literally doing our best, and we're driving our producers crazy because we're still going well after midnight. We all got to get home, so we're gonna wrap this up.
Is this the latest you guys have been here?
And
yes, we have.
Yes, and because there's never been an 8 o'clock start, and then we've had overtime. So think about that. And then chosen and loving it says nightmare game, but Knicks in 6.
Yes, and
that's the energy right there.
There we go.
Chosen
and loving. We love it. Chosen and loving has been before with us for some.
Thank you everybody for joining. Sincerely, even you, size 9. Even though you be coming at our next, we appreciate it.
I don't. If somebody comes to next, and listen, John,
probably not watching anymore.
John could have tuned out. John did not tune out, so I appreciate John.
Because John's a real one. He doesn't get mad.
Yeah.
Away.
Nah, John had a fun discussion, and John said yes this year. He thinks the Giants can make the playoffs. I don't think that's that crazy. Who's your football team?
Giants.
Your Giants. Do you think they make playoffs this year?
That's a no. We're both ex-Jet fans.
Mill, whenever you hesitate on something, that's a no.
I think deep down I know that it's like I'm not confident in it.
That's fine.
But you're right. It's NFL. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen in the NFL.
The NFL's so weird, man.
No, anything can happen. This is the second 8 o'clock start we had because we did have an 8 o'clock start for Game 6. I forgot about that, but that game did not go as long. And this is
that was over early.
That was over early, and that's probably why. Want to thank everybody for watching. We have to thank you, Mel, for joining us and rocking with you.
Thank you guys for having me. Absolutely. Of course.
Just because you were 0-1 does not mean that you cannot come back.
I don't know.
You can gladly come back, but you already been a guest on New York Out Game, so you're gonna come back. This was gonna happen. You've been a guest.
I think we talked too prematurely. Like that was insane. The fact that I was saying, "Oh, I'm already 1-0 here," and then.
Oh, you messed up the guy.
It's not your fault.
It just got reversed.
It's not your fault. Aaron Neesmith wasn't, going crazy against, you defending. So it's fine.
Yeah.
What possessed that man?
I don't know. Everybody, thank you again for watching. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. We will be back on Friday night. Game 2. Myself, Brian Fonseca, and we have joining us will be Hector Beauchamp of Uptown Sports TV.
Yes.
He will be joining us for Game 2. Big Knicks fan representing the Bronx. Is he up first, Bronx? No, Kavitha was for the Bronx. So that's right.
But another Puerto Rican. We've had multiple.
We have
Al, and I'm forgetting. I feel like there was another. Grady. Partially.
You know what I noticed? Yes, I did see that Yankee walk off, Nikolai. Thank you. Who had to mention that? You are the first, I believe.
Guyanese.
Oh yes, definitely first Guyanese. Yes, I was gonna say fellow West Indian. Also Gerard also from Trinidad. So we had that. So yeah, so some Caribbean connections here.
Yeah.
Which is always good.
Also Queens.
Some Queens connections too. John said Knicks in 6, orange and blue skies. I'm still rocking with Knicks in 6. Not losing the faith.
They better win Game 2.
They have to win Game 2. But we will do that.
I wouldn't worry that much yet, just because. I mean, look, they blew it, but like closing statement will be like, look, they're still a really good road team, so it wouldn't surprise me at all. And I kind of expect this at this point for this to be 2-2 after 4. So we'll see. But we'll see.
I think that a lot of Knicks fans will sign for that.
Who knows? We've already got more surprises in Game 1 than we might have anticipated this soon in the series.
Yeah, I'm sure they've already clipped our reaction to the Haliburton.
It's out.
And I'm
sure
it's out there.
I reposted it already.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's out there. Our disappointment is all out there, Mill. Mill, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Greatly
I know
appreciate you.
We lost, but I enjoyed being here with you guys.
Oh no, we'll definitely have you back. So Knicks lose a tough one, 138-135 in overtime to the Pacers. Now down 0-1, still 4 wins away from the NBA Finals. We'll see if they can get that first step towards winning the Eastern Conference Finals on Friday. I'm Dexter Henry. That is Brian Fonseca, the Great Mill Media. Please check her out on social media. She does such a great job with all the Knicks content, and we hope that she does well on her final tomorrow and does not blame the Knicks. Blame the Knicks.
I will blame the Knicks, if anything.
If anything there. We will see everybody on Friday, 8 p.m. tip. Peace, everybody.